Hello everybody and welcome to chess.com and welcome to day one of the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships. We just had 3 days of insane action for the World Rapid and of course the World Women's Rapid, where we saw Magnus Carlsen add to his current collection of world titles. He is now classical and rapid world champion. Is he going to add a third by becoming World Blitz champion, holding on to that trifecta, which he has done before? Wouldn't be the first time, but it's been a while since Magnus has held all three titles. In the women's, we saw a fantastic performance by Tan Zhongyi, solid and efficient. Is she going to do the double in the Blitz? We'll see. Well, let's have a look at what's at stake in these tournaments. Before I do that, though, it would be remiss of me, of course, not to introduce my partner in crime, my good buddy, Grandmaster David Howe. David, it was a fantastic 3 days for the Rapid, but the Blitz is really the fans' favorite.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. It's not just the fans' favorite, it is the players' favorite. You mentioned some of the names there: Magnus Carlsen, Tan Zhongyi in the women's section. Also remember Hikaru, Nakamura. Had a tough time in the Rapid, 11 draws out of 13 games, lost a bunch of rating points, but he was undefeated and he's going to come into this section as one of the favorites. And yesterday was dramatic with those playoffs, with everything decided just in the last few minutes, the last few moves. But today it's going to be the same. There's even more games. And as you mentioned, Lawrence, a lot at stake today and tomorrow.
Tons at stake. Let's have a look. It's the same format as the Rapid. It's a Swiss tournament. So the more points you get, the greater chance you have to win the tournament. Of course, if there's a tie at the top, we didn't get that. We didn't get that in the Open. It looked as though there was a bunch, Carlsen and Kama and the like. Looked as though there was going to be a playoff. There wasn't in the end. Magnus won outright. In the women's, we did see a playoff between Tan Zhongyi and Sarukasova. If we have to have a playoff again, we will, of course, cover that. Same deal when it comes to the prizes. $60,000 in the Open, and in the women's section, breakdown of the prizes here, we can see $40,000 for first, massive prize, $30,000 for second, $20,000 for third, and so on. Tons of prizes, 15 prizes total. And in the Open, $60,000 for first, massive prize for a Blitz tournament, $50,000 for second, $40,000 for third, and so on and so forth. So, of course, tons of pride. Becoming Blitz World Champion prizes are serious as well. David, you've played in this tournament before. You've played in a bunch of these tournaments. How big a prize fund is that relative to other tournaments?
It is huge. You very rarely get this type of money in any over-the-board tournaments, let alone Rapid or Blitz. We saw, for example, in the women's section just yesterday, 15-year-old Savita got joint third place, I believe. And for her, that is life-changing money. I think she got in the region of $20,000, $30,000, and that will set her up with coaching. That will set her up for the years to come in terms of playing opportunities, travel expenses, and for a lot of the players, this is crucial, a tournament like this. It could be their big breakthrough, could propel them forward in their careers. And meanwhile, we see the players getting ready in the auditorium. Anish Giri, Ganguly there, Eric Geisy on the right, Sagar Shah. Now we see Nakamura as well, taking his place on board too for the Blitz tournament. But let's check out some of the top seeds, Lawrence, in both of the sections. In the women's Blitz tournament, we see Katerina Lagno starts as the favorite, at least on paper, in terms of rating. Tan Zhongyi, the World Rapid Champion 2022, she starts in second place. Some huge names there: Goyachkina, Humpy Kanaru, Alexandra Kostenyuk, and Sarah Kardem from Iran as well. Stefanova, former women's world champion. So many big names. It's going to be just as tight, just as close at the top, I feel, in the women's Blitz as it was in the Rapid portion of the event. Only 17 rounds, we should mention, in the women's compared to 21 rounds in the Open section, but still lots of action to come. Let's check out those pairings.
Yeah, so board one, we have Lachno White against Torkia Genova. We have Eric Jovana against Tan Zhongji on board 2, Goyachkina Garifulina on board 3. It's Blitz. Anything can happen, right? That's where we do see a ton of blunders, a ton of upsets, a ton of back and forths and drama. So we will get many more underdog opportunities, I feel, in the Blitz, especially with some of the younger players. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And of course, let's look at the open section, David. It is not Magnus Carlsen as top seed, but rather Hikaru Nakamura, current world number 1 in Blitz. He is ranked top, and perhaps quite surprisingly, Fabiano Caruana is seeded number 2 ahead of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we would assume that Magnus is the favorite for any tournament he starts in, especially in the blistering form he showed yesterday. However, Blitz ratings do fluctuate. Nakamura has been doing very well in Blitz over the last few years. Caruana had a bit of a hot streak as well over the past 12 months. And we see some maybe less expected names. We see Yu Yangyi in as fourth seed there. Vladislav Artemiev as well showed his credentials yesterday. Blitz ratings, yeah, they do go up and down, but all of these guys and plenty more, they will have a shot. Don't be surprised if we do see some underdogs, some really surprise names up there in the first 2 rounds. It's about how you start, and this Blitz tournament, I do think Nakamura has a score to settle. He's never won a World Blitz or Rapid title. That's the only thing pretty much missing from his CV right now, and he'll want to set the score straight. It's going to be it's going to be fascinating to see how these top seeds do in the initial rounds as they try to avoid any potential upsets, any banana skins.
It is, and worth pointing out as well, 10th seed there, MVL is current Blitz world champion. Let's not forget, MVL would love to go back to back, more than capable of doing it. We can see some other big names there. Alexander Grishchuk has had success in the past as well. What about Eric Acey? He's obviously, in form. We've seen him everywhere recently. Had a good streak, at least in the Rapid yesterday. And we've got some other Blitz specialists, let's say. Dmitry Andreikin, very, very tough Blitz player. Fedoseev had a wonderful Rapid tournament as well. We've got the likes of Sarin, who is no slouch. Mamedyarov, who is no slouch. The list goes on. So going to be super, super tough. The pairings for round 1 are on the board now. We can see board 1, Kovalyev against Carlsen, Yakuboyev against Nakamura, and Caruana against Sargsyan, the top 3 pairings. It's funny, we can actually see a shot here, David, of the players getting settled in. I can see out the corner of my eye Nakamura here, sporting an Iranian-like shirt. Has to be said, he's probably asked Lev for some fashion tips, which is a major blunder, may I just say. Ask David Howell for fashion tips. That I can tell you, if you want to look sharp and suave. There we have Fabiano Caruana, Fabi, who is playing against the hero for many of the Olympia team for Armenia, Sargsyan. They came ever so close to pulling a major upset in the Olympia, didn't they, this year, David? Nearly winning it. The old, experienced Armenian team.
Yeah, this is how tough the first round is. This is how tough the Blitz tournament is going to be. Already in round 1, we see some huge pairings. Now we see Andreikin, well-known Russian superstar, up against Lei Min, very famous streamer from Vietnam, also very, very successful online in Blitz, 2 Blitz specialists. You mentioned Caruana against Sargsyan, 2 super grandmasters. This is only round 1, and we're getting these incredible pairings already. There's going to be no easy games for anyone. They're going to have to do it the hard way, anyone who wants to win this tournament. Here we see Kovalev waiting for the arrival of the World Rapid Champion, Magnus Carlsen. And I'm assuming once Magnus does arrive, we'll have a couple of announcements from the arbiters. The players will be told all the rules and they will get going. We should mention, Lawrence, it is 3 minutes on the clock for each player in the blitz section, gaining 2 seconds after every move. So it will be very, very fast once they start. And we will be focusing on one game at a time, but there'll be action everywhere, and we'll try and keep you up to date with as much as possible. Here we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda with black up against, I think, Pavel Pankratov from Russia, another very, very strong, formidable opponent in blitz. I'm pretty sure, Lawrence, we're going to see some surprise results in the early rounds.
We will. We'll see it almost every round. It's just, it is blitz. It's very volatile, very high variance. But the cream does tend to rise to the top as the tournament goes on. 12 rounds today for the open section. So plenty of chess. Magnus would absolutely love to win this tournament. Now that he's won the Rapid, to win the Blitz, to hold all 3 titles, he's going to be gunning for it. Make no mistake, he's not taking this tournament lightly. This is deadly serious stuff. We can see there some of the top women, Katarina Lachno, in playing white there. She is playing against Torkijanova, who I think is originally from Uzbekistan. Originally, she's young. I believe she's been in the US for a while now. Talented player. Lachno, though, I can tell you this, David. I've played against Lachno at least twice in official blitz events over in Germany. I'm just a force. I really feel how strong she is. I've played a lot of these guys at blitz, and I can tell you that she is really super strong at blitz. I think she's favorite for a reason, at least on paper.
Here we have she's very, very good.
The customary first move, go. I was going to say the customary first move. Go on, David.
Oh no, sorry, Lawrence. The ceremony first move by one of the sponsors or local dignitaries, I believe. And I think they want to make the first move on Magnus's board as well. But where is he? Where is the world champion? Is he just keeping us guessing? Is it the mind games again? Or is he just genuinely late? I heard rumors he was off skiing this morning. Here we see Yu Yang Yi up against Timur Gareev. Looking smart, Timur Gareev there. Just having a chat with his opponent before the game. And I'm itching to get going. Lawrence, what are your predictions? Who do you hold? Let's forget about the ratings. Who do you hold as the favorite in each of the sections? You've mentioned some names already.
Yeah, I can't help but say that in the women's section, I think Lachno is quite a big favorite. That said, Goyachkina, she's got the raw talent and the strength to be there. Humpy is also not bad. And may I point out, Alexandra Kostenyuk. I've slept on Alexandra, really, not really putting her in the conversation, but she very much is. I mean, Alexandra Kostenyuk is a fantastic blitz player, and she's won everything: world champion, Russian champion. She is actually something to be, a player to be considered. She won the Rapid Championship last year. It was Asuwaeva who won the Blitz. Now, do I think that's going to be repeated? I don't. I think Bibisara, she had, one of those fantastic runs. But since then, I don't think her form has been good enough for her to really have a realistic shot at this. When I see the strength and depth of this field, I don't think Asuwaeva is actually going to repeat her success. Kostenyuk nearly went back-to-back last year as well, so I think Kostenyuk is in the picture as well.
Lawrence, it looks like we have liftoff in the World Blitz Championship. Despite some of the players not being there yet, we have started some of the games. And Okay, Kovalev, he tried to tell the arbiter not to start the clock, but the clocks have been started. The arbiter insisted. Where is Magnus Carlsen? There's only 3 minutes on the clock for the whole game. And they've started without him. Will he lose on time? Will he arrive in time, the world champion? Or would he be defaulted? That would be a huge shock. I think they waited long enough. They're well within their rights to start now. Here we see Nakamura. It's early days in his game. It looks like the Dutch defense to begin his campaign. But look at this, Nakamura peering around, wondering, where is Magnus Carlsen? Is he going to give a 1-point head start to everyone else, to the pack? Lawrence, dramatic times already, and it's only round 1. What is happening?
Yeah, people looking around. That is shocking, actually. I don't recall, I mean, Magnus, of course, he's been late before, but it is shocking to see him not at the board. It's about 6 past the hour, so it is a fair amount of time. It's not been 1 or 2 minutes. You can't just hold the tournament up for Magnus. By the way, look at what Yakuboyev has played. He's played an awesome opening, and Nakamura is looking around. But if I was him, I'd be looking at the board, because we've got a position where this is potentially
dramatic.
Well, maybe. Yeah, it's thematic, but got to be careful here with Black, surely.
Yeah, and we will update everyone. We will update you with when Magnus Carlsen arrives. I think we'll even see it on Hikaru's face when Carlsen does eventually stride in. He's already lost a minute on the clock there, Magnus, and counting. But meanwhile, as you say, Lawrence, dramatic here. It's the Dutch defense. White has thrown the H-pawn forward, sacrificed a rook, sacrificed the exchange on H5, but this is mightily scary. That White Queen teaming up with her knights, the Black King in mortal danger here. Nakamura, I'm pretty sure he's analyzed something like this before. Otherwise, you don't play instantly into this type of position as Black. It would just be suicidal to allow this without some prior knowledge. But yeah, playing with fire in round 1. I think Hikaru, he was the only undefeated player in the rapid section, but he will have been frustrated. He only got 2 wins in those 13 rapid rounds. He wants to put at least 1 win on the board in the early rounds here, just to show that, show to himself as much as anyone that he's back in form. And meanwhile, Magnus does arrive looking very casual, while the world champion, I think he's lost around 2 minutes on his clock.
Must be.
Yeah, he'll have to play bullet chess pretty much. Yeah, I think we'll have to switch over there.
Let's go there. Let's go
over to Magnus Carlsen. Wow, he's got 30 seconds on his clock to start this game, giving time odds to his opponent. Magnus with just over 30 seconds. Kovalev with almost 3 minutes. And it's the French defense, the exchange variation. So Kovalev not playing the most aggressive, not the most testing opening. Magnus, at least he'll survive. And Kovalev is thinking a lot at this early stage. Lawrence, what would your strategy be? Would you just try to flag Magnus? Would you try and win on the clock? Or would you do what Kovalev's thinking? Pause, take your time, pretend it's a normal blitz game. This is surprising stuff now for both of them.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to spend this much time, but I certainly wouldn't try to flag Magnus. As someone who's played tons of bullet against Magnus, he's not really flaggable, especially when, remember, it's 3+1. So you don't want to do that. But at the same time, this is kind of poor by Kovalev. There's just no need to spend 30 seconds. There's just no need to spend 30 seconds on knight c3 castles. Just, play c5, play bishop e2, play what you have to play, take on d5, whatever it is. But you can do it quickly. It's all of this, 20 seconds per move stuff. It's just not necessary. He's a strong enough grandmaster.
Yeah. Lawrence, it's not just 3+1, it's 3+2. So Magnus does get 2 seconds after every move. And I mean, Kovalev, he's giving too much respect to Magnus. Is he just trying to show some good sportsmanship? Is he just trying to slow down and catch Magnus up on the clock? Because he has so many natural moves. He's not even moving now. And also, we mentioned dress code earlier, Hikaru looking sharp, but Magnus wearing a hoodie here. Has he just got out of bed? I mean, did someone drag him out with 2 minutes of the 2 minutes before the round? This is really, it's hard to explain all of these things. Kovalev now finally moving, but Magnus is already catching up on the clock and showing no urgency in his play. 2 seconds is not a lot in over-the-board chess. In online chess, you can pre-move. You don't lose any time. But it physically takes 1 or 2 seconds to make the move on the board. So I think Kovalev missed a trick there if he wants to take down Magnus. That was when Magnus was at his most vulnerable. Before he was ready, before he was fresh, focused, and with only 30 seconds on the clock. Suddenly, white is a pawn up, but that white d5 pawn is dropping. And how calm, how casual is Magnus? 20-something seconds on the clock, and he's playing as if this is he's got 2 hours. This is incredible. And position-wise, looking pretty balanced, Lawrence.
Well, I think actually it's, Magnus has come out of this really well. I mean, white's got an isolated queen's pawn here on d4. But when you have that isolated queen's pawn, normally it comes with a lot of initiative. And I don't really feel that initiative here. Black has managed to establish a blockade of that pawn with the knight on d5. He can reinforce that blockade with the move c6, which he does after bishop f3. And you have to ask yourself, what has white actually got in this position? In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if he just lops on d5 here with the knight, accepts that he's got nothing. Okay, he plays queen b3, also makes a bunch of sense. But this really is very, very little. And on top of that, he's only a couple seconds up on the clock now. I think it's Lawrence, pretty poor form.
It's extremely dramatic on the clock. Magnus down to around 15 seconds. Kovalev now down to 20 seconds. It's hyper bullet. It's ultra bullet now. It's just going to be a mess. Neither player is going to be able to navigate this perfectly. Things are simplifying slightly after you mentioned all of those exchanges, or the queens disappear from the board. Is Kovalev just trying to go into safety mode? It feels like he doesn't really want to punish Magnus for that late arrival. Now Kovalev going down to just a few seconds, 5 seconds, and finally he leans forward. I mean, the position is balanced. If anyone, you would take black because of the bishop pair, but it's small margins here, and it's just going to be about who manages the clock quicker. Finally, Magnus showing some impatience, the arm coming out, rook a4, it looks like on the board, attacking white's central pawn. The threats are mounting up. Kovalev on the back foot. On the clock, Lawrence, how are they going to manage this? It's just 5 seconds each, pretty much every single move.
Yeah, with the additional 2 seconds, though, they're going to be okay. And we can see the moves flicking through real quick. Black is better. As you said, this knight is not great. And this is the typical position we see Magnus win. The knight just cannot really get into the action. But objectively, probably it's holdable for white because the white rook covers both of the big weaknesses. And they're on dark squares, so it's very difficult to do anything. And here, actually, I think Kovalev has done really well. Like right around here, if white just plays g4 here, for example, or just moves his king, I would go g4 as white if I could to stop black going f5. But I think white is fine. White is just solid enough. Yeah, and he does go g4. And I think that's about as much of a kind of fortress as you would ever want. Yeah, rook d1 is good, preventing the rook coming to the other side, and should be a draw with best play. Let's see.
You would think that, but it is Magnus Carlsen. We know all about the Magnus effect in endgames, and anyone else in the world, you'd be confident of holding this one with white. But black is putting on the pressure. Look at this black b pawn moving forward. Black's light square bishop has found its way into the position. Okay, we see Magnus' arm coming out, but yeah, you've got to be careful. There's mating threats against that white king. Black's rook is coming round. Lawrence, I wouldn't be terrified here as white. And
what did he do?
Trade, but Black's pawn structure now perfect. Look at those queenside pawns. White's d pawn is just going to drop off. And I think Magnus is going to take this. All of white's pawns are weak. Look how active that black rook is. Yeah, I don't think it was ever equal, actually. I feel Magnus was always on the front foot, and the momentum's on his side. He's been playing instantly the whole game. Kovalev just too slow in the early stages. He will get punished. Look at this endgame. Magnus mopping up. Black has won a pawn. White g pawn is also about to fall. Straightforward. 101 in terms of endgames. Easy stuff now. No chance for survival for Kovalev. No.
Very, very surprising in many aspects. But yeah, that's enough. Kovalev does resign. I think he did everything wrong in that game, actually, Kovalev. You've got 2.5 minutes extra on the clock. You've got to play faster. You just have to play faster in the opening. And then when you had that equal position as well, just made some poor decisions. I think he'll be very disappointed. Let's go to Fabiano, the next game.
Let's jump right into this game with Fabiano against Sargsyan. Sargsyan, great endgame player, but he is 2 pawns down. It's a pure knight endgame. Fabi has double G pawns. Can he convert, Lawrence? Black wants to give up his knight for both white pawns, but maybe one of those white pawns will survive. It's an uphill struggle for Black to save this. What do you think here? Is he going to make it, Fabiano? The bar says yes.
Well, yeah, I don't see this being savable at all for Black. The double G pawns here are an asset. You can't win both, and all you have to do is find a way to push that Black king back, and you will reach a position where you can get a winning king and pawn ending. You leave that pawn on G2 so that you ensure that you have the winning king and pawn ending, king in front of that pawn for when that ending transpires. And yeah, it's going to be an uphill struggle for Sargsyan here. Just got to be careful. Don't blunder that pawn. He goes for G4, which is also okay. You just don't want to push it to G5 too quickly. That's what I feel is the key here. Knight F5 check is now a big threat. They're playing at break now. Now G6 will come. Knight F6 check, king G5.
Yeah, slow and steady, just step by step. As you mentioned there, Lawrence, keep one pawn in reserve for later, keep it protected. But eventually Black is just being pushed back. And I think we're seeing the final stages of this game. Fabiano, very quick, very accurate. As was mentioned there in the feature chat, he is just an endgame virtuoso when he wants to be, especially when he can just calculate his way to victory, Fabi. Maybe you just got to avoid stalemate tricks with Black's king in the corner. But that white pawn on G6 will cost Black his knight sooner rather than later. The white knight now is coming around to E7. You just need one check, kick the Black king away, and the G pawn rolls through. But can he get there? Sargsyan trying desperately to check that white king backwards, but the white king has found a safe square away from any potential checks. And what's happened here? Is this the live board? Black's knight just planting itself on H3. Sargsyan blunders his knight away. It was hopeless anyway, and Fabi takes the win.
Yep, was never really in doubt there. Hikaru Nakamura also won his game, should be pointed out. So all the top guys starting off well. And I have to say, breaking news. In the women's section, Katerina Lachno has lost her first game with the white pieces. Big rating favorite, in my opinion, against Torkijanova. Massive upset. Another massive upset. Actually, 2 more massive upsets. Humpy Kanuru losing against the local player Guliksan Nakabayeva and Alexandra Kostenyuk, who I touted. I've really put the curse on them this round. Losing against Kovanova. I mean, this is shocking stuff. 3 of the big favorites, in my opinion. And look at this, Jansaya Abdumalik. We haven't spoken much about the English players because we don't have many. We had Amit Garcia in the Open, but we've got Lan Yao has beaten Jansaya Abdumalik with the black pieces, rated only 21.74, beating Jansaya Abdumalik. Absolutely exceptional upsets in the women's section.
And yeah, we just come back to a board as I think we see a draw on one of the higher boards here. Yeah, so many surprises, as you mentioned there, Lawrence, in the women's section. We'll check in on the results in both the Open and the women's momentarily. But yeah, we're seeing the final few games of the round end now. I'm not sure how many games are still going. Often we see these long end games kind of endure for 100 moves, like Rook and Bishop versus Rook, these long grinds. But it does look like the first round of Blitz does end there, and there's a lot to unpack. Magnus Carlsen arriving 2.5 minutes late, giving his opponent time odds. And Nakamura distracted watching that. But in the end, it did look like those few favorites in the Open section did pull through. So Lawrence started in, unexpected, crazy fashion.
Yeah, very unexpected. Magnus Carlsen doesn't need the full 3 minutes, wins anyway. Massive upsets in the women's section. We're going to be back for round 2 in just a few minutes. Of course, it's fast and furious. It's blitz chess. We don't have too much time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 2 here on chess.com.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello everybody and welcome back to chess.com's coverage of the World Blitz Championships taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan. We've just seen a dramatic round one. We'll go through what happened there in a moment. Of course, alongside me is Grandmaster David Howell. David, we just saw a very unusual incident actually in the open section. Magnus Carlsen arriving nearly the full 3 minutes late. He nearly lost on time, but it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, he really kept us on the edge of our seats. And I think he really got under his opponent's skin by arriving late. Magnus arriving 2.5 minutes late. As you mentioned there, Lawrence, you start with 3 minutes on the clock. The arbiters insisted. They didn't want to wait anymore. They insisted on the game starting. And yeah, I think for Vladislav Kovalev, missed opportunity. He just waited too long. He played very slowly in the early stages, and Magnus fought back, grinding him down in a typical Carlsen-esque endgame. So Magnus took the win in the end. And here we do see the standings after round one. Most of the favorites did take the full point, at least the rating favorites. Nakamura won his game. Caruana, as we saw there a moment ago, grinding down a long night end game. Magnus took the win. Yu Yangyi, Anish Giri, Nepomniachtchi, Vachier-Lagrave, most of those top seeds took the win. And that does leave us with some very juicy pairings, some juicy matchups in round two. We do see the rest of the top table here. Meanwhile, the top 20, some huge names: Mamedyarov, Nihal Sarin, Vidit, Jordan Van Forest, and the list goes on. So not as many upsets in the open section as we would expect. And here we see round two, which is upcoming in just a few minutes. It's going to be fast. Not too many breaks, not too long breaks in between the rounds. Magnus takes on Sidipov, a Russian blitz specialist. Nakamura on board 2 takes in Sergei Yudin. Vincent Keimer against Fabiano Caruana, the silver medalist from the World Rapid, against the bronze medalist from the World Rapid. Those two did extremely well just over the last few days, and they're already facing each other. Some other names stand out. Anish Giri playing against one of the surprise packages of the Rapid tournament, Giga Kuparadze. And Volodar Mertzin takes on the reigning World Blitz champion, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Lawrence, which matchups catch your eye there?
Well, I would say that certainly Keimer against Caruana is the standout game, right, for this round, with Vincent's fantastic run in the Rapid tournament. His ascent in general has been just wonderful to see. Much needed for German chess as well. Germany have produced a number of really strong grandmasters over the past few years, but they haven't had what I would term as a breakthrough grandmaster, a sort of elite breakthrough grandmaster. And Vincent very much is that. So this, he's still so young. He's over 2,700 classical, but he can play blitz, he can play rapid, as he's shown. And this is going to be no easy game for Fabiano. I should point out I made a slight error in the introduction. Of course, Alireza Firouzja is really the big name missing at this tournament. Alireza is blitz world number 1 at the moment, with Hikaru world number 2, Fabiano world number 3, and Magnus world number 4. Should just make that clear. Vincent, though, 18 years old, all the energy, all the beans. This is going to be a tough game for Fabiano. And as we go down the pack, also, I'm very curious to see on board 8, Volodar Murzin. Spoke about him a lot yesterday. The young Russian, it says IM. I have no idea why he's still an IM. He's clearly Grandmaster strength and has been Grandmaster strength for a long time now, playing white against reigning World Blitz champion MVL. I think that's going to be fun. Another very fun match is the game right next to him. Alexander Grischuk playing against El Nino Anton. Alexander, he hasn't really featured, has he, in our discussions yet, David? It seems as though in the Rapid he simply didn't get to the top boards, but he's a phenomenal blitz player.
Yeah, phenomenal is the right word there, Lawrence. Alexander Grischuk didn't make too much of a dent on the Rapid tournament, but I think he's a 3-time World Blitz champion, at least a 2-time Blitz World champion.
At least twice.
This is definitely the format in which he specializes. Grischuk, he is married to Lagno. Could they do the double, the husband and wife double in the medals there? I do think he's one of the maybe favorites for this event if he can get on a roll, but it all depends on the start for Alexander Grischuk. We do see, meanwhile, the players gathering, starting to take their seats, having a nice chat there. Parham Magzulu chatting with Vachier-Lagrave, chatting with Tabatabai as well. And some of the matchups are huge already, as you mentioned, Lawrence. Plenty of 2,700 players facing each other. Meanwhile, here we see board 1, Sidipov as black. He's ready to go. I think the big question of this round is, when will Magnus Carlsen turn up? Hopefully he won't leave it too late this time.
I don't think he's going to leave it as late this time, that's for sure. I think I just had a quick look. Alexander Kushchuk has won the World Blitz Championships 3 times. 3 times Blitz World Champion. I believe Magnus has won it 5 times, but I could be wrong. It is 5 times, yes. It is 5 times. See all the other Grandmasters there, of course. We've got Nepo there wearing a Nepo shirt. That's quite funny. Parham Magsudlu there chatting away. You can see all kind. We've got Min Lee in the background there. Hans Niemann walking around. Guys slowly getting to their chairs, finding out where they're playing. Must be nice to play this tournament, David. I have to say, I am jealous. I wish I was there, being able to, because every round you get such a tough player, and it's, it really drives you.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. I've played in the World Rapid Blitz Championships, I think 3 times. And if you're doing well, it's a great challenge. You're loving it. You play these giants of the game every single round. But if you're struggling, you still play the tough opponents, and it's like a non-stop barrage. And it's, it can be brutal. So those players who don't get off to a good start, it's all about trying to bounce back. It's staying strong. It is a marathon, 21 rounds in the open section, 17 in the women's section. And it's just about keeping focus. Who has the better stamina? Who has the endurance to go the distance? And we will see the top players start to drop points eventually, whether it's in round 2, whether it's in round 5, 6, a bit later on. But it is all about putting a winning streak together. They say that having one good day is often enough. We've seen World Blitz Championships before with players going 100% on one of the days. I think we saw Duda a few years back get 9.5 out of 10 on one of the days. It's a huge streak there. And you often have to rack up a massive number of points in order to get a medal. Often out of those 21 games, you need roughly 16, 17 points if you want to be contending at the top. Meanwhile, the players are getting ready, taking their seats. I still believe there's a few minutes before we'll hear that gong sound and the games get going. Here we see young Volodar Mertzin against Vachier-Lagrave. As you mentioned, World Blitz champion. Vachier-Lagrave did okay in the Rapid. Lawrence, he had a crucial role in the fate of that title, holding Vincent Keimer in the last round yesterday. And I think he'll believe in himself. He's full of confidence, the Frenchman, that he can defend his title. That we see the big clash.
Such a tough player to play against in Blitz, MVL, so resourceful. But Merzin, I think this will be a tough little game for MVL. And there we see, as you said, the big clash for me of the round, Keimer against Favi. And I have to say, going with the upset in this one. Vincent Keimer for the win, white pieces. Stylistically, think he's unpleasant for Fabi. Fabi is a very ambitious blitz player, and I'm actually going for a white win in this one. Hate to say it, sorry Fabi, but that's what I'm going for in this particular game.
And here we see Nakamura's opponent, Sergei Yudin. I think he will turn up in the next few minutes. Nakamura, he's known for always being on time, always being early for his games. You mentioned Vincent Keimer against Caruana, Lawrence. And Caruana is one of the highest rated blitz players in the world, but he's another one lacking one of these speed chess world titles. He's never done fantastically in blitz tournaments, Fabi. He's not necessarily known for his blitz prowess, but recent years he's really improved. Really seemed to have sped up, got quicker, got more confident, and he will want to avoid that upset that you mentioned. Meanwhile, it does look in the background of this picture like the arbiters are getting ready to make an announcement. The chief arbiter is there on the far left of the picture. In the foreground, we see Tan Zhongyi after her success, after her gold medal yesterday. And where is Magnus Carlsen? Where is Hikaru Nakamura? Here we see Jordan van Vriest looking around, maybe also wondering the same question. When will the game start? Often these first few rounds, they are significantly delayed, but I've been very impressed with this tournament. In the rapid section, at least, Lawrence, very prompt, the games. They started on time, not too long to wait in between. Seems like a very well-organized tournament on the whole. And the players I've heard have been loving it out there in Kazakhstan. And yeah, the games, I can't wait to get going yet again. Hopefully this time, less of a heart attack in the early stages. Nakamura does indeed arrive on time. We see the handshake, the customary handshake to start the game. Yeah. Predictions for this one. Do you think Nakamura can go the whole way? Can he finally get that world title in Blitz that he's been dreaming of for so long?
Well, of course he can. And really, if any year he's going to get it, it should be this year, because he's been in a rich vein of form, both over the board. He's done fantastically well. And I think of candidates tournaments and other top tournaments. When I think of his online success, he's done extremely well. He looks relaxed. This really should be on paper his time, his year to shine. And winning this would mean the world to him. So absolutely has every chance. But the problem he's got is, as long as Magnus Carlsen is hanging around, as long as Magnus is there, and not just Magnus, of course, you've got MVL, you've got Fabi, and you've got Jan Nepomniachtchi and Duda and all of the Grishchuk and all these other great Blitz players. As long as they are there, you're never going to have an easy time. But I think if Hikaru is going to win it, this is really the year to win it. It's just all the stars are aligning for him in that sense. So I know a lot of people watching this broadcast would love to see Hikaru win it. And to a certain extent, I would like to see Hikaru win it as well. I think he deserves a world title. His contribution to chess has been phenomenal.
Yeah. And we are anxiously waiting for Magnus to arrive. But Lawrence, which game do you want to follow in this second round? Let's pick the game that we will focus on in the early stages.
I think we have to do the Kmar Caruana game, just because I've hyped it up as game of the round. But of course, we will keep an eye out for the Nakamura Yudin and Carlsen Sidipov games. We can see there Alexander Grishchuk taking his seat. Nice little fadeaway shot there of some of the top female players there. We can see Anna Ushinina in the back playing a former women's world champion as well. So,
yeah, Lawrence, it does look like Magnus Carlsen has arrived, and it's a change of outfit for the world champion. No more hoodie, that's gone. Maybe the FIDE officials had a word with him about the dress code. He looks suited and booted and ready to go. So less drama now that we know that Magnus is in the venue and he is on time to start this second round. But I agree, Vincent Keimer against Fabiano Caruana, I think that is the glamour matchup of the round, as Vincent, the young gun, aims to stake his claim in the Blitz format. Great rapid players we've seen already, so we will be focusing here. But yeah, Magnus, Hikaru, they've got an eye on each other, I feel. They know that a clash will come later in the tournament. They will face each other eventually. But Vincent Keimer against Caruana, the big one. And here we see Giri refocusing. Earlier we saw him having a joke in typical Giri style, having a joke with some colleagues, with some of his mates. He is also on one of the higher boards. Another great Blitz player, of course, Giri, but another one who's yet to get one of those big titles. Another one who's yet to really make that breakthrough in the Blitz format, up against Georgian Grandmaster Giga Kuparadze. And yeah, I think the games will start within the next minute or so. So we'll await that handshake as the players make their last minute adjustments. Often we see this, right? The nerves come in, you adjust your pieces, you fiddle, the cameras are in their faces. It's not easy for the top players to focus. It's significantly different from online chess. No pre-moves, of course. Just the time it takes to make the moves is physically difficult. And yeah, I think Vincent is in with a decent shout in this game, as you mentioned, Lawrence. But Fabiano, I've seen him do extremely well in Blitz over the past 12 months. And with Black, like you said, he's extremely aggressive, extremely ambitious. Caruana never really allows for a boring position to arise on the board. And yeah, I think he will be backing himself here as well. What's the hold up? Let's get this game going.
No idea. It's taking a bit longer than usual, isn't it?
Yeah.
No idea what the hold up is.
Magnus not spotting his opponent 2.5 minutes this time. And we do see the handshake. Round 2 has begun. It looked like Magnus played 1b3 in that game. What will Vincent play here? And some quick early moves. It looks like it started as a Reti opening. White bringing the knight out on move 1, but it's transposed into kind of a mix between the Reti and the English with some weird pawn moves. White staying very flexible. Vincent, as you mentioned yesterday, Lawrence, he's learned a lot from Peter Lecco, his mentor, his coach. And yeah, this is a very classical type of setup. White's going to get castled. White has an extra central pawn. We saw Fabi on the black side of this pawn structure yesterday a couple of times with pretty much colors reversed. Often White throws a pawn forward in the center, tries to gain space, accepts a set of hanging pawns on d4 and c4, and has very active chances. But yeah, I tend to love these positions. I've seen so many games by Vladimir Kramnik where he somehow manages to manipulate the pawn structure in favorable ways as White. Black, meanwhile, has to play with pieces more than pawns, but okay, solid start for both. What do you think? Who will this position suit more, Lauren?
I think this is right up Kama's street, to be honest. You put the queen on e2, you bring the rooks into the center. I fully expect to move queen e2 here, for example, by Kama. You can play d3. You can also put the knight on e1 sometimes. I know it looks very odd to do that, but momentarily you pin this knight. You might even be able to advance with the pawn to f4, but Vincent plays the more classic way. Queen e2. Fabi will play queen c7 here, I think, or perhaps he does play queen c7 with a6 and a3 used to stop any knight b4s. Very standard. Rook b1, like this move by Vincent, just looking at that weak b6 pawn, putting the bishop on a1 is excellent. Not that this is a major concern for Fabi, this position, far from it. Rook b8 is good. Fabi is probably going to do the same, put the bishop on a8 just to overprotect the b6 pawn, d3, keeping flexibility. And it's at some point, one of these players is going to have to make a kind of committal move. So far, they're just jostling. But yeah, bishop a8 played by Fabi, all fairly standard stuff. Rook d1.
Yeah, Lawrence, I've got to say, I've had almost this exact position a few times as White. And yeah, it's always that plan, as you mentioned, retreating the white knight to e1, pushing the pawns forward to f4, g4. White often launches a pawn storm on the king side, but I love Fabi's plan. Meanwhile, this is the plan I always struggle with when I have this position with White. What to do against Black advancing the pawn to b5. If White, for example, pushes with a4, then there is a huge hole created on b4. Black's knight will happily jump back to c6 and round to the b4 outpost, the newly created outpost. So tempi are not so important here. It's not necessarily about the speed of your moves, about the threats you create. It's quite a close position, a very slow position still. So you do have that luxury of taking time for your plans. And b5 is very, very annoying for Kaima if it does land on the board. Look at the clock times as well. Fabi playing instantly almost up to this point. Vincent significantly down. So it does feel like, in terms of who's more familiar with this position, this pawn structure, Caruana. The light square bishops, meanwhile, leave the board. This is still very standard stuff. And I think we will see either White's knight on g5 kicked back, or Fabi's going to go for his plan. He's going to start pushing his b pawn forward. And there we go. The knight forced backwards, first of all. No attacking ideas now left for Vincent. He just simply has to retreat. And after b5, I think Fabi is at least equal. He's solved all of his problems. And on the clock, doing very, very well. I think, yeah, this is still balanced objectively, but Fabiano will feel momentum on his side. Vincent looking a bit uncomfortable as he ticks under the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, Vincent taking way too much time here, actually. I mean, Vincent isn't yet known as a blitz specialist, but he's taking really a lot of time in this position. But his position is still theoretically okay. Computer didn't like that last move. Rook c1 looks completely normal to me.
Yeah, I don't like the transition in general. Black's pawn structure is now much healthier than White's. White is left with an isolated A pawn, which could become a factor later in the endgame. Also vulnerable on the light squares, potentially, as Fabiano tries to prove. Black's queen sliding over onto the same diagonal as the White king. Queen f3 blocks that. But, okay, Fabi, he's happy to allow queens to come off the board. He pushes forward with b4. Now, okay, interesting. White can take on f6, check with his knight, and get the queens off the board. Heading towards an endgame. Does Vincent try and seek some solace in this endgame? It does feel like White should be able to hold. Let's catch up. Yeah, it looks like he's going for this. I think he was just feeling the pressure, Vincent, and he wanted to get pieces off the board. Maybe Fabi should have kept the queens on. It would have, especially with the clock ticking down, it would have caused Vincent more practical problems. Sometimes you have to play the opponent and the opponent's style just as much as the board, and I think this suits Vincent's style more than a position with the queens on.
Yeah, I actually think Fabi's made a serious mistake playing b4 and allowing this transition. Now White has got no problems at all. The c5 pawn is weak. If you take on a3, it's no big deal. Yeah, he takes on a1. Rook takes a1. And now actually, I'm not going to say that Vincent is much better here, but I mean, maybe he just actually is. The bar shooting up now for Vincent Kaymer. Can you just attack this c-pawn? 16 seconds for Vincent. Is he going to take on b4 and perhaps play d4 and plant a knight on c5? And he does that, a classical. Wait, still prefer this ever so slightly for White. This b-pawn on b4, very, very weak. You can't play knight a3 because it gets taken off the board as well. Nice little tactic here. Knight a3, rook takes a3, exploits the pin. So this is already getting serious for Fabi. If he loses this b-pawn, he's going to have a situation where he's going to be suffering 5 versus 4 on the same side with all these pieces on. Critical moment now for Fabiano. Feels like he's in a bit of danger.
I completely agree, Lawrence. Here, White has one beautiful pawn island. All the pawns are connected, defending each other. Black's passed pawn, normally a trump card in these types of endgames. It's just weak. Fabiano's decision to go into the endgame to swap the queens off, I think it was just a bit impatient. And now he's having to suffer the consequences. White's knight also on a much better circuit than the Black Knight. And look at this. This is a typical top player type of move. He's just trying to swap off pawns now. He's trying to release the tension. He's happy to give away his passed
What is
pawn
this?
in order to make his task more simple. But Lawrence, is he not just simplifying down into a drawn endgame? The rooks are coming off. Black's knight now can retreat. I think Fabi's going to hold the draw.
Yeah.
And he found a way to bail out. We do see a handshake after the rooks come off. It would just be symmetrical pawns and a pure knight endgame dead draw. And, ooh, lucky escape for Fabi, maybe.
Lucky. I don't understand if we just very quickly go back here. Why didn't he, after e5, why didn't he take the pawn? I don't understand. And here take on b4.
Looks like Vincent could have just been a pawn up.
Yeah, it's just a pawn
Lawrence, there's action everywhere. Let's go to another game. Let's check out this game. Hikaru Nakamura just takes the win. Just before we got a chance to join it, this final position, White is going to crash through on the light squares. White's queen and bishop set up this battery. Eventually, checkmate was coming. Hikaru also 3 pawns up, which doesn't hurt. And let's go to Magnus. Magnus also a couple of pawns up. It looks like 2 extra pawns. We get the handshake there as well. Look at the c4 and b5 pawns connected. Black's piece is just paralyzed on the back rank. Nice, smooth victory for those 2 giants, Nakamura and Carlsen. We see Nakamura now watching the game between Yu Yang Yi and Ryazantsev. Let's check out Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, let's do that. And he's playing against Volodar Murzin. And look at this. What an incredible ending. We've got 3, the triple pawns here on the G file. And White has got the passed B pawn. Now, I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. This looks like it's probably going to end up a draw, to be honest, because, yeah, this is going to be a draw because once the C pawn is traded for the B pawn and this pawn is off the board, whoa. Yes, well, this position here, the double G pawns is an easy draw. So Murzin really should make a draw here. King G3, King F6. Yeah. Now you have to go Rook C8, try and win this C pawn. Yeah, and this is going to be a draw, no question about it, that Murzin, way too strong. MVL might play on a little bit out of inertia, but this is a classic ending where you could have double G pawns, you could have triple G pawns, you could have quadruple G pawns in this position, and it's still a draw. And MVL, not going to try and play on here against Merzin, who knows this inside out. Still got one game going on. Yu Yang Yi playing, and this is probably
looks like a win for black. Opposite color bishops do have a drawish tendency, but black has too many passed pawns. The black F pawn marching forward there will paralyze the white king. Black's king goes over to guide the black A pawn forward, and we do see a resignation. Yu Yang Yi as black, the higher seed, does take the win. But let's go to the top board, or one of the top boards of the women's section. Tan Zhongyi, the World Rapid champion, she's trying to battle it out here against Maltsevskaya. And what is happening on the board? We see an endgame. Looks like black has just blundered just as we join the game. It looks like pawn has dropped. Just judging by the body language, it looks like Tan Zhongyi a big favorite. Her opponent's really not happy with how things have gone.
Oh, goodness.
But Lawrence, we could be here a long, long time. Rook and bishop versus rook is imminent. Black's pawn eventually will drop, and we'll see the long grind begin. It is a drawn endgame, we should say, but only Tan Zhongyi with white can win this one.
Let's get a full screen of it, because I'm always curious to see how the top players do. Is she even going to get it? Because this A pawn might just run. So Tan Zhongyi would love to have a chance at rook and bishop versus rook versus Maltsevskaya, who is not a player I'm particularly familiar with. I know she had a great... Oh, well, it's not even going to get there because she's managed to exchange rooks. So it's... we're not even going to get a chance to see it. Great draw there by Maltsevskaya.
Yep, great draw, and saving us from that torture of rook and bishop versus rook, or saving herself from torture there. Maltsevskaya, I think Tan Zhongyi, if she'd got that black pawn, would have had great winning chances. But with that draw, with that handshake, it looks like the top boards at least have finished in both sections. We see the playing hall there a moment ago. And the players taking a break, a well-deserved break after all that action as we get ready for round 3. Few surprises, Lawrence, we saw there. A couple of draws dropped by the top players, but other than that, some of the other top seeds cruising through.
Yeah, no, what I would call serious upsets, especially in the open section this round. Magnus wins, Hikaru wins. As I said, I thought this was a tricky encounter for Fabiano. He got a bit lucky just to get the draw as he did against Vincent Kama. Yu Yang Yi wins, Anish Giri wins, Nepomniachtchi, Duda all win. Merzin also, I mentioned, I think a difficult pairing for MVL, but look, I think a draw was correct. Also, David Anton, not a slouch when it comes to blitz, holding Alexander Grishchuk, nor is Tersahakian holding Andrakin. Mamajarov wins. And we haven't really had a standout underdog win in the open section there. And in the women's section also, looks as though we had a fairly usual round. Goyachkina winning, Stefanova winning, Nana Zagnidze winning, Harika winning. So far, pretty standard stuff. We do have on the board, who is this? Queen versus rook, bishop, and pawn. Should be a draw. And we've got, who have we got here? Two players I'm not too familiar with, I must say.
Yeah, I think at least one local player, maybe even both of them from Kazakhstan. This is level material. Queen normally does balance out against rook, bishop, and pawn. However, it's unclear who's playing for the win, to be honest. It looks like white is trying to repeat the moves, trying to give a bunch of checks. White here can't really go too wrong if the queen keeps attacking the black king. I don't think the black king is ever going to find a safe hiding spot. But black also has to be careful not to overpress. There will be situations where you get your rook a bit trapped, or you might walk into a double attack. Okay,
what is that?
Safe square for the bishop.
Okay.
Safe square for the bishop looks good. The bishop and pawn defend each other right now. But look at this. The white king trying to come back. And yeah, you have to be very, very, very careful for both sides. Look how quickly they're playing. Seconds left on the clock. Only a 2-second increment. It's impossible in Blitz to gain too much time on the clock. There we go. White stuck below 5 seconds pretty much every single move. And yeah, I like this tenacious kind of perseverance from both players. Just even if this game does end in a draw, they are now getting in the Blitz flow. They are getting in the rhythm. And okay, some indecision from White, but the checks continue. I can't see any other result than a draw, to be honest, barring a huge blunder. But suddenly Black's pieces look a bit clumsy. Yeah. That Black Rook. Ooh, the White King can start coming back. There we go, to help the White Queen. Checkmating ideas on the board if you're not careful.
Queen b5 is threatening mate. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Big threat there a moment ago. I think it is time for Black to try and bail out with a draw. Black's clock dropping down as well.
Check.
That is a check.
White
You've got to move 3 seconds.
Oof. King d5. Queen c8. Still a draw. Just
about, but Black is living life on the edge. The White King can come back yet again. Still dead drawn, but it does feel like White is the one asking the questions now, asking the difficult questions. Black, look at the piece twiddling between each move. Visibly nervous. And the Black King forced to the edge of the board yet again. White actually has built up a little bit of a time edge on the clock. Once this game does finish, I think that will be the end of the round. We will start to see the standings, etc. But the players stubbornly continuing this game. Black finally finds a way to keep his king nice and safe. No more checks. Maybe the Black pawn is going to be pushed now.
Can the pawn
Some
push?
Progress to be made.
Can he push the pawn?
Oh, if the pawn had pushed, maybe White would have taken that pawn off and swapped off. White can just eliminate the Black Rook, Black Pawn, make the draw because a bishop alone cannot give checkmate. I think you can do that now if White's queen had given a check on h5, but no. Keep pinning, keep checking. Why not? We must be reaching the 50 move rule here soon, Lawrence. Unfortunately, the players don't have a score sheet. The players don't have a score sheet, so they can't tell. But I think the arbiters can step in after 75 moves. Unless the rule has changed recently, the arbiters count. They only step in after 75 if the players don't claim the rule themselves. And here we go.
And a pawn move.
The White Queen is just going to take that pawn. We will finally see a handshake. Not enough checkmating material and a marathon draw between these two youngsters.
Indeed, and that will bring us to the end of the round, I believe. I don't think there are many more games going on, so we're going to go for a very quick break. Of course, tons of chess. This was just round 2 of 12 in the open section today. Plenty more rounds to go. You can see the playing hall there. Alive, bustling. Players waiting around for the next game, which will kick off in just a few minutes. We'll be right back for round 3 of today's action. Don't go anywhere.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up 1 pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, Should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the World Blitz Championships. We can see the playing hall there in Almaty, I should say, excuse me, Kazakhstan. The fantastically spacious playing hall. Everybody so far that I've spoken to there has been very complimentary towards playing conditions. It is round 3 of this year's Blitz Championships. Tons of chess yet to be played. In the open section, we have had the real favorites, well, not really make any major slip-ups yet. Magnus, Carlsen, Hikaru, Nakamura, Yanchisov, Duda, and the like, all on 100%. We did have I wouldn't even really call it a minor upset. Vincent Kama drawing with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana in the previous round. Not a huge deal. We can see there some of the standings, some of the players on 100% so far. And of course, alongside me, David Howe. David, nothing really yet to report on. The players just getting into stride.
Exactly. It's all about who starts the fastest. Remember, every single half point matters. Every single point matters in these early stages. It is a 21-round marathon, the World Blitz, at least the open section. But as we saw yesterday in the Rapid, it often gets decided by those little details, by who can take the lead, who can get the more favorable pairings. And we see the top 20 here in the open section, all of these players are on 100%. We see Magnus, Hikaru, as you mentioned, plenty of those favorites doing very well in these early stages. And of course, some small upsets here and there, but most of these players are grandmasters, very experienced grandmasters. So nothing kind of too surprising when one beats the other. But we do have the matchups for round 3 coming in. Some huge clashes yet again. We're saying that every round now. Ivan Cheparinov, one of Bulgaria's strongest grandmasters. He faces Magnus Carlsen. He's definitely capable of an upset. Ivan Cheparinov, very experienced grandmaster, former second of players such as Vesely Topalov. On board 2, Zaven Andreassian against Hikaru Nakamura. Andreassian is a former world junior champion, so he's capable, he's very dangerous, he's very, very quick. Blitz specialist Yu Yang Yi faces Velimir Ivic, also a very strong young player from Serbia. And a huge clash, Lawrence, on board 4, Sam Shankland, the American, who had a tough time in the Rapid. He faces Anish Giri. Yeah, I mean, there's so much action ahead of us. Which pairings meet your eye there? Which ones catch your eye?
Yeah, I would say Cheparinov against Carlsen is very interesting. I think Cheparinov is actually a very, very decent blitz play, as is, by the way, Andreassian. He's a bit more of a blitz specialist. I don't think that's a walk in the park at all for Hikaru Nakamura. Ivic, fantastic young player, also will give you Yang Yi problems. Sam Shankland against Giri also. Sam is no slouch when it comes to blitz chess. I would say of those pairings, I think Jan Nepomniachtchi will be the happiest. I think Shimanov is stylistically really poorly matched for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So we'll see what happens. And in the women's section, big match on board 1. Goyachkina against Danielian. Elena had a fantastic rapid tournament. She's clearly in some form. Goyachkina, of course, big favorite on paper. As is Stefanova on board 2. And Nana Zagnidze on board 3. Gyuya Harika is a bit more of a tough battle, I would say, on board 4. 2 very solid, very principled players. So we will see what happens there. In the camera, David, we can see Hikaru Nakamura getting ready to play. He is playing, a player who I've seen over the year, looking sharp, actually. Andreassian normally has quite long hair, gone for the trim. He's a very talented player. This is without doubt. Hikaru, a much better player on paper. However, he's a tricky customer when it comes to blitz. And then we can see Sam Shankland playing against Anish Giri. Sam is, he didn't really feature much in the Rapid. It seems as though he didn't quite get the points to be on the top boards, but has a chance here. Can never be ruled out. Lovely little sideways shot there. Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence, check out Fabi's twin brother, his identical twin, just on the board next to him in shot. I'm just kidding, of course. That is Vahap Sanal, a very strong grandmaster from Turkey. But yeah, nice view of the playing hall there. Where's the twin go? Where did he disappear? He's there. Hiding as soon as we mentioned him.
If you had bad eyes, you could mix them up. That is an uncanny resemblance, those two. Looks as though we're going to have the games kick off.
Yeah, and the handshake starts the round. Which one are we going to follow, Lawrence? Which game shall we focus on in round 3?
I think we should go for Andreassian against Hikaru Nakamura to start things off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Nakamura is one of the 20... I mean, both of these players, they're part of the 28 strong leading pack on 100% right now. It starts as the Italian game. Very, very topical, very trendy opening choice. I've been playing this for years myself, and just over the last 5-6 years, everyone's been at it. And every time I see Hikaru play, he seems to put a new spin on black setup. He's maybe the world-leading expert on the black side of this opening. And here we go. He pushed forward in the center. We see a quick trader pawn, still a very theoretical position. This is all still well-known stuff. Black looks like he's solved all of his problems. Black has a nice pawn structure, very active pieces. However, the white knights are dancing forward towards that black king. A knight on the f5 square is extremely strong once it lands there. And Nakamura, look at this. Still in his opening preparation, he preempts a knight jump into f5 by retreating his queen. The queen would have been attacked anyway. So now the white knight jumping into f5, or one of the knights, that will at least cause less trouble. And Andreassian, you saw his body language there just for a second. He kind of closed his eyes. He's trying to remember. He's in recall mode because, again, this is a well-known position. And does he know it? Is he as familiar with the ideas as Nakamura? That's the question. I like how Nakamura is showing a lot of respect to his opponent, playing pretty much his best openings. However, this is supposed to lead to equality if both sides know what they're doing. Nakamura, bogged down by all of those draws in the rapid section, he will want something a bit special. He won't want to, for example, just swap off this white knight in the center because that will lead to a very balanced position. How does he keep the tension? Will we see a knight retreat from Nakamura? Will this black knight on f6 just be defended? Lots of choice, but a balanced start to the game, you would say, Lawrence?
Yeah, it's kind of standard position. I don't think Hikaru will be too unhappy here. I don't love how Andreassian has played the past few moves. I don't know why he didn't plant a knight on f5 a little earlier, but the position is relatively balanced. Okay, this transformation, I think Andreassian's going to be quite happy with. You can put the queen on f3 now, simply improving the queen, put the knight on f5. The bishop can sometimes come out to e3 to neutralize this bishop. So he goes for knight f5 immediately. In f6, this is all a bit strange, and the computer not loving this at all. I wonder why that is. Seems as though there might be some tactics.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth, Lawrence. It feels like there should be some tactics. Just visually, once a knight arrives on f5 in any position, any time a knight arrives on f5, there will be tactics against the black king. And look at this, Andreassian, which move has he played? Okay, he brings his queen out. I'm being told there was a very strong blow, which would have won a pawn for white in that pass position. White could have played rook d1. Maybe we can show this, Lawrence, just a couple of moves ago. Andreassian, instead of queen g4, rook d1. And after queen to f7, for example, bishop takes h6, bang, winning a pawn. The whole idea is that after bishop takes f5, e takes f5, getting rid of this white knight, then bishop b3 at the end would be a monster threat. So there's no time to take white's bishop on h6. So a missed opportunity for white, for Andreassian there. Can he keep the momentum? Can he keep these tactical ideas up his sleeve? Nakamura looks very uncomfortable, you've got to say. Low on the clock as well, Hikaru, as white lines up these sacrifices in front of the black king. Bishop takes h6, for example, the idea we just showed, is still on tap. It's still a threat in the air. If black ever eliminates the white knight, captures the white knight with his bishop, then white gets the bishop pair, long-term advantage. And Hikaru playing with fire. Is he bluffing now? Is he just saying to Andreassian, you can calculate all of these sacrifices. I don't believe in it. The black queen, at least a good defender now. Lawrence, I've got to say, I'm scared for black. I'm scared for Hikaru.
I'm scared, but at the same time, I really like his last move because you really want to take on h6, but actually, after just g takes h6, queen takes h6, king g8, there's no immediate follow-up. You would love to do a little rook lift. Of course, the bishop controls e3. So it doesn't quite work out, and that's why he's gone bishop e3 first, in order to set things up. Rook takes e3 and now bishop b3. But with all of these trades, the power of white's attack diminishes. And after bishop takes b3, a takes b3, I actually feel like Hikaru is in full control now, because there really isn't a knockout sacrifice after bishop takes b3, a takes b3. You've just got to be careful of this move as black, rook g3, rook takes g7. But I think here we're going to see Hikaru trade some more pieces off the board. A takes b3, and now I think he's going to go knight e7, quite simply. Just get rid of that problem knight. There we go. Played, and now you've got all these weaknesses as white. Your attack suddenly doesn't really exist, and I think, Hikaru is in great shape now. Now you can take on f5, double on the d file. I think you've got to be very, very happy here as Hikaru. We can see Anish Giri in the background has crushed Sam's Shankland. So Sam not able to keep pace, Giri on 100%.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said about the game in front of us, Lawrence. Hikaru, it feels like the quality that he has is now shining through. He survived the attack, which was scary. He simply eliminated all of White's attacking pieces, especially the departure of that White Knight on f5. That signals the end of White's initiative. Andreassian went all in pretty much. He gambled on an attack against the Black King. But as soon as it kind of fizzled out, he's just left with ruins. Look at that white pawn structure. Look at the doubled B pawns. They are going to drop off long term. Look at the white doubled F pawns. Not impressive either. What is the white queen doing now on G3? You've got to ask her the question. She's completely stuck. She can't make a single move. White's rooks can't make a single move either. They're both tied down defending pawns. It's pretty much zugzwang. Any move that white makes is going to worsen his own position. It's rare to see this in the middle game with queen still on the board. Andreassian desperately tries to sacrifice a pawn. He pushes to b4. He's trying to open up his rook on a1. He's trying to get one open file at least to break through to get to black's position, but I think it's just not going to work. Look how classy this is from Nakamura. He grabs a pawn. He says, yes, you can get active with one piece. But I'm going to shut you down yet again, swap the queens off. It's just a very consistent strategy. Swapping off your opponent's best pieces, just removing any danger, any risk from the position. Hikaru is so good at doing this, and surely he's going to win the same game. The evaluation bar says the advantage is less than it previously was, but it's safer than it previously was. And I think that is exactly what Hikaru was looking for. Look at this again. H5, locking down the king side. Black is a pawn up on the other flank, so why take any risk at all? Sooner rather than later, white's pawns are just all going to drop off. Textbook endgame.
Yep. As soon as bishop b3 and bishop e3 happened, I felt the energy slip away for Andreassian, and Hikaru is just not going to make a mistake here. There's just no way he doesn't convert this. This is a mop-up job. He's going to take on f2, take on f5. He's going to take eventually on b3. He's going to be, he can do it this way as well. How many pawns up is he going to be here? He's already sort of 3 pawns potentially, yeah. Okay, rook a8, trying to set up some mating attacks, but yeah, he's going to take on f5. He comes back. Now there's no issue for the king. The king comes to g6, and Andreassian has had enough, rightly so. Let's go to, I was going to say let's go to Magnus Carlsen, but the game has already ended. Magnus has beaten Cheparinov already. So those guys keeping pace. Anish Giri. Shimanov, I am putting the curse on everyone, has beaten Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's a massive, massive result. Congratulations to Shimanov. I thought this was a bad pairing for him, but just a piece up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like a nice strategic win there by Shimanov, just completely outplaying his high-rated opponent. Magnus, we've got to say, we didn't manage to follow that game much, but it was a typical Magnus effort. Just a long grind, opposite color bishops, but with rooks on the board, he won a pawn and managed to break through eventually. Let's check out some of the games that are still going, Lawrence. Oh, we come in a moment too late there, but maybe a surprise result. It looks like Danielian has won, just judging by the final position on the board. Look at this, white's king caught in the crossfire, checkmate about to occur. No way to defend against the combined might of black's queen, black's bishop, and rook. And a surprise, taking down one of the highest rated players. Okay, and a second handshake we see there from Hikaru and Andreassian. I think that was after an analysis. They were just nicely discussing that game. So a handshake to say good luck to each other for the rest of the rounds. But again, most of the favorites cruising through. Maybe a few surprises, though, for the first time in the tournament, such as Nepomniachtchi dropping to defeat that.
Definitely, Nepomniachtchi in the open section. That's quite a big shock. Duda did beat Muradli. Muradli is a very, very strong blitz player, by the way. He's been crushing online recently. Sarin is up there. Abdusaturov looks like he's going to win to be on 100%. Hans Niemann, though, lost to Pranav. Now, you might be saying, hold on, who is Pranav? Pranav is a blitz god, has been crushing online. recently. That doesn't surprise me at all. By the way, Pranav, this was on board 14, has beaten Bluebaum, Indich, and Neiman, okay, and is rated 2440. That's an incredible start.
Lawrence, on our camera, I was about to say it's a dead drawn endgame between Givatadze, I believe, and Gunina, Valentina Gunina, very strong Russian player. But heartbreaking stuff. We've seen the first loss on time of the tournament, or one of the first losses on time. White simply forgot about the clock, was a bit too slow, and a dead drawn position, she flagged. That's the type of thing that can happen in this fast time control, especially over the board. 3+2, 2 seconds is not a big increment. So heartbreaking stuff there. But, yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just a little bit of drama we see in the women's section. Not
at all. The big game going on still in the open section is this Abdusaturov game playing against Tin. And I wonder if we can get some, well, we don't have video of it just yet, but apparently this, we can go to the Dubov game. Let's go see Daniel Dubov. He's playing against Naranyan. Let's go straight there. And it looks as though, wow, what a tricky position. The pawn is on the 7th. White is an exchange down. Black's king is weak. Daniel is probably going to try and play for a win here, I would expect, with White.
Yeah, and look at this tactics on the board. Bishop takes f6, boom, winning a pawn because now Black's pieces are overstretched. And okay, a nice tactic there by Narayanan. If the white queen had been taken, White would have made a new queen. If the white bishop had been taken, the black rook would have fallen. So he finds a way, Narayanan, to exchange off. And wow, we go into a king and pawn endgame. What is the evaluation here? Black has to be extremely careful. Black is a pawn down. However, it is a doubled pawn for White. And I think Narayanan has found a really nice way of keeping the balance. You don't want to rush towards the white pawns because then you will get kicked back. But look at this. The white king is going to come round the long way. Is Black able to hold? Lawrence, it's really hard to evaluate. In 2 seconds for Narayanan. Oh, he went down to 1 second there. He's racing against the clock and racing against this white king that's coming in. And it does look like White has the win here. He gets the opposition. And look at this.
Now F5.
Brilliant technique.
Yes.
By Dubov. F5. If this pawn is captured, White sits with the king on F4. Black's king will have to give way. But now it's a race. Who's going to get there faster? It looks like the white pawn is one move too quick. It's going to promote. Black's new queen would have dropped off in that variation, and Dubov wins the race. He wins the game.
Lovely bit of technique there, finding that F3 move by in that ending to beat Narayan from India. Daniel Dubov, therefore, keeping pace with the leaders. And after all that action, it looks as though things are pretty much settled. We will go for another very quick breather as we go into round 4. No super duper major upsets, I would say, just yet. The fan favorites still keeping up the pace. Hikaru, Nakamura, Magnus, Carlsen especially. Anish Giri now very much in the mix. Perhaps the big upset, actually, there was one, wasn't there? Shimanov beating Nepomniachtchi. That's quite a blow for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But plenty more rounds to go. We'll be back in just a few minutes with continued coverage of this year's World Blitz Championships. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the World Blitz Championships taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan. We're already on round 4. The games will be kicking off soon. We'll go through the pairings as well as soon as we have them. Before we go there, though, I'm alongside the one and only David Hale. David, it's been a pretty standard start so far, but there was a little bit of a strange incident in round 1.
That's right. For those viewers just joining us in round 1, we almost got off to a very dramatic start when the new world rapid champion, the reigning world classical champion, Magnus Carlsen, turned up 2.5 minutes late to a blitz game where he only had 3 minutes on the clock. So he basically gave his opponent an extra 2.5 minutes on the clock, gave him a handicap there, and yet he still managed to pull through and win, Magnus. So very dramatic. I'm not sure the reasons behind the delay that he experienced. Maybe he was celebrating after yesterday's victory, yesterday's gold medal. Maybe it was just a delayed trip to the tournament hall. I know the players are staying quite a distance from the venue. But either way, Magnus managed to avoid an upset there. And ever since, he's been cruising. We mentioned Magnus is on 3 out of 3. Hikaru Nakamura on 3 out of 3 now. After that very, very surprising start to the day. Since then, it's been smooth sailing. And we do see a crowd of players gathering. They're just waiting, hanging out, trying to stay in good spirits before round 4. This is still not even the 1/3 mark of today. It's 12 rounds in the open section, so still plenty of action, plenty of rounds left. Maybe we can check out the standings, Lawrence. Here we see the standings of the women's section, where there are only 6 players still on 100%, on 3 out of 3. Small group there.
Yes, small group, but very popular names. Antonetta Stefanova, Nana Dzagnidze, Harika, all super experienced grandmasters. Polina Shuvalova, now this is a name that we haven't spoken much about. Polina, one of the top promising young players coming through. She reached over 2,500 in classical chess. Extremely talented. I believe she won the World Junior Championships as well, if my memory serves me correctly. Clearly, a massive talent. Not really a surprise that she's on 100%. Elena Danielyan with a massive victory, beating Goyachkina in the last round. That is an upset. Yes, Elena is extremely experienced and accomplished, but to win with the black pieces against Goyachkina is an upset. She's had a fantastic rapid tournament, though, so she's clearly in form. Well done to her. And Natalia Buksa, also strong international master from Ukraine. No huge surprise there. In the matchups, the pairings for round 4, Shuvalova against Stefanova on board 1, Dzagnidze against Elena Danielyan on board 2, and Harika playing Natalia Buksa on board 3. Not so easy to call them. By the way, there is a crowd of players lingering over a board. We'll have a look at those pairings again. I don't exactly know what's going on here, David. Is a game still in progress in the open section? Let's see if we can get a clearer view of what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like they're just chilling. Maybe a couple of players were playing blitz, or some applause now. I did see a couple of arbiters in that group. One of the chief arbiters, Anna Srebrenic, there with the red hair, she was lingering. So yeah, it initially looked like there was a game still going, but the crowd is dispersing. Maybe it was just players relaxing between the rounds by playing even more blitz. Maybe they just can't get enough. But there we go. Once that crowd has dispersed, I do think we will start to see the pairings come out. And Lawrence, maybe we can go back to those matchups you mentioned on the top 3 boards. It's all the leaders against each other, but Tan Zhongyi on board 4 as well will be aiming to catch up with that leading pack. The Chinese player there on a hot streak after yesterday's gold medal in the World Rapid tournament. Meanwhile, the open section, I think we do have some standings. Okay, not yet. We don't have any standings there. We are still waiting on those. But okay, commentators curse. Pairings. and standings have just been updated. Let's go in and check out the results that we've seen so far. So a bit of a bigger pack here in terms of the leaders. We do see some of the familiar names that we mentioned. I think there are 12 players on 100% still after 3 rounds. That does include, of course, Magnus, Carlsen, Hikaru, Nakamura, Anish Giri, Nihal Sarin, Vachier-Lagrave. Pranav, though, Lawrence, you talked about a little bit, maybe the least familiar names to some of our viewers.
Possibly, unless you are a regular viewer of things like Title Tuesday on chess.com and some of the speed championships on chess.com, you will know the name Pranav. He is always up there. He's a tremendously talented Indian blitz specialist. It doesn't surprise me at all that he's on 3 out of 3 and beating some of the players he has. He's just beaten Hans Niemann. Hans in his own right is a very, very good blitz player, but Pranav is just very good. So doesn't surprise me. Tons of players on 100%. We've got Magnus, Abdusaturov is up there. We've got Yanchishev Duda. Shimanov with that great win against Nepomniachtchi means he's up there. But of course, everybody else on 2.5 is hardly in massive danger. There are 21 rounds of blitz. We're going to have 12 of them today. Round 4 coming up. So just tons and tons to go. And really, David, as I mentioned a few times yesterday, and it probably applies even more so to the blitz, it really is all about momentum. These are momentum tournaments. If you start to lose 1, 2 in a row, then that can be 3 in a row and suddenly 4 in a row, and your tournament is kind of destroyed. And the reverse also happens. You get to put a few wins together, all of a sudden you're back in it. So you want to make sure you really take that momentum through in each of the rounds. Yes, we can see the lovely shots of the playing hall. We've got, obviously, we've got the women's section, some friendly faces there, having a chat. Some players already sat down. Men's section, open section, I should say. We can see Ralph Mamedov there, the experienced Azeri Grandmaster, Parham Maksudlu, amongst others. Kovalyev also there, having a good chat. Nice to see some smiles.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Lawrence. It is all about momentum. Last year, I did play in the World Blitz and Rapid Championships. I think I had a 3-game winning streak followed by a 3-game losing streak. And it kept going on like that throughout the tournament. And these players, they know that things will be whittled down eventually. We will see a few leaders break out from the pack, but it's all about staying psychologically stable. And that's what the top players are so good at doing. And talking of the top players, we do have the matchups for round 4. Magnus Carlsen against Tomaszewski on board 1. That is a rematch. They did play each other in the rapid section, where Magnus took an important victory using the hippopotamus defense. On board 2, Nakamura against Nihal Sarin. What a match that's going to be. 2 speed specialists. The young Sarin, teenager from India, very dangerous, as he's shown in what's pretty much been his breakout year this year at the top level. Abdusaturov, former World Rapid champion, up against Yu Yangyi. Anish Giri taking on Shimanov, the destroyer of Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Duda playing the youngster that we mentioned, Pranav. Another name that might not be too familiar to some of our viewers, Denis Lazovic, another specialist online. He takes on the final leader of this pack of 12, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Some huge clashes, of course, further down the table, but those top 12 right now, who will stay on 100%? Who will keep the run going? That's the question. And Lawrence, maybe some thoughts, predictions on the top boards?
Well, I think Magnus Carlsen is just huge favorite against Tomaszewski. Yes, Tomaszewski's on 3 out of 3, but Magnus got wide, got the momentum. Bad pairing for Tomaszewski, in my opinion. Nakamura Sarin is a different kettle of fish, though, in my opinion. Yes, Hikaru is favorite, but Nihal Sarin, as you mentioned, David, had a breakout year this year. Fantastically talented in all formats, classical, rapid, and blitz, and is capable of upsets. So even though I think Hikaru should win this game. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw a bit of an upset here. And on board 3, Abdusattorov against Yu Yangyi. I think this is actually a bad pairing for Yu Yangyi. Abdusattorov is a tricky quantity. His style, I don't think, is that easy to absorb. Yu Yangyi, a very theoretical player. Abdusattorov, although knows lots of interesting ideas in the opening, a lot of them are not mainstream. He has an unorthodox opening style in many regards. And I think that's going to be a tough pairing for Yu Yangyi. Anish Giri also playing against Shimanov. I think this is a tricky pairing for Anish, David. Shimanov is a really, really dangerous little blitz player. I thought Jan Nepomniachtchi, who for me is he's top 5 blitz players in the world, I thought he would do it. But Shimanov winning that with black. Maybe Shimanov was white in that game. Apologies. Nevertheless, I think that's an awesome opportunity actually for Shimanov. Anish Giri, no slouch at blitz, but sort of maybe potentially awkward. And we see some players there. Aman Hambleton, somebody I know quite well, got in the ring with him, with Eric Hansen taking a break. And we've got the local heroine there. We've got Jansaya Abdumalik. She just passed the camera with the glasses. Jansaya from Kazakhstan, doing phenomenal things both in politics, chess. She's got an academy now. She's a real role model when it comes to chess in Kazakhstan. We go down the list, David, a bit more. I'm going to ask you your opinion. How about this one? Duda Pranav. Is there any danger there for the rating favorite?
There's always danger when you take on a younger player, especially a young, confident, attacking player like Pranav. And Duda will not be resting on his laurels in that game. And here we see the typical scene at any chess tournament: the players gathering as soon as the pairings are out. They flock to those pairing sheets just to check who they're playing, check what board they're on. It's often a scramble in the initial stages, and the players, as we see, are taking their seats. The games, I think, will start in 3 or 4 minutes, and there's different approaches. A lot of players like to get in the zone, sit down at the board, whereas others, they just want to have a good time, put their arms around each other, have a laugh, and stay relaxed. Nice scenes there between the two young Iranian players, Magzulu and Tabatabai. Meanwhile, Yu Yangyi takes his seat. Abdusattorov, you mentioned there, one of the favorites, maybe one of the breakout stars of the year at least. And Lawrence, as you said, nobody can rest easy. Anybody now at the top of the table on 100% is there for a reason. They have clearly performed well in their first few games. They're clearly seeing the board well, seeing the clock well. They're bang in form. So, that leading group of 12, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see 1 or 2 slip-ups by the high-rated players. Here we see Blitz champion Vachier-Lagrave, who has dropped half a point so far, but has been impressive regardless, facing Ahmed Adli, another former world junior champion. I mean, everyone here at the tournament seems to have a great CV. Everyone so established in the world of chess. And Van Foreest, Dubov, 2 of the most creative players in the world, sitting side by side, sharing a smile. 2 members of the Magnus Carlsen team sitting there. What you would give to be over there in Kazakhstan right now in that atmosphere. At the moment, the players do look pretty relaxed, but I'm pretty sure as we get towards the end of the day, the tiredness will kick in, the nerves will kick in. Everyone's going to be looking a lot more tense. Meanwhile, will we see Magnus Carlsen arrive late to the board? What do you think, Lawrence? Will he be on time?
I think he's always late to the board, but it's just a question of whether it's 10 seconds or 2 minutes. I don't think he's going to be too late this time. As you get to critical stages, you don't want to just be giving away advantages unnecessarily. We can see there Anish Giri and Shimanov sitting down.
Is he the best dressed player of the tournament, Anish Giri? He seems to look sharp every single day.
Yeah, he does look sharp. Maybe Jordan there we can see also potentially has a claim to best dressed player. Apparently Jan Nepomniachtchi has changed his shirt Perhaps because he was wearing, I think he was wearing a t-shirt earlier, and it may very well be against the regulations to wear a normal low-cut t-shirt. And I think you have to dress in business attire, or at least some kind of formal wear. So Nepomniachtchi in a different shirt.
Yeah, FIDE are very strict on that. No t-shirts, no jeans. It has to look good, I think, for the sponsors, for the cameras. There have been some controversial incidents in the past, players wearing shorts during the World Cup, getting kicked out of the tournament. But no, not in this tournament. It looks like everyone is adhering to those rules. And Hikaru looking in good spirits. He must be so relieved after the kind of trauma of all of those draws in a rapid tournament. Suddenly, he's back on form in his favored time control. And he's racking up the wins. It's back to what he's used to, Nakamura. Back to his stomping ground.
Yeah, and I think this is the game, actually, that we should focus on. Hikaru Nakamura against Sarin. This feels like the most juicy of the top board matchups. We'll, of course, keep an eye on all of the games, but excuse me.
I was going to say we should first see if Magnus Carlsen turns up, and he has turned up. So relief there for all the fans.
Indeed. Magnus Carlsen on time. And we will go to the Nakamura matchup playing against Sarin. You can see Nakamura not, his mind isn't wandering. He's focused on the board because he understands he has got a very, very tough matchup in front of him right now in the form of Nihal Sarin, one of the great talents from India. They've produced so many over the past few years. The names just roll off the tongue. But this young man especially, is he going to be the next Prince of India? Big shoes to fill in with Vishy Anand dominating at the top for so many years. But the moves are coming through, and we can see we have an Italian, and we're going to get a fairly standard position by the looks of things so far.
Yeah, it is a spin on the Italian, but not the Italian game itself. It's kind of a hybrid. They often call this the bishop's opening, or a mix with the Vienna, where white hesitates to develop the knight out to f3. Often this does at least float the idea of white's f-pawn pushing forward. White's f-pawn can push forward very quickly now that it's not blocked, in the style of the King's Gambit. So this is like a hybrid of all sorts of King's Pawn openings. Feels like Nakamura is trying to confuse his young opponent here, just with the move order. We'll wait for the board to catch up, to refresh with some of the moves. We see on the cameras that there have been a few moves since. But Nihal Sarin looking very relaxed. Nakamura, maybe the one spending a bit more time on the clock at this early stage. That's Nakamura's strategy. That's what works for him so well in the Blitz format, especially surprising his opponent, taking them out of kind of well-known waters, just forcing them to think, trying to confuse them. Here we see Nakamura, as you mentioned, focus mode. This is Nakamura in the flow. Let's see if...
Yeah, let's get a full screen view. Yeah, let's get a full screen view of the board while we get this transmission of the moves correct. Let's see if we can do that. And there we go. We're gonna have to look at this one from the side for the moment. Well, we've got the moves ready. So Nakamura's won the bishop pair very early on, but Nihal has a very solid position. And d5.
Yeah, black. d5, very nice move, breaking out. Black does have a very harmonious position, as you mentioned there, Lawrence, and the bishop pair won't live for too much longer. The light square bishops will get traded eventually, unless Nakamura can find an ingenious way of keeping them on the board. And the more exchanges that happen, the safer Black's position becomes. White, of course, is never really in any danger unless something crazy happens. White also has a very nice pawn structure, but it's very balanced. And look at what Nakamura's done. Opposite color bishop suddenly. He's given up the bishop pair, but he's breaking out now with f4. And this does look a bit odd to me, I've got to say. White's king has only 2 pawns in front of it now as shelter. Black's king looking much, much safer. Nakamura is arguing that long-term, his bishop is potentially stronger than Black's bishop. The c7 pawn for Black, maybe we can highlight that, is actually under fire right now. White is, in some variations, trying to take that pawn, using the fact that the Black queen is overworked, defending her bishop in the center. And yeah, I've got to say, I'm surprised that traditionally this type of pawn structure is very, very fine for Black, to say the least. But maybe in this exact position, Hikaru is banking on the fact that he's gained a bit of time. He's got a bit of energy in his position. His rook is going to slide across to e1 from a1. He's got ideas already in mind of sacrificing on h6 with his bishop just to explode open the Black king. I'm not saying it works right now, but it's something that Nihal Sarin has to calculate, has to burn time worrying about. And there we go, Hikaru. He's so good at this. He plays the natural, easy moves quickly. He's not worried about being accurate or kind of super precise every single move. It's only when things get really critical, that's where he spends his time. And it's those types of 80-90% type of moves that he excels in. And already we can see Nihal Sarin below on the clock playing a move like c6. That feels a bit cagey. And can Nakamura now start to look for those sacrifices to open up the Black king? Lawrence, the more I look at it, the more
I like
position.
a3. I have to say, all of these last moves are the moves I had pinned. You go a3, rook a1. These moves just can be played quickly. You slowly improve. And as you said, David, it's more about playing useful moves than playing the absolute most precise move. That isn't actually required in a position like this, because Black doesn't have any kind of resource or clear idea to punish you for playing a bit more standard. So, for example, a move like King h7 and Queen f2, another improving move. Now the Queen comes over to the King side, and all of a sudden, as Black, I would be very, very concerned playing this position here as Black. Knight f5. Now the knight can come to e4, but maybe Queen d4. Maybe this is his grand plan. Nihal would love to exchange queens. So it wouldn't surprise me actually if we see a move like King h1 or King h2. And he does play King h2. There you go. Anticipating Queen d4. Now, Queen f3, exactly. He wants to keep the queens on the board. I really love this by Hikaru. I think this is the right strategy, because now the queen on d4 is slightly misplaced, so the queen comes back to d7. Also makes a bunch of sense. Now a4 by Hikaru. Okay. He wants to put this pawn on b3, I believe, and just have a super solid queenside structure. Rook e8, I think he'll play b3 here. And he might even remove this bishop and put it over on b2 and claim that the bishop is actually doing a much better job on the long diagonal. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see bishop c1. A move like knight e4 also makes a bunch of sense, because then suddenly, you know, knight coming to f6 at the right moment becomes an idea. Queen f2 here also, but Queen f2 allows Queen d4, so I'm not sure you can do that. I think he'll play bishop. Rook e4, I was also thinking about this move as well, but it looked a bit weird to me. But there you go.
Meanwhile, Lawrence, we have to say it's dramatic on the clock for Nihal Sarin. Nakamura is so good at putting pressure on board and clock. He's created some small threats, and that has caused Nihal to burn time answering those threats. Under 10 seconds for Nihal. Surely it's going to be difficult to keep pace with Nakamura as the moves come thick and fast. The Black Knight contorting itself, rerouting itself. He wants those exchanges. He wants to simplify the position. But Nihal down to, is it 3 seconds? Did he make that move with 1 second left?
Looks like it.
Look at this, Lawrence. There are ideas of sacrificing. The white bishop can possibly take on g7. Oof, you have to really calculate this one well. If Nakamura wants to keep the tension, he'll just retreat his bishop. Is he going all in? He does, I think, sacrifice his bishop. And look at this, a huge attack brewing against the Black King.
Queen d6, Queen f8. Great defensive resource there by Nihal using the queen. And now knight e4, knight g5 is coming. But it looks as though, hold on a second, was it a bit premature? Can you play f5 here as Black? Queen g6 is not going to do it. Knight f6 check. King g7, you can just take and then bring the other rook in, and it's surely all over.
I mean, yeah, the other rook's coming. Rook f3, rook g3, lift that rook up the board, win that black queen. Nihal Sarin had seconds left on the clock. Nakamura gambled with the sacrifice, but it's a gamble that's going to pay off. And look at this. The position's changed slightly. White has won a rook. Exchange up. But it's not so easy. That white knight is dropping. Nakamura maybe a bit over hasty in the way he converted the advantage there. Suddenly,
he's shaking his head. He's miscalculated something, and all of a sudden we have a completely random ending. 2 pieces against the rook with some pawns. This could go any way whatsoever. This has been a major miscalculation by Hikaru, who surely had a winning position. Nihal Sarin showing he is so tough. Knight d4.
Yeah, slip-ups by both players in that time scramble. Remember, Nihal is one of the best bullet players out there in the world, one of the highest-rated bullet players on chess.com. Same goes for Hikaru, but this is not going to be one-way traffic. Hikaru has won another pawn, though, on the queen side. It's now rook and 3 pawns for bishop and knight. That is a significant material advantage. That white a-pawn, watch out for it moving further forward, undermining the black bishop. Hikaru, meanwhile, he needs to trade off those rooks. He's desperately begging for a set of rooks to leave the board because white's rook will be stronger than black's 2 minor pieces if those other set of rooks disappear. Here, Nihal Sarin giving a check. He's won one of the white pawns. This is crazy stuff. And look at this, a sacrifice by Nakamura, giving up his rook for bishop. Is the white a-pawn going to decide the game? Black's rook cannot come across to stop white's a-pawn. It's going to become a new queen. Surely winning for white now. Instructive stuff. Nakamura giving up material, but running through with his passed pawns. And desperation from Nihal Sarin. He wins the white rook, but white makes a new queen. This is game over. Too many pawns for white. No chance of a fortress for Nihal. And you can see it on the body language. Nihal knows he's losing. Yeah,
well done by Hikaru. Great fight there by Nihal, but it was just too much to deal with so little time. And Hikaru does come through a winner. Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, blew out Yevgeny Tomashevsky. Tomashevsky didn't even know what hit him in that game. That was a complete murder. But Nordibek Abdusaturov has lost to Yu Yang Yi. And Anish Giri has beaten Alexander Shimanov. Duda did beat Pranav in the end. But what did we say about Denis Lazovic as well? As an outside underdog, has beaten Shahryar Mamedyarov. So Lazovic, the blitz specialist, online blitz specialist, are still doing phenomenally well. In the women's section, Shuvalova does beat Stefanova. And Daniela is just having an amazing tournament, beating Nana Zagnidze. Tang Zhongji, though, keeping pace with the leaders, having beaten Etalik with the black pieces. So 2 leaders in the women's section on 100%. And in the open, we've got all your big names still on 4 out of 4. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Yu Yang Yi has had a great tournament. And we've got the young, well, for many people, unknown quantity, Denis Lazovic, a real tough player. I wonder who he's going to play in round 5. Be really interesting to see it.
Lawrence, there is still action on the board. Niemann is fighting for victory. I think this is against Manuel Petrosian. And Hans Niemann here, he's got an extra pawn as white. Black is struggling here. The black king is so far away. White has a 2 versus 1 pawn advantage. Very strong protected pass pawn, that f-pawn. He's going to start pushing it forward. He's going to bring his king in. But if the black king gets back towards the king side in time, towards those pawns, maybe drawing chances. Has Niemann missed the moment? He's indecisively retreating his knight. He's going the whole way back. Surely now the black king is in the vicinity of his pawns. He should be able to hold this now. I think Hans has gone in the wrong direction with his king, with his knight, and should be safety. The position repeating itself. You've got to be careful not to walk into a 3-fold repetition here. Hans, he needs to find something else. I think he's blown it. He was winning when we joined this. Ooh. And wow, giving up his knight, gambling on his passed pawns here, Hans Niemann. He's got to push forward. But the black knight is stopping those pawns from advancing. And suddenly, who's winning? What is the result? Hans retreats.
Knight f7, surely. Knight f7. Knight f7 was
Hans panicking down to 1 second when he made that move. The Black King is coming round. I think we've seen a complete turnaround. Hans is losing. Suddenly the Black King is winning the race. It's going to take that white pawn, and Hans resigns, blowing a completely winning endgame.
Wow. What a turnaround. Hans Niemann, and a big smile there by Petrosian. Hans Niemann disgusted with himself. He gambled because he had to win. He felt like he had to push in that position, but it all went horribly wrong. Hans Niemann, still plenty of chess left, but you start losing a couple and you can get in that death spiral, David. We've all been there. You lose 2 bad games, then it's 3, 4, and 5, and before you know it, you're wondering, what are you doing playing the tournament? Still got some more action here. On board 21 of the women's section, we've got the match Mkhitaryan against Gaboyan, an all-Armenian clash. And what's going on here? Rook versus Knight. Should be a draw.
Theoretical draw, but of course very difficult to defend if you just have the Knight and only a few seconds on the clock. So huge focus here in this Armenian battle. Looks like Black's doing a good job so far. The drawing method is to keep checking the White King as often as you can, force the White King away from yours, and there should be no way for White to make progress. I think we'll have repeated the position 3 times if Black brings a Knight back, but okay, there we go. A handshake, well defended there by the player with the black pieces. Ooh, time scrambles galore, Lawrence. This is stressful stuff. Blitz over the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We see it time and time again in these championships, but fair play. The draw was the correct result there. Still a lot of players hanging out, enjoying the social element of this tournament as well. Yes, it's a serious tournament. Yes, it's a world championship, but it always has a slightly different feel when you play a rapid or blitz tournament. In a classical tournament, you would never get this camaraderie of players just hanging out in the lobby or hanging out in the playing hall and talking. But it's a bit more lighthearted, the blitz. Still a very, very serious tournament, of course, a world championship. But nonetheless, nice to catch up with some people. And also, it's a chance to catch up with people that you don't see all the time. It's such a big tournament, people from all over the world. You do, of course, forge friendships in this world as well. And it's nice to catch up with people that you might have not seen for a long, long time.
Yeah, and meanwhile, round 4 has concluded. And on that note, we will take a short break. We will look at the standings. We'll look at the pairings for the next round in a moment. But in the meantime, go grab yourself a drink and be back with us in a few moments.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to live coverage of this year's FIDE World Blitz Championships here on chess.com. The tournament itself taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan, but we are bringing you all the action live and direct. I'm joined once again, of course, by the main man himself, Grandmaster David Howell. David, we've had a few rounds, tons of chess left to play. Who has caught your eye so far in this tournament?
Well, actually, plenty of players have impressed so far. It's still early, of course. Plenty of rounds to go. But I've got to say, those favorites, especially Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, not once have they looked in trouble on the board. They've just cruised to 100% to 4 points out of 4. Here we see the standings of the open section and all of those at the top, those 6 players now on 100%. They've looked great. Denis Lazovic, special shout out to him. As you mentioned, Lawrence, a star on chess.com, a star of Title Tuesday events especially, but he's showing he can do it over the board too. And he has crushed some very strong grandmasters on his path to 100%. In the chasing pack, there's only 3 players on 3.5 out of 4, and Eric Hansen is one of them. The chess bra, Eric Hansen, he did tweet a couple of days ago that he was feeling unwell. He had experienced flu-like symptoms, but he's clearly recovered, and it's great to see him back to his best. After a slow start, a draw in the first round against someone rated 500-600 points lower than himself, he's on a streak. He's won his last 3 games, and he will be feeling confident. So those names stand out to me, but it is a long tournament, as you mentioned, Lawrence, and some superstars as well in the chasing pack.
Absolutely. Would love to see Eric make a good run in this tournament. Very, very accomplished Blitz player. Of course, really made his bones playing Blitz. His channel, the Chess Bra channel, go and check it out. That's where he plays, and it has been predominantly Blitz. So no super surprise to see Eric actually having a good tournament. And as you said, in that big pack of players on 3 points, a lot of big names. They are nowhere near out of it yet, just 1 point behind. Dubot, Van Forest, Mamedyarov, Nihal Sarin. The list goes on. Pranav, who we also spoke about as a sort of surprising underdog. Although if you've been watching all the chess on chess.com over the past year or two, you will know that Pranav is a very, very accomplished Blitz player. A lot of players clearly really looking forward to seeing the big matchup, though. Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. They haven't been paired yet, as far as I understand, but I think it's very, very likely that we see that pairing today. I personally would love to see Denis Lazovic play either Hikaru or Magnus in the next round. I think there's a really good chance that that does happen. We'll wait for the pairings in a minute. But in the women's section, we've only got 2 leaders, David. Polina Shuvalova and Elena Danielian, both showing fantastic form so far.
Yep, Shuvalova looking impressive. She didn't do too well. She wouldn't have met her high expectations in the Rapid, but the Blitz, she started on fire. Well-deserved, 100% there. And Elena Danielian doing it the hard way, beating some of the top seeds. Like you said earlier, Goryachkina was one of her victims in the earlier rounds. She's looking good. It's clear that these 2 leaders will play each other. But yet again, a huge chasing pack and some big names there. We do see Danielian have the white pieces against Shuvalova. Can she keep up that winning streak? Mamedyarov from Azerbaijan against Tan Zhongyi. Badelka against Harika. Arabidze against Gunina. And the final player on 3.5, Natalia Buxa, takes on Katerina Langno, who has recovered after a shock first round defeat. The top seed, of course, in the Blitz section. Very many big names here. I'm also looking slightly further down. Alexandra Kostenyuk, Lawrence, takes on our good friend Tanya Sachdev in a battle of 2 very famous streamers, 2 great ambassadors for chess.
Yeah, and Tanya actually, she was showing some decent form in the Rapid yesterday. Got to say, not massively bullish on Tanya in this particular matchup. I've played both of them extensively at Blitz, and I can tell you, Alexandra is a really tough player, especially with the white pieces. Tanya is going to have to be in fantastic shape to hang out with Alexandra Kostenyuk in this game. Really curious to see how board 1 goes, though, because I have to say, I've also played Polina, I've never played Elena at Blitz, and she's in such good form, and she's so difficult to play with black as well. I mean, she's got this very orthodox style. So I'm very curious what happens there. And I want to say another name, Gunay Mamadzadze, in the mix. Gunay is a very, very dangerous Blitz player. Also had the opportunity to play against her. She could definitely make a big run in this tournament as well. She didn't really manage to find her feet in the Rapid, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if in the Blitz she starts to shine. And we can see there all the players gathering in the playing hall, walking around, loosening up. Alexander Grishchuk, not really getting too involved with the other players, fraternizing less than the other players. We can see that that's Bado Jabava, and we've got Fedoseev, Bado Jabava. What a player he is! One of the biggest characters chess has ever created. Really, top bloke, and really, I think I echo the sentiments of a lot of people when I say we all want to see him back to his top level, back to his prime. He really had a fall from grace. He was rated 2,700 plus in classical chess, went under 2,600, which is just absurd. His talent is unquestionable. I think we would all love to see Bado back to playing the kind of chess we know he can play.
Lawrence, I want to see him dancing. I want to see Jabava dance. That's what all his fans of his stream are used to.
Yes. Not such a big fan of his dancing or his taste in music, may I say. But certainly when it comes to pure chess talent, very few have got what he has. Some other players there in the playing hall. You notice how you don't see Hikaru and you don't see Magnus. They do tend to tuck themselves away between rounds. You won't see Magnus fraternizing with even somebody like, either the chess bras or, maybe some of his countrymen who are there. Magnus does like to have a bit of alone time between rounds. He's fully focused. Pairings are out, David. Let's see what we've got for round 5.
Yeah, and we have some huge matches. For the first time in the tournament, some of the top seeds are facing off against each other. And wow, Lawrence, look at board 1. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Magnus Carlsen. Huge game. They face each other so many times, both over the board and online over the past 12 months, with mixed results, trading blows. Duda certainly capable of upsetting Magnus there. Board 2 as well, equally big. Anish Giri on 100% against Nakamura. Can Anish keep up his great form in the Blitz so far? It's going to be a challenge, though, up against Nakamura, and Yu Yangyi up against the youngster, Denis Lazovic. Eric Hansen has made his way up to board 4, as we mentioned. He faces off against Vasif Durabaili. He will fancy his chances there. Very balanced on paper. Anything could happen. And the chasing pack below that, headed by Vachier-Lagrave, the current World Blitz champion. But it's all about those top two boards, Lawrence. I mean, where are we going to focus on? It's you could take your pick. Just huge matchups.
It's been a few rounds since we've actually been on Magnus. I think we should look at Duda Carlsen because Jan-Krzysztof more than capable of beating Magnus if he gets the sort of position he likes. Giri Nakamura, as you said, tough pairing for Anish. I always feel like Hikaru's got a little, just one over Anish in recent times. I will be keeping a very keen eye on Yu Yangyi against Lazovic, though. I think this is actually a tough pairing for Lazovic. Yu Yangyi is a really dangerous player with white, and I would like to see Lazovic stay in contention because I want to see how he fares against both Magnus and Hikaru. But we'll see. And as you said, Eric Hansen will fancy his chances against Durabaili. Absolutely. This is a dream pairing for Eric Hansen. 3.5 out of 4, and you get Vasif Durabaili. No offense to Vasif Durabaili, of course. Class player, great grandmaster. But if you were Eric Hansen and you could have bumped into whoever else, MVL or somebody like a Fabiano Caruana, he'll be fancying this one for sure.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we will be following all the games, all the results as they tick in. Meanwhile, I think the games will start in a few minutes. We're still waiting for the arrival of some of these players. Yeah, Duda, Carlsen, I've got to ask for predictions. You mentioned maybe Anish struggling in recent times against Nakamura, but predictions on these top two boards, Lawrence?
Really tough to do a prediction. Duda, Carlsen, I'm going to go draw. I think Jan Krzysztof will not want to lose. I think he's going to employ a little bit of a slightly less risky strategy. And on board 2, Anish Giri playing against Hikaru Nakamura. We're actually going to stay with this game as it's a real fan's favorite. I'm actually going to go 0-1. I'm going to go with Hikaru on this one. I think that Anish has really struggled against Hikaru in recent times. I like the fact that Anish is very poised and he's already thinking about which opening he wants to employ. They've played so much chess together in recent times. But Hikaru looks like he's getting a bit of flow, a little bit of momentum, and he's probably the most dangerous player when it comes to blitz. If he does build that momentum, he can become a runaway train. And so I'm going to go with Hikaru Nakamura. David, do you echo my feelings, or do you think it's going to be slightly different?
I mean, these two top pairings, they could go either way, of course, but I will say we will see the first surprises. As you mentioned, Duda could employ a maybe more solid strategy against Magnus. I actually think Duda has great chances of causing an upset there. Duda looking good in the blitz so far. And I'm going to back Anish. I do think Anish, he's notoriously difficult to beat, of course. I think he might try and frustrate Nakamura, and yeah, we'll see where that game takes us. I do think Anish, with white especially, is a force to be reckoned with. So we will see what happens once those two players arrive. We're waiting for Magnus Carlsen, as usual, the storyline of today so far, of course, and Nakamura arriving with a smile. A little joke with Anish. Looks like we are also waiting. Is this board 4 between Eric Hansen and Durabaili? Neither player at the board so far. And I know Durabaili these days lives in the US. Eric Hansen, I believe, knows him very, very well. There we go. Players have arrived. We'll see a handshake in a moment. Some confusing stuff happening behind them, perhaps. Looks like they were just maybe struggling to find their board. And the handshake. Yeah, this game I do predict to be very, very wild. Both players with very aggressive styles. But Duda, meanwhile, Magnus is keeping him waiting. He's keeping us waiting. But the handshake comes. The world champion arrives. And I think with that, we will shortly see the first moves land on that board. Yeah, it's this one is it's really heating up. It shows that the blitz now has fully commenced. This is only round 5, remember, of 21, but already some of the top dogs facing each other. And it's in these types of clashes that the title will be decided eventually. Here we go. The clocks have been pressed. Anish opening with 1d4. We see a Queen's Gambit declined from Hikaru Nakamura. Very quick moves at the start of this game. Very theoretical stuff. And Lawrence, you expected, we were discussing maybe a solid approach, a slower approach from Anish Giri. This is certainly not the most aggressive line, but it will ask Hikaru maybe some long-term strategic questions. C5 here, very thematic pawn break, and we'll see a bunch of exchanges in the center of the board. There we go. A set of pawns, a set of knights have left. I do slightly fear that we might see a well-known draw variation, but how ambitious is Anish Giri feeling? This is well known to end up in a draw if dark square bishops come off the board. I've seen plenty of draws between Timur Radjabov and Hikaru Nakamura in this variation. They've discussed this variation several times in the past. Anish Giri now has a choice between trading off dark square bishops or just castling the white king.
Yeah, not the most exciting of openings, that's for sure. White with that long short-term positional advantage playing against this isolated pawn, but black's minor pieces and development fully compensating for that deficiency, with the rooks being able to come into the center and not really being able to attack that pawn. So of course, also a lot of pressure here. And after knight d4, knight e6, we could get one of those positions, David, a move like queen d2, and then there could be a big trade on d4, and all of a sudden we've got a very dull, symmetrical position. And that is a real possibility here.
I can tell by the tone of your voice, Lawrence, you're not so enthused by this game anymore. It does look like Anish has taken the kind of risk-averse approach, the pragmatic approach. He knows Hikaru is dangerous. Hikaru is on form. And here we go. A set of knights have left the board. A set of queens have just been traded off as well. And yeah, this one is fizzling out towards a draw very, very shortly. Unfortunately, Hikaru does know everything there is to know about this type of opening. He's an expert in the Queen's Gambit decline, so it would have been difficult to get an opening advantage anyway, but Anish didn't leave any tension in the game. The rooks will all eventually trade each other off on the open files, and White's slightly superior bishop, long-term, cannot really make any headway against Black's solid structure. And as was said in the feature chat there, it looks like the draw gambit accepted, not the Queen's Gambit in this game. Hikaru couldn't really have pressed harder. Unfortunately, with Black, it's tough to do so. Anish, playing very solid stuff. And looks like a draw. The players have shaken hands. They are discussing the game. Let's go over to the other big matchup of the round. Magnus Carlsen, Black against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. This one much more tense, Lawrence. Much more life left in this position.
Oh yeah, far more ambitious play by both Duda and Carlsen. We have a kind of interesting position, which has come from a modern defense. Magnus has really been playing this modern or perk consistently over the past few months. He's had fantastic results in the Meltwater Chess Tour. Playing now against Duda, Queen c5. And I think Magnus will be relatively happy with his position, actually. It looks just balanced to me, but I don't see any reason why Magnus will be unhappy. He's going to double on the d-file, and then he's got to make a decision about exactly how best to improve. Jan-Krzysztof also not with an easy task here as White. The moves don't come that naturally as White, in my opinion, here. So let's see what Jan-Krzysztof goes with. He goes with knight b3, queen c6, okay, f3.
Yeah, it does feel a bit loose for White now somehow. The White king not entirely safe on certain diagonals, some dark square weaknesses around that White king long term. Watch out for that to become a factor later. And White's knight on b3, a terrible square for it. I guess the idea was to kick away the Black queen, but White's knight really urgently needs to relocate, reroute itself. Also, I'm looking at the clock times, Lawrence. Magnus has had around 30 seconds extra, 45 seconds extra on the clock for most of the game. And I think the longer that situation continues, the more trouble we'll see for Duda. But Magnus offering a trade of light squared bishops. Is that a signal that he's happy to just swap off pieces, happy to simplify the task and maybe head towards equality? Or is this an ambitious try by Magnus? White's piece is still a bit clumsy.
Yeah, White's piece is still a bit clumsy. Rook d2 I like, though. This is a lovely little move by Jan-Krzysztof. The point is that if rook takes d2, knight takes d2, now all of a sudden the queen protects the a4 pawn. And now, structurally speaking, we have to say, all the pawns pretty much on white squares, but all of Black's pawns on dark squares. And that means that they are targets for this bishop in a long-term perspective. And also this bishop itself might suffer a little bit. Now, I don't think it's anything major, but hold on a second. Knight e3 comes. Suddenly the d5 square becomes an optimal post, potentially, for that white knight. So if I play knight e3, what are you supposed to reply with there as Black? Because if you go bishop f8, I might go knight d5.
Yeah, it feels like Duda is turning the tide slightly. You're right, Lawrence. That Black bishop is definitely the problem piece in not just this position, but any future endgames. Black's bishop is terrible. That's why Magnus is retreating, rerouting it. But as you mentioned as well, tactics in the air now, utilizing maybe the pin On Black's knight, White's bishop along that diagonal has some tricky ideas, and Duda jumps in. Knight d5, direct threat. Has Magnus slipped up? How does he defend against this? If knight takes knight, if knight takes d5, White's bishop takes the black rook. I don't see any compensation there for black, or not sufficient at least. Will Magnus have to worsen his own pawn structure, blocking with an ugly move such as g5, pushing a pawn just to swap off knights? White's knight is just too strong, surely.
Yeah, I think he probably has to go g5. Okay, gives a check first. The king will go to h1 or h2, probably h2, I would guess. And then g5 will happen. He goes to h1. G5 on the board, takes, but maybe this isn't so bad, because after queen takes f6, actually this bishop on h4 doesn't have a somewhere to go to. So he has to go to e1, which...
We should also mention the clock times seriously favor Magnus here. This is the type of position where the Magnus effect could come into play. We are headed towards a slower position. The queens have now come off. It's an endgame. And Duda only has a few seconds left. 2 seconds for Duda. As he makes this move, he's making moves with 1-2 seconds left. Look at the white king as well, caught in the corner, in a box. Can never really escape. Duda desperately trying to open up a path for his king, but look at this, Lawrence. White's bishop is attacking the a5 pawn, but more urgently, Black's bishop has found a fantastic place, fantastic outpost in the center. We will see a trade of a few more sets of pawns. I think both of the A pawns will leave the board, and then it's a question of whether Duda can neutralize the activity of Black's pieces. Suddenly, the risks Magnus has been taking, maybe they're paying off. What do you think, Lawrence? Easy draw for Duda here, or is it going to be difficult to hold?
Not at all. Feels like a bit of a grind here for Duda. Suddenly, Black has got the active pieces, got the outpost on d4. Bishop g3 actually wins a pawn. So hold on, Duda has already made a slight mistake here, because there was back rank checkmate threatened, and now you can take on h4, bishop f4, and now you're actually able to keep the c5 pawn on top. So after bishop e3 check, king h2, the rook now goes to b4. Oof, it's very close, but it feels as though...
Look at that white king. It's almost getting checkmated. It's having to march up the board. Magnus now also low on the clock. Seconds left. Duda is fighting for his life. He's scrambling. He's running with his king. But, okay, the positions change. Magnus has won a second pawn in his quest for victory. Duda, I think, had to give up a second pawn in order to just break his king out of that mating net. And surely this is winning for Magnus. The H and G pawn's too strong. Okay, one pawn is dropped, the c5 pawn, but Magnus is simply going to start hoovering up White's remaining pawns. White c pawn is dropping. White's king is stuck on the edge of the board. Lawrence, Magnus is going to win, surely.
Yeah, no question about it. This is going to be a win. Just one check is not going to be enough for Jan Krzysztof Duda. It all went horribly wrong. At some point, Duda did have everything under control, but it felt as though with that bishop on e1, he was going to have trouble coordinating his pieces, and Magnus just did what Magnus does, which is slowly impose himself. And indeed, looks as though Magnus has, in fact, already won the game. We're going to wait for confirmation of that. The video feed is a bit lagging, but I can see here on the board that the game has been won. Magnus Carlsen pulling away from the rest of the field, or is he? We've still got Yu Yangyi against Denis Lazovic. What's going on there? And Yu Yangyi, pressing, it seems.
Yeah. Wild position, but here Denis Lazovic is the exchange down. Yu Yangyi has the rook for knight advantage. However, the pawn structure does favor Black slightly. There are some threats against the white king, I was going to say, but suddenly there's a pin. Black's knight has found itself pinned. Desperation now, simply no way to keep that knight intact. Denis Lazovic is having to throw away all of his pawns simply to trade off pieces to get himself out of this pin. And now it's a simple process of trading off pieces for Yu Yangyi. Denis Lazovic, one of the underdog stories of the tournament. I think he's crashing to defeat here. Yu Yangyi looking very impressive. And has Denis Lazovic resigned? I think he has, due to the pin on his knight on the third rank. Yeah, still so few draws, very few draws apart from that Giri against Nakamura clash, as everyone's taking risks. Everyone's going all out for victory. And,
Here's a stat
very
about
important results
draws.
for the standings.
Here's a stat about draws. Looking at the women's section, firstly, top 6 boards, all black victories. That is something you almost never get. That was in the top 6 boards. But here's another stat. Actually, I should probably correct that. It might even be, yes, top 6 boards. Top 20 boards of the women's section, no draws. Absolutely no draws in the top 20. All decisive results. They fight tooth and nail, hardest fighters out there, and tons of decisive results. I should point out that in the open section as well, we did have a draw. Giri Nakamura. Eric Hansen is playing Dora Bailey. That game is still going on. Eric, it is a draw, objectively speaking, but is he going to magic something here? Doubtful. Very, very doubtful. I mean, King C6, Knight A3. Yeah, you find it difficult to believe that Eric is going to make something work here.
Yeah, looks like an elementary draw. There's no way to force the exchange of knights in in any favorable circumstances. At some point, Black's knight will find a way to sacrifice itself for the white pawn, and Durabaili has found that path. So a dead draw now. No way to keep the white pawn intact. Therefore, a draw. So decent result for both sides. They'll still sit on a very, very healthy score, but maybe a missed opportunity, small missed opportunity for Eric Hansen with the white pieces.
Possibly, yes, but a draw is hardly the end of days. He stays in touch with the leaders, as is Fabiano Caruana, beating Alexander Predka with the white pieces, and Shimanov with another big win, beating Dubov with the white pieces this time. He's beaten Nepomniachtchi. Now he's beaten Dubov. He is on 4 out of 5. He's in the mix. Mamijarov staying close to the pack as well. So, a lot of the top guys are hanging in there, but Magnus Carlsen creating a little bit of separation. I beg your pardon, not quite. Yu Yangyi. So Yu Yangyi and Magnus Carlsen will face off in the next round. That is the pairing we do know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Yu Yangyi deserves his chance against the champion. And he's looked very impressive so far. So don't write off Yu Yangyi. But Magnus, inching away, he will at least make Nakamura wonder whether going for that early draw against Giri was the right thing to do. As you mentioned, Lawrence, plenty of rounds still ahead. We are starting to see those huge clashes on every board now at the top. And maybe some games still going, but either way, I think, the drama of that round was resolved in a very satisfactory way for the Norwegian player. And,
all right.
Are there still some games going here?
There are, but we are going to go for a quick breather as they come to a conclusion. So far, Magnus Carlsen showing no signs of stepping off the pace, really. He won the Rapid World Championships. Now he's on 100% in the Blitz World Championships. Who is going to stop this man? Will it be Yu Yangyi? Will it be Hikaru Nakamura? Or will it be somebody else? There'll be plenty more drama to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for round 6 of the World Blitz Championships in just a jiffy.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the World Blitz Championships. We are moving on to a race stage for today. Round 6 in the Open, a few less rounds played in the women's section. Nonetheless, things are starting to nicely heat up. The big favorites leading the way, especially Magnus Carlsen, hot off his win of the Rapid Championships yesterday. His form, and his desire to keep winning has clearly not relented whatsoever. Magnus on 100% after round 5, dismantling Jan Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces in the last round. Hikaru Nakamura not able to beat Anish Giri, who decided on playing a very solid setup with white. But it's Yu Yangyi, the Chinese Grandmaster, who beats the online sensation Denis Lazovic to join Magnus on 100% in the open section. And in the women's section, it's really all been about the black pieces in the previous round. The top 6 boards, all black victories, quite astonishing. But there is only one player on 100%, and that is World Junior Champion and one of the hottest talents out of Russia, Polina Shuvalova, on 5 out of 5. Closely tailed, however, by Harika Tan Zhongji, who, of course, won the World Rapid Championship yesterday, and Valentina Gunina, who can beat anybody on her day. David, looking at those standings there for the Open, how do you see things at present?
Well, it is starting to bunch up at the top. A lot of players in the chasing pack. As you mentioned, Yu Yangyi will have his shot against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus looking just at the top of his game now. I think full of confidence after his victory in the Rapid tournament. And it is up to Nakamura, it is up to Giri to try and show that they can get that momentum back. Often, the way chess works is when you take a timeout, when you take a quick draw, the chess gods punish you. So can Nakamura and Giri get back to winning ways? They are the only 2 players half a point behind the leaders. So I think they'll both get downflows. They will both play players on a slightly lower score group. Of course, in the chasing pack, we have the likes of Ganguly, Duda, Dubov, Sarin, Caruana. I think is slightly further down if we keep looking, if we keep scrolling. And yeah, of course, no easy matchups. It is just about momentum. As you said a bit earlier, you don't want to let up at all. We will be reaching the halfway stage of the day after this next round. So the players know they'll get a bit of a break. They will still have plenty more chess to go. I don't think, however, we'll see the likes of Nakamura, Giri take any more kind of safety first approaches. I think that was their one game of the day, and they'll get back to going all out maximalist for the win. They know they need to chase Carlsen. They can't expect Carlsen to drop any points the rate he's going. So every move matters at this point. Meanwhile, we see the tournament hall, players looking very calm, very relaxed. I think this is the chief arbiter nearest the camera, talking to his comrade, his compatriot there. I think that's Guy Magemi from Iran, very strong grandmaster. And yeah, again, that is always the most tense moments as we wait for the pairings, as we wait for the standings to come out. Everyone has their different approaches. Magnus and Hikaru, they both have their own special rest areas, their green rooms, where they chill between games. They're very lucky in that regard. I've always wondered why FIDE do allow certain players those special privileges. But either way, it looks like Duda there in the foreground. The others, they're waiting, itching to get going. Maybe we can check out, as you mentioned, those. Okay, we'll wait for the standings for those pairings in the women's section. I don't think they're quite out just yet. But Lawrence, what have you been most excited about today? What have you been most impressed by?
For me, it's always I enjoy seeing the up and coming players, the dark horses. I love seeing an underdog perform. So, for example, in the Rapid, we saw the likes of Vincent Kamer or Vladimir Fedoseev, who on paper are underdogs, causing some of the big guys a problem. And today, I'm just keeping my eye out for one of those players to potentially break through. Denis Lazovic took a big hit, losing to Yu Yang, so it's going to take him a few rounds to get back into the sort of mix. But for example, Alexander Shimanov has done fantastically well, beating Dubov and Nepomniachtchi so far. You've got the likes of Haik Martirosyan, who could do something. Fedoseev himself is up there. Nihal Sarin, although maybe not considered a pure underdog anymore, is up there. And the list goes on. So, clearly, when we see these top young players, it's always great to see, because they don't get a chance to play the absolute elite a lot of the time. So this is their big chance, their big moment. I will say, going through the list of players, David, that some monumental results are coming in. Jan Nepomniachtchi losing to Naranian. Jan Nepomniachtchi, I don't even think is on 50%, or maybe 50%. He's having a torrid time, and already with losing so much traction in this tournament, you fear for his chances moving forward here. It looks like he's just going to be out of the running straight away. So
yeah, these tournaments are brutal, Lawrence. I remember once I played, I think it was in the World Blitz a few years ago. I lost round 1, I drew round 2, and my reward for that was playing Levon Aronian in round 3. So you often see even the top seeds struggle in the initial phases. Often they might be kind of lingering around 50% +1, around the middle of the pack. But as we also discussed earlier, it only takes a little burst of wins, a burst of energy to catch up a bit later on. There we see Mamedyarov in very good spirits in the playing hall. Lawrence, I want to ask you the question. We see these little cliques, these little friendship groups in the tournament hall between the rounds. What would you be doing? Who would you be chatting to between the games?
I would be chatting to you. No, I mean, it would be, Magnus isn't there. Fabi, I think, hides himself away pretty much. Maybe, somebody like, I don't know, the Chess Bras, somebody like Aryan Tari. If he's always a good guy to chat to. Who else? Maybe MVL. Wouldn't mind chatting. He's nice to talk to, although I think he's quite focused. I don't think he's being too chatty between rounds. Jordan Van Forest. I'll be with Jordan. There we go. There's your answer. It'd be me and Big Jordan hanging out. Good kid.
Great answer.
Yeah.
I agree. And there we did see more of the players, but we do have the standings for the women's section. They have played 5 rounds now. Shuvalova, you mentioned, separating herself from the pack, taking the outright lead. She is chased down by 3 players. Harika, who I was very impressed by, played the Olympiad earlier this year while 8.5 months pregnant. That was incredibly impressive. She did so well there. Won a medal in the end for her team. Tan Zhongyi, one of the players of the year so far. And Valentina Gunina on a hot streak. She was leading the rapid section as well, remember, after, 4 or 5 rounds before falling back slightly. And I want to say, Lawrence, as well, shout out to Tanya Sachdev, who did actually take down Kostenyuk with the black pieces in that huge clash between 2 of the most famous women players in the world. So, lots of chasing to be done by those players behind Shuvalova there. But meanwhile, it does look like the players are taking their seats. That must mean the pairings are out. Can we perhaps take a look at some of the matchups for round 6? And we have them. Tan Zhongyi up-floated. She gets the leader, Polina Shuvalova. Harika plays Gunina. Lagno plays Elizabeth Pates, the most recently confirmed grandmaster, or one of the most recently confirmed grandmasters in the world. Congratulations to Elizabeth Pates. Tanya Sachdev riding high after that win against Kostenyuk. Even bigger challenge now, Alexandra Goyachkina and Elena Danielian playing Antoaneta Stefanova, former women's world champion. I mean, everywhere you look, there's just huge games. I wish we could follow them all. Of course, But how about the open section? Let's go there, Lawrence. What are the pairings for round 6 in the open? Oh, okay.
They're not in quite yet. But what I will say is I was far too dismissive of my good friend and our colleague, Tanya Sachdev, David. I said she was going to have a tough time against Alexandra Kostenyuk with the black pieces. Apparently not. Beats Alexandra Kostenyuk with black, putting her to 4 out of 5. Now she's got a really tough game in the form of Alexandra Goryachkina. But Tanya, she's been doing some work on our blitz. You know, when she's camped out in San Francisco commentating on these tournaments and flying all over the world, maybe she's had a bit of time to work on her blitz game. Who knows? Nice to see her up there on the top boards, though.
Yeah, multi-talented, of course. She won, I think, 2 bronze medals at the Olympiad, individual and as part of the India team. So, yeah, shout out to Tanya Sachdev. Doing great so far in this tournament. And, okay, we see some matchups. I don't think these are the correct matchups. These are from the previous round. So we'll get that refreshed in a moment. There, just to recap some of the results, we did see Magnus Carlsen take down Duda and a draw between Giri and Nakamura. Meanwhile, Duda, having suffered defeat in the previous round, we see him on camera now. Looks like he's got black against Ivan Cheparinov. We see Eric Hansen revitalized, feeling better now, having recovered from the flu a few days ago, where he had to sadly withdraw from the Rapid. So the chess bras enjoying the atmosphere there, and the players are taking their seats. Caruana, wow, Caruana black against Nakamura, Lawrence. It looks like what a match that is going to be. American battle.
Yeah, I can see out the corner of my eyes. Some of the matchups will bring the graphic up in a minute. The All-American All-Star Clash, Nakamura, Caruana on board 2. We already knew board 1, though. Carlsen against Yu Yangyi, because those are the only 2 on 100% so far. It's Martirosyan on board 3 against Anish Giri. Board 4, Daniel Dubov playing Petrosian, and 5, Cheparinov Duda, 6, Durabaili MVL. Well, Nakamura Caruana. Such a fierce rivalry. It's been around for some time now, these guys. Ever really since Fabi decided to return to the US. Remember, he was playing for Italy for many, many years. He is an American, born in New York, lived there for most of his childhood, then came to Europe to get his Grandmaster title and all the opportunities that Europe offers in chess when chess in America wasn't as big as it is now. Then, of course, when Rex Sinquefield and the renaissance of American chess started, Fabi made the wise decision to go back and has been with the American team ever since. In the early days, this matchup, especially in Blitz, it felt as though Hikaru had a massive sort of upper hand against Fabi, but Fabi has very much switched that around. Fabi competes with Hikaru and more in Blitz. Games are very, very level now. The results very, very even, as you would expect. It's not one-sided whatsoever. Really looking forward to seeing that one. And we can see there, world champion Magnus Carlsen, world classical champion, world rapid champion. Is he going to be world blitz champion? Got a lot of chess yet to play. Needs to be fully focused, playing now against the Chinese top grandmaster Yu Yangyi. Predictions for this round, David?
Yeah, predictions, it's tough. I'm going to back Magnus and Hikaru to win their games, but which one do you want to follow? That is the big question. We're spoiled for choice here with 2 huge clashes. And maybe we can follow Nakamura against Caruana, just because I think Nakamura has played a bit of a strange opening. Has he played his pawn to A3 on move 2?
Wow.
Looks to me like Nakamura is really kind of baiting Caruana here. He's really saying to him, come at me. With some strange opening moves at this early stage. It looks like White landed with the pawn on A3. It was the English opening, or it started that way at least. And now we see a bit of a weird pawn structure early on, Lawrence. Is this Nakamura trying to take Caruana out of his comfort zone, trying to evade any potential opening preparation?
To a certain extent, I think it is, yes. It's just trying to get a position which Hikaru is going to enjoy as well, both Fabi and Hikaru. I think both of them will be relatively happy with the outcome of this opening. We do have just a very novel position. I'm pretty sure this isn't that theoretical. And, I think Fabi will also be happy. He's going to put the bishop on e6. He's got to be careful because there's some knight d4 ideas. Maybe it's a little bit loose for black. What does your instinct tell you about this position, David?
Yeah, my instinct tells me black should be fine with correct play, but it's not easy to find the right move order. As you mentioned there, Lawrence, white certainly has direct threats. Evaluation bar seems to prefer white's chances as well at this early stage. Despite white lagging behind in development, white hasn't castled yet. White hasn't got the light squared bishop going. And wow, Nakamura not resting on his laurels, not taking time out to develop. He's pushed his pawn to c5. He's opened up a diagonal towards the black king. Fabi doesn't get greedy, doesn't grab a pawn, shuts down the center. Nakamura now has a beautiful knight entrenched on the d4 outpost, and by pushing his b pawn forward, looks like he's clamped down. It's committal, I've got to say, by Nakamura. Black has more central pawns. Black will play on the other flank on the king side later. But I've got to say, I like it in terms of blitz. It looks easier to play for white, and that's all you can ask for. White has a simple plan of pushing pawns on the queen side. At some point, white will take a time out to move his light square bishop to get castled. And in the meantime, I don't immediately see what Fabiano should be playing.
Can Fabi take on b4, take on a1, and then play knight h5 and try and push f4? Mm-hmm. Does this plan make sense? It looks reasonable to me, just trying to take advantage of the fact that white is lagging behind in development of his king side.
Lawrence, I love that variation. It shows a real sensitivity to the dynamics. I think black needs to do something urgent before white is fully organized. And Fabi tries to kick away the white bishop, but he does it in a different way. Maybe a bit of a slower way. He relocated his knight round to e6, took 3 tempi, which, isn't ideal necessarily. And now Nakamura is only 1 move away from castling. I don't think piece exchanges will really help bail black out of any potential trouble he's in on the queen side. We do see white's glorious knight traded off, but it has been replaced by white's bishop on d4. It's looking good for Nakamura. I've got to say, white's going to castle, just judging by his hand movements there. I think he did castle, and white is just going to push forward. Pawn to b5, create a passed pawn. Fabi desperately needs to counterattack. I think he's going for a similar plan to the one you mentioned, Lawrence. At some point, he wanted to push pawns on the king side, push f4, which Nakamura has prevented. Okay, the pawn structure is changing, evolving. Do you still prefer white?
Prefer it less. There was a moment where there was a trade on d4. I didn't understand why Hikaru didn't take with the queen. He took with the bishop. And now I am not actually that impressed by this transition. This pawn on e3 is going to be a weakness forever, and it can be targeted. So I think Fabi is going to be quite happy here. And he puts the knight on e5, knight on f4. Still probably is better for white, but how much I'm not entirely sure. Unless you can go b5 here and just try and win by brute force, trying to isolate this pawn. And it's played. Yeah, it's played.
Yeah. The timing of this breakthrough, you have to be very, very careful. You don't want to prematurely push this pawn because suddenly the position might open, and if your pieces aren't ready, it might backfire. But I think he's timed it correctly. As you say, Lawrence, black is simply not ready. The d5 pawn is doomed if you ever try to exchange off white's majority there, white's advancing pawns on the queen side. And suddenly look at the clock times as well. Huge difference there. This is maybe why Nakamura has had the ascendancy against Caruana, especially in the early days of their blitz matches. It's almost 2 minutes for Nakamura. It's less than 30 seconds for Caruana. 20 seconds now. And he's had to play an artificial looking move, superficial here. Rook a5. I mean,
awful.
Yes, it's targeting white's pawns, but tactically, that black rook is a target. It's loose now, undefended. White is surely going to gain time against that rook later. This looks terrible. Look at that white pawn on b6 now. Protected pass pawn. Any endgame is just going to be winning for white if it gets that far. Okay, Fabi activates his knight. The knight and c4 looks nice. One good piece, but shouldn't be enough. Nakamura is so good at just kind of clamping down, at consolidating. And Fabi, f4. Desperation, but also very, very clever. He was trying to open up a diagonal for his light square bishop. Black's bishop wants to come to g6 later. But first, an attack on the white queen by the rook and an exchange of pieces. Fabi's fighting back, Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in shock, really, to see Hikaru lose control of this position. He had so many ways just to consolidate. And now, is this just random and unclear? And has Fabi got some incredible ideas in this position? Okay.
He's only got a few seconds
left.
Knight
takes d5! Knight takes d5! No, Fabi. He had a half chance.
Elementary.
Yeah, knight takes d5. Oh, goodness.
Elementary tactic there. It's a simple 1-2 punch, double attack, temporary piece sacrifice. Like you said, Lawrence, yeah, this has gone all wrong. He had 5 seconds. It's impossible to fight Nakamura when you're so far behind on the clock. But now white is simply 2 very strong pass pawns ahead. That e pawn has dropped off. This is a straightforward win. Look at the C and B pawns. New queen. Poor Fabi. He was just too slow in the opening, and that came back to bite him later. Nakamura takes the win.
Massive win there for Hikaru Nakamura. Let's go to Magnus Carlsen against Yu Yangyi. And hold on a second here. Wait. Wow. Magnus Carlsen, a pawn down.
And 2 pawns down, Lawrence.
Oh my goodness, he's 2 pawns down. But he's got a pass D pawn. What's going on here?
Yeah, he temporarily gave up a piece, Magnus, in order to promote his pawn. It cost black his rook. So material count now is a knight and 3 pawns for white's rook. So black's still doing well in terms of material. But Lawrence, we've seen Magnus convert similar things before. He loves having the rook against the minor piece. Any winning chances for white? Or is this just balance now?
I wouldn't have thought so. I think you still have to be careful here as white. No, 3 pawns is really a lot. Okay, Yu Yangyi getting his pieces active as well. Knight. Oof.
He's walked into a skewer there. The bishop skewering the black knights. It is a scramble on the clock. Yu Yangyi, barely any time left. And okay, looks like Magnus is just trying to force a draw by eliminating as many black pawns as possible. Black's knight was also going to start grabbing some pawns. You can tell on Magnus's body language, jacket off, ready, focused, but he doesn't look happy. It looks like a draw, and we saw the verbal offer of a draw there by Magnus. It looks like simply too many pawns dropping off the board. And just to show the final moves of this game, the handshake there, because white's rook collecting all the pawns, it would have come down to a dead drawn endgame. Wow.
Yeah.
Dropping his first points of the day.
Yep. Once this happens here, even though black has got 3 pawns, white collects this pawn here. And black has got no hope with just 2 pawns and a knight against the king. No point playing this one on.
Another big result, Lawrence. Anish Giri has won with the black pieces against Haik Matirosyan. Big result for Giri, who joins the lead now. He catches Magnus, he catches Yu Yangyi and Nakamura. Very impressive stuff. Okay, indeed. And this is which board now? It looks like
top board of the women's section.
Women's section. Wow, huge game here between the leader Polina Shuvalova and who was her opponent? And Tan Zhongyi. Wow. Okay, white pawns are running up the board. Black is a piece up though. Black has the extra knight, and all their checkmating ideas against the black king. You've got to be super careful here. Black is just in time to block. Who's playing for the win? It's not clear. Black has this B pawn, which is going to disappear. Or is it?
Oof. Knight d5. Suddenly rook takes f5 exists after rook b5, and she can take on f5.
Oh. She's getting nervous. She's knocked pieces over.
Oh, she blundered the knight.
She's blundered the knight away. It is a dead draw now.
Draw, yeah. Should be a draw.
Yeah.
Should be a draw. Yeah,
1 point each.
Will come back. The king will just
dramatic stuff. Yeah, white's given up the pawn, but the B pawn won't survive either. Draw in this huge match, and there we go. An agreement to the draw. Wow, Lawrence, so much drama.
A lot of drama there. By the way, we had a bloody round, the last round in the women's. This round, much more contended. Draw Tanjongji Shuvalova, draw Harika Gunina, draw Lano Pets. Daniel Sachdev unable to keep her winning streak alive, losing to Goyachkina, meaning that Goyachkina gets back in the mix. Danielia continuing to play phenomenal chess, beating Stefanova. Zagnitsa wins as well.
And Lawrence, here we see Nihal Sarin defending a difficult endgame, a losing endgame against his countryman, Surya Ganguly. Nihal Sarin going down to 1-2 seconds after every move, struggling to physically make the moves in time. There are some stalemate ideas, so you have to be very careful as black. White can give a check there, Rook F1 check. But okay, Ganguly still has this under control. And there we go. Nihal Sarin loses on time. At the same moment, he resigns. Black was about to trade off the rooks and win the endgame. Disappointment for Nihal Sarin. Great technique from Ganguly.
Absolutely, yeah. Well played. The experienced Ganguly, most games finishing up now. Still a bit of hustle and bustle in the playing hall. Any other games? I wonder if we can see. Cheparinov Duda on board 5. Is that still going on? I don't have... that's already done. All right, so we've not... We have got a result there. That is a draw. Cheparinov Dudas. It looks as though all the results are pretty much in. David, thoughts on Fabiano's performance in that game?
Yeah, disappointing for Fabiano Caruana and all his fans, of course, but Hikaru was just too quick in the early stages. Fabiano got a playable position, not an easy position to play, but unfortunately, that's all that Hikaru needs to really put the pressure on, to really punish you. And he fought back Caruana, but the clock was the main decider in that game. I want to praise as well Anish Giri, winning as black. No easy feat at the top level. He's keeping pace now with the leaders. And of course, that key game with Magnus Carlsen against Yu Yang Yi, it did show the first bit of weakness. Magnus, for the first time in the Blitz, looked uncomfortable, looked uncertain. And here we see the Norwegian team, plenty of Norwegian players and the Norwegian press, the main Norwegian news channel there, covering this event. There's, as we said, huge bunch of players now in the lead, Lawrence. Who do you think is going to emerge as the front runner by the end of the day? We are officially at the halfway stage of the day.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think there's a really good chance we get Carlsen Nakamura in the next round. They're both on the same points. I think, theoretically, Yu Yang Yi, the colors might work so that Yu Yang Yi might get Hikaru, actually, and Carlsen might get Giri. So we could get Carlsen, Giri, Yu Yang Yi, Nakamura. That's my prediction for the next round. As for the front runner, well, the onus is on everybody else. And this will remain the constant for the rest of time. Basically, either Magnus Carlsen is stopped by somebody else, or he just cruises to victory. Who is that person going to be, or who is most likely to do that? Clearly, Hikaru is finding his feet. Lovely little victory there against Fabi. Hikaru hasn't had any issues so far. Anish certainly could also pose some problems, can be extremely difficult to beat when he wants. Daniel Dubov has beaten Tigran Petrosian as well, I should point out. So there are a few players. It's really up to one of those guys to do something to create that dynamic. We saw it yesterday when Magnus did eventually lose a game, and for this tournament to remain competitive, I would like to see somebody put Magnus on the back foot, somebody put Hikaru on the back foot. Otherwise, these two could start to create some separation, and I would like it to be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, it certainly looks competitive so far, not just in the open section, as we mentioned, in the women's section too. That dramatic draw that we saw right at the end there, the closing stages of Tan Zhongyi against Shuvalova, has ensured that players have been able to close the gap, have been able to catch up. And we'll see even more tense pairings there, Lawrence. The results are starting to trickle in. We will examine the standings and the matchups a bit later. In the meantime, what do you think now? Should we go to break? Should we discuss some of those games?
Yeah, I think a break is a perfectly good idea. We'll be back for round 7 of today's action in just a few minutes. Are we going to get Carlsen Nakamura? Probably not, but we will keep you guys updated. Don't go anywhere. Round 7 coming up in just a few moments.
Puzzle Week is back.
What a comeback as Jeffrey came from behind.
The entire week of January 9th through 13th, all puzzle features will be free for all chess.com members. No! And Puzzle Week will be packed with puzzle competitions, community contests, and more.
And he's gonna beat him. He's got 50. He's gonna beat him. He beat Jeffrey.
The action kicks off with Chess Play Quick, a puzzle-themed bounty battle open to streamers as they compete for cash prizes in Puzzle Rush.
He got it.
Puzzle Battle.
That was crazy.
Oh my goodness. Custom puzzles, daily puzzles, and more. Then it's on to the Puzzles World Championship.
I want to get 50.
53. Got it in time. He got another 53.
Want to compete? Submit your best 5-minute Puzzle Rush to earn a spot in the Puzzle Rush Royale, where the top finishers advance to a Puzzle Battle knockout bracket and compete for $25,000 in prizes.
What on earth are they doing?
Don't miss these and other exciting puzzle-themed contests and shows in Chess.com's annual Puzzle Week.
That is unreal.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is Chess.com's live coverage of the FIDE World Blitz Championships 2022. We are now up to round 7, past the halfway stage for today in the Open, way past the halfway stage in the women's section. We do not have clear separation at the top in either of the tournaments, but we do have a great group of players on 5.5 out of 6 in the Open. Magnus Carlsen just winning the Rapid Championship yesterday, looking to add more titles to the roster. Hikaru Nakamura also looking in sublime form, just crushing Fabiano Caruana in the previous round. Yu Yangyi holding Magnus in the previous round. And Anish Giri. Anish, don't sleep on Anish, can play as good as anyone on his day. Also up there. With those 4 on 5.5 out of 6, they will be paired up. I predict it will be a Carlsen, Giri, and Yu Yangyi Nakamura match, but we'll wait for official confirmation of those pairings. And in the women's section, we have Shuvalova. Actually, Shuvalova, I should say, Shuvalova is the sole leader in the women's section on 5.5 out of 6 with all those draws behind her, meaning that she is leading. There are a bunch of players on 5. Danielian, Nana Tsagnitsa, Tan Zhongji, Harika, Goyachkina, and Gunina only half a point behind. So clearly plenty of chess to play there. I'm here, of course, with the one and only David Howe. There you can see our colleague, good friend, Tanya Sachdev, deep in thought, getting ready for her next round. Tanya taking this tournament pretty seriously, must be said. She had a couple of great results, has beaten Alexandra Kostenyuk with the black pieces, didn't manage to keep up the role with a loss in the last round, but still plenty of chances for her to make a good run. And somebody there twiddling a pawn. Can't see who it is. David, you are certainly not one to sit down at the board early, are you?
Lawrence, I've never been early to a game in my life, but
Yeah.
I do respect the players who are. And meanwhile, we see your good friend, Aman Hambleton, with Fabiano Caruana. Caruana needs to recover from that loss. He knows he has a lot of time. The top players will be dropping points to each other the further we go into this tournament. So it's never too late to put together a streak. I think Aman Hambleton has had an up and down tournament so far. And yeah, we are curiously awaiting those pairings for round 7. We mentioned we have reached the halfway mark today in the open section. The women, though, I think they play 9 rounds today, if I'm not mistaken. And therefore, they do have that final sprint of 3 more games today. So who will keep their energy levels up? It is about endurance, as we mentioned. I think we do, meanwhile, have those matchups for round 7. Maybe we can bring them up. I think they have been confirmed, right. And you are correct, Lawrence, with those predictions. Anish Giri does get his chance to play Magnus Carlsen on board 1. Yu Yangyi, the other leader, faces Nakamura. Thoughts on this, Lawrence?
Well, yeah, it's not an unexpected pairing. Anish, clearly a class player, playing against Magnus, has typically had a pretty rough time against Magnus in Blitz. If I think of all the Blitz matches they've had over the years. But Anish is white, and it really depends how optimistic Magnus wants to be. We saw Anish play very modestly with white against Hikaru Nakamura. I think Anish will be looking to play the same kind of chess, not give Magnus too many chances, not make it too random. So it's really all about how classically Magnus wants to play in this game. As for Yu Yangyi, Hikaru Nakamura, this one's a tricky one for me. This feels like a potential banana skin game for Nakamura, who looks at the pairing, thinks, I should really press against Yu Yangyi, and then realizes that actually Yu Yangyi can really punish you. That being said, Hikaru does understand that this is a marathon, not a sprint. This is only round 7 of 21. There's zero need to go all in this game. And so perhaps we're going to see Hikaru just play a bit more of a conservative game if Yu Yang Yi decides not to go nuts. But I think we will see Nakamura Carlsen in the next few rounds. I think that's going to be inevitable. Interesting to see Matthias Bluebaum on board 3, David.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. We see some interesting names in the chasing pack on 5 points. Bluebaum, I respect him. He's had a great year. He is the European champion currently. He played in the Fischer Random World Championship. He qualified for that. So he is having a great 2022. He'll want to round off the year on a high. He faces Daniel Dubov, who, of course, was one of the players of the Rapid section, the World Rapid Championship, checkmating several opponents there. So Dubov might start as the favorite, but Bluebaum, very difficult to beat. Durabaili keeping up his great form. He's on 5 out of 6. He faces Fedoseev, another name in the mix that we keep seeing time and time again, a speed specialist. But it is the more experienced players. Lawrence Ganguly, very experienced Indian player, part of the older generation who now help coach the youngsters. He's doing great. He's showing that experience is a factor in Blitz, and he faces Mamedyarov. And I hesitate to say Mamedyarov is one of the older guys, but yeah, he's been around for a long time, one of the world's elite for a long time, and he wants to make his mark on this tournament too. So plenty of action here, guaranteed. I think we will be focusing on the Giri against Carlsen matchup just because it is such a big one, such 2 big names, 2 of the most popular players out there in the world with huge fan bases. But yeah, even further down, we see some huge pairings as well. I want to highlight board 8, Sadwani against Lazovic. 2 teenagers, and they are both, I think, going to cause even more surprises this tournament. Yeah, Lawrence, you mentioned the predictions. Anish Giri, I want to see him go for Magnus Carlsen. I think that's where he's had success against Magnus, when he doesn't show any fear and goes for the win. Magnus won't allow him, most likely, any easy way outs early on. So, yeah, it depends on the strategy for Giri, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. I think players have got to wise up to the fact that playing tame, passive, uninspiring chess against Magnus with the view of reducing risk is really just not the way to go. You get the chances against Magnus when you are aggressive, when you are optimistic, because he will want to beat you regardless. So you're going to get chances. And I think Anish by now understands that. Anish, he's more than capable. I want to see him be more aggressive against Magnus. I think that's, Anish's career almost can be defined a bit more, let's say, positively, if he starts to really have a go against Magnus, because he's doing it against pretty much everybody else. It's just against Magnus where he seems to be a bit more tame. I want to see him go for the jugular. He's got white. It's a blitz tournament. Why not? What is the worst that can happen? So I'd love to see a more aggressive approach today by Anish Giri.
Fully agreed. And we saw Giri there sitting down, getting ready for the game. Now we do see the standings of the women's section. You mentioned that Lawrence Shrivalova does maintain her lead after that draw against Tan Zhongyi, that very, very tense end game. But she is now being chased by a huge pack of players. 6 players have 5 points, some of the biggest names. Let's check in on those matchups to see who Shrivalova will have to defend her lead against. And it is Nana Zagnidze from Georgia, also one of the top women's players in the world throughout the last decade. Phenomenal player on her day, really scary opponent if you get into a tactical melee with her. So that's not going to be easy on board 1 for the leader. Gunina on board 2. It's her turn to play Tan Zhongyi. That one could go either way. Like you said, Lawrence, Gunina can beat anyone on her day, but Tan Zhongyi notoriously difficult to beat, very resourceful. And Goyachkina against Harika. Goyachkina started as one of the higher seeds, and she yet to maybe conquer the world in Blitz in this format, but she's on a streak after an early defeat. She's been winning many games recently, and Harika, a tough opponent, a very slippery opponent, very rarely loses. What result will we see there? We also should mention on board 4, the reigning women's World Blitz champion, Bibisara Asuabayeva, is creeping up the table after a slow start as she tries to retain her crown. Here we see board 1 of the women's section.
Yep, indeed. You can't rule out Bibisara whatsoever. She's a momentum player, in my opinion. She's got white against Danielian. Now, Danielian has been in good form, but I feel like this is actually quite a good spot for Asuabayeva. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see a win here. Really curious about board 2, Gunina against Tan Zhongji. Nobody has really been able to stop Tan Zhongji, either in the Rapid or the Blitz so far, but Gunina is actually the sort of player who is capable of doing that. I remember years and years ago at the London Chess Classic, actually I think it was the Blitz tournament, the London Chess Classic, she scored something phenomenal, something like 9 out of 10 or something ridiculous, including, all the top players were there. Luke McShane was playing. I think even you were playing. Mickey was playing. Yeah. And, so the capability is there. It's the consistency in her play that has been lacking the past few years. But I really hope that we start to see a bit more of the, let's say, the older Valentina Gunina come back, because talent-wise, she's just tremendous. White here against Tan Zhongji. This is actually a pretty interesting spot. I'm very curious to see what happens, but I'm going to go with a Gunina win. Let's give Valentina some good vibes because feels like a while since she's had a really good tournament score as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, we were just watching Giri there share a joke with Dubov. I wonder what they were talking about. Was it maybe talking about Dubov checkmating Giri yesterday? It's nice to see Giri laugh against someone who did vanquish him. Meanwhile, we do see also Hikaru Nakamura arrive in that very, statement-like shirt, I'll say, against Yu Yangyi. Yu Yangyi, very focused, difficult pairing. Nakamura with black tends to take a solid approach against the top guys. What will we see there? But the key matchup, Magnus Carlsen facing Anish Giri. That's where all eyes will be in this round as the players get ready for confirmation from the arbiters that they can start their games. Magnus arriving not 2.5 minutes late. You can't spot Anish Giri any time on the clock. I do feel the clock is actually where Magnus will try and hustle if he gets a playable position out of the opening. But the first few moves will be key. Anish needs to get off to a good start in this game.
He does. And as I said, I really want to see a bit more of an aggressive approach. Let's see. He goes for e4. Magnus plays e6. So Anish is now going to be forced to play something a bit unbalanced. We have 3 knight c3. And Magnus goes for the winner while bishop b4. And he continues to play this sideline with knight c6. Queen g4. And now
we saw this from Magnus in the World Rapid section, in the World Rapid Championship. And he got a really, really dodgy position there, I've got to say, strategically. It does look like Anish Giri has come prepared, but no quick draw, no early liquidation of the pieces, which you got to love, Lawrence. You got to be happy to see that we're getting a full-blooded fight in this one.
Definitely. And it looks as though we are having a slight lag with the moves coming through. I can tell you that I think it went g6, h4, h6, and now Giri just went for it. h5, g5, and f4. Just immediately going for it. And actually, I was kind of curious about this exact line. And f5 by Magnus Carlsen, queen g3 and g4, locking everything up.
Lawrence, d takes c5 was played in this position by Anish Giri instantly after g4, locking up the position, and queen a5 by Magnus. And this has caused Anish Giri to pause for the first time in the game. It does feel like Magnus has walked into some opening preparation. Giri clearly has studied this before the round, before the day perhaps, because he knew at some point he would play Magnus. And Magnus, remember, has already played this line. But now White has those tripled pawns, those drunken pawns on the c-file. And one of them is guaranteed to drop off. So Giri developing his knight, Magnus does the same. Who do you favor here, Lawrence, as things hot up? So knight e2 was played, knight ge7, and white played a4. Very sneaky move to try and activate white's dark squared bishop. Maybe we can put those on the board.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get the update here. So it went knight e2, knight e2, knight e7, a4. Yeah, love this move by Giri. This looks bad for Magnus. I don't like this at all. Maybe I'm misinterpreting the position. I don't know.
The idea is that white's bishop will activate via a3, but Magnus gives up a pawn. He doesn't even want to recapture one of those triple pawns. He played b6, admitting that it is a pawn sacrifice just to speed up his development. He wants to get black's light square bishop into the fray. And after this, it looks like Giri played king f2. Wow. Really playing with fire. Remember, Giri brought his king out to f2 yesterday against Dubov and got checkmated. Will we see lightning strike twice? Magnus is down a pawn. The evaluation bar roughly in the middle. Still thinking black has decent practical compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Lawrence, I've got to say, I don't like black's position, but I don't hate it either. I think there's plenty of potential if the knights get to decent outposts. White still needs to untangle. White still looks a bit clumsy with his piece formation.
Yeah, he still has got to develop those pieces. And I think the initiative has firmly shifted to Magnus's position. I'm a bit concerned for Anish, actually. He's got to be a little bit mindful of the fact that, Magnus, he just plays king f7. He's going to bring a rook to c8. And he can get a lot of pressure very quickly. I do like b6 conceptually, and I do like what Magnus has done in the past few moves. And it's going to be up to Anish to really try and come up with some kind of short-term plan, because I don't know how you should be playing this, really. Queen e3 played. Okay.
Yeah, maybe Anish wants to hide his king on the g3 square. Is that the potential safe haven for that white king? Very unclear what white is trying to do here. I think he just wants to protect everything and consolidate his extra pawn, but it's not going to be easy long term. Magnus has the blockade, which tends to favor the knights over the bishops. Looks like we're not getting any extra moves here. We might have to
let's go full screen. Yeah, let's go full screen to see if we can get a better view of this game.
Yeah, we need those updates. We want to see the clock. We want to see the board. Maybe the clock is accurate here. It does look like Magnus is under 1 minute against Anish's 2 minutes. So Magnus giving up time on the clock yet again. And okay, let's stick with the players' cameras. We need to zoom in. We need to get a closer picture of that board. It's simply not updating. It does look like Magnus is getting very active. And the queens have been exchanged as far as I can tell. I can see the queens on the side off the board. And it looks like an endgame. Here we go. Oh, wow. This is the current position. It's knights against bishops. But white's still a pawn up, Lawrence. This is
something went wrong for Magnus. Something went wrong. Yeah. C4 now. C4 for white, surely. Protecting that bishop.
Anish retreated. He went bishop back to e2. And after a trade of rooks, played c4. So white's bishop suddenly not so impressive. Anish has locked his own bishops behind his own pawn chain. Knights against bishops, you've got to favor the bishops usually, but this could be an exception. Magnus, can he work his magic? The Magnus effect. I've got to love white's dark square bishop, but the light square bishop, white's light square bishop, can never ever get in the game. Look at how it's trapped by this Christmas tree pawn structure for black in the center.
I think Magnus has dodged a huge bullet in this game, actually, because this bishop can just never get into the game now. It's locked. There are no pawn breaks. And so there's nothing really, you can't really improve here now as white. The pawn is firmly stopped. He had to play c4. Bishop e2 or move 24 was a terrible mistake. c4 would have given him an awesome advantage, a massive, massive miss.
That being said, Lawrence, Anish, has he tricked Magnus? What is happening here? Magnus has just taken the white a pawn, but white is going with his bishop after the h6 pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Anish has reestablished the extra pawn. That is a scary pass pawn to allow, but black is marching with his king towards the king side. We'll catch up with this in a moment. There's a bit of lag with the board. And there we see Magnus' body language does not look happy at all. Giri looks focused, ready to pounce, ready to deliver the killing blow. But White's light square bishop, he's playing without a piece, Lawrence. Can he win with
playing a
H pawn
piece
alone?
down. He can't. And I'm actually thinking, I think Magnus is getting excited here because Magnus, he can put the knight on c6, he can bring this knight to here. And whenever the king goes to d4, he always has a pawn break available in the form of d4. And I actually think that this position is not better for White.
Lawrence, look at the clock. Anish down to a few seconds. Has he made a move in time? The clock ticked down to 0 there. I don't think he lost on time. He still has a few seconds left. But as you say, White is completely boxed in. Oof. White's king and White's light square bishop can never really break out.
Wow. And look at this. Magnus is just piling up the pressure on this c3 pawn. And all of a sudden, we'll see this come on the board in a minute. We have bishop h6. He's going knight a7, knight b5. And it's just nothing. Oh.
Wow. What happened there? We see a handshake. What is the result? It looks like Anish Giri lost on time.
Oh, my God.
Wow, Lawrence.
From being completely winning to losing that game. That is extremely, extremely disappointing. Let's go to the next match. Dubov has beaten Blueband, but what about Yu Yang against Hikaru Nakamura? What is going on here? This looks awfully tough for Yu Yang to defend. But has he got some kind of fortress?
Yeah, it looks beautiful for Nakamura. Those 3 pieces stacked up, tripled up against White's backward pawn on f3. That black h pawn on h3 as well. That is a thorn in White's side, creating all sorts of checkmating patterns later on. Nakamura, all he needs to do is improve the position of the black queen. He's going around now. When that black queen finally enters the position, I mean, it's already one-way traffic, but it feels like that could be the killer blow. Where's that black queen going? It's coming round. Lawrence, this is really ugly for Yu Yang. Do you think he can cling on? Is he?
Oh, in the time. He's lost on time. He has lost
game
on time. Incredible.
Another game decided by the clock in both the 2 battles between the leaders. Yu Yang and Anish Giri both lose on time with White. Both in difficult positions, but Lawrence, we talked about it earlier. The clock is such a big factor in Blitz.
Absolutely. Let's go to the women's top board. Shuvalova playing against Nana Dzagnidze. This looks like a terribly difficult position for Dzagnidze. Can we get a camera on those two? We could see there Shuvalova with the pink hair. Nana Dzagnidze in all kinds of trouble. She's getting mated, and that's that.
Yeah. We were about to see checkmate next move, and Polina Shuvalova extends her lead. Wow, what a win. She gave up her queen to make a new queen, and that white d-pawn decided the game. Whew, yes, so many decisive results on the top boards. Now let's go to, I think, board 3, board 4. This is Durabaili with white against Vladimir Fedoseev. And Durabaili from Azerbaijan, very strong grandmaster. Can he take down his Russian opponent? It's looking difficult. It looks like black should be in charge here. We're seeing a time scramble, both players having to play instantly. But look at the white king. The white king's not going to survive long, and a handshake. It's checkmate.
It's just mate. That's all it is. Great win for Vladimir Fedoseev. He's having a fantastic time over in Almaty.
We saw the smile from him.
Yeah, we've got massive news. Valentina Gunina. Is she going to be able to convert this? Playing white against Tan Zhongji, is she going to be the first person to really put a dent in Tan Zhongji's tournament thus far? In fact, her whole event. Let's go there if we can. Valentina Gunina. And we have got a result, and it looks as though Tan Zhongji has resigned. Valentina Gunina, yes, with the massive win. Speaking about it before the round, she needed that win, David, in order to kickstart her campaign. What a massive, massive victory that is. And that will set up a Shuvalova Gunina game in the next round. Amazing stuff.
There we see the final position. Black could not hold the fortress. Tanzongi could not hold the defense. Queen versus rook. Eventually, white won a pawn and winning the black rook next. And yeah, many people picked out Tanzongi as the favorite for the blitz, but it's not looking easy for her so far. Here we see a clash between Dmitry Andreikin and Vincent Keimer. Dmitry, well-known Russian player, former candidate, blitz specialist. Is he just repeating the position? White has an extra bishop for 2 black pawns, but it looks very close to a fortress. It's looking very difficult for Andreikin to break through. Vincent desperately trying to hold the draw here as black. You just got to shuffle with the black queen. Dmitry pushing his pawn forward. I'm looking at that white h pawn, and it promotes on a dark square, which long-term does not really help because white has a light squared bishop. This one, Lawrence, feels like it should be a draw, but will the clock have a part to play? Do you think Dmitry can win this one even by marching his king around maybe somehow?
I wouldn't have thought so, no. It looks like this is just way too solid for Vincent. He only has to protect the f7 point.
Mm-hmm. White's king is too
interesting
open
to see. Oh, and he does go for the queen trade, which was declined by Vincent.
Queen trade is a queen trade is an immediate draw, but it's a draw anyway. Black had a fortress, and a handshake confirms the half point.
Indeed. Probably still do have some games going on. You can see here just behind, interest in the game just behind there. I didn't catch who they were. Let's see if we can get our roaming video man over there. Wow. Okay, massive round. And we've got here, is that Andrew Tang? Looks like Andrew Tang.
It's Andrew Tang against Haik Matarosian, and Andrew Tang is trying to convert. He has an extra queen. Black has 2 pawns, but there are all sorts of stalemate tricks in the position. If white's queen takes that advanced black pawn on c2, it's stalemate. Andrew Tang looks frustrated. How does he win? It looks like it should be winning because black has a pawn in the center of the board, but simply no way to prevent black queening and prevent stalemate at the same time. This is a study-like position. Oh, Andrew Tang flagged. He had at least a draw, and he flagged.
God.
You never see that online. One of the quickest hands in the world on the mouse, Andrew Tang, but loses on time. This is how difficult over-the-board chess can be. You just forgot about the clock. We've seen 3 of those, Lawrence. 3 people losing on time with white in this round.
Unbelievable. By the way, Eric Hansen beat Nihal Sarin in that round as well. Superb result for Eric, who's showing some real form. And what have we got here? This is board 13 of the women's section. This is Teodora Indjac against Umida Armonova. And we've got Rook versus... Rook nearly came off the board there. And a win. She's going to pick up the pawn on c5, and she's beside herself with joy. The player there, black playing black, that was a massive result for her. Omonova rated only 2,052, beating Indjac, a very well-known grandmaster who was rated over 300 points higher. That's a massive individual result. Well done to Umida Umonova in that game. Wow, what a round, David.
Yeah, what a round it's been with so many decisive games, first of all, so many dramatic moments, especially on the clock. 3 people there, including the top 2 boards, losing on time. And Lawrence, I think we need to catch our breath. The players clearly wanting a break as well. So I think it's time to take a couple of minutes out, and we'll be back with all the action, all the updates very shortly. See you in a few minutes, everyone.
See you soon.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships. We are moving on to the business end of today, and my goodness, finally, it is upon us. The match everybody has been waiting for. Hikaru Nakamura will face Magnus Carlsen, these two titans of the chess world, especially when it comes to Blitz, will be facing off, and it will be Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. So a bit of an advantage there. We'll talk a bit more about that. And of course, the other key matchup of the day, Svana against Svana on board 53. Battle of the Brothers. Now, I thought I'd shout them out anyway. I've got to put in a little bit of humor into this. No, shout out to Frederick and to Rasmus. I bet you guys couldn't tell me the last time two brothers faced each other in a World Blitz Championships. A little one for the statisticians out there. We do have some other big pairings, though. David, we got Fedoseev, Dubov on board too. That has a lot of promise as well.
Yeah, very spicy pairing there with two very aggressive players, two friends from Russia. So it will be interesting to see how fiercely they go at each other. They know that someone on the top board, Nakamura or Carlsen, are going to drop points. So these players in the chasing pack do have the opportunity to make up some ground. They do have the opportunity to catch up. Mamedyarov as well, just half a point behind Nakamura and Carlsen after winning his last game. And Mamedyarov is downfloated to Yu Yangyi, who, remember, did lose on time to Nakamura in the previous round. Meanwhile, Denis Lazovic up against Anish Giri, as Giri aims to recover as well from heartbreak in the previous game. Like you said, Lawrence, we'll be focusing mostly on Nakamura against Carlsen. Nakamura gets the white pieces by virtue of having the slightly higher rating in terms of Blitz. They were both due white in this round, but Nakamura, due to his higher rating, gets the color. And yeah, as you said, that could potentially be decisive. That could be a huge factor in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely could. We've got some great matchups further down the list as well. How about Lazovic against Giri? Lazovic staying relevant in this tournament. Only a point off the Blitz specialist, the youngster, playing Anish, who's come off a really tough loss here against Magnus. And this was a real travesty, actually, for Anish. Let's have a look at this game before the next round starts, because Anish, he had a massive opportunity, I believe, around the move 24. We had this position here, rook hb8. If we do a little count, white is a pawn up. And here Anish makes a huge blunder because he plays the move bishop e2, which allows black to completely lock things up. Sorry, not with c4 straight away, but rather with exchanging a pair of rooks first and then c4. And all of a sudden, this bishop is now completely locked out of the game. There are no pawn breaks, no ways to get it in. Had he instead played the move pawn to c4 here, on move 24, he would have been odds-on favorite to win, because now the bishop can't really be taken, because then white just has two passed pawns and you just guide them home. And if you take, for example, on c4, now the bishop can always just take back. And it really is simply an extra pawn. This pawn is also weak, very, very dangerous for black. Position just looks toast to me, David. This just looks resignable almost.
Yeah, I completely agree. Anish missing a huge opportunity there. He still had time on the clock at this stage, but by retreating his bishop, he made sure that he was playing without a piece for the rest of the game. Really instructive, actually. White's light square bishop can never, ever find an active square again. And Lawrence, maybe we can fast forward to the final position. We mentioned that Giri lost on time, but things had turned against him by that point. And it was here that I think he was just too slow, didn't press the clock in time. And it is difficult, however. Magnus had mobilized the Black Knights. White is a pawn up in the final position, but surprisingly, nothing to be done. Black's knights are simply coming. One of the Black Knights is coming to b5 to take the c3 pawn. And Lawrence, sorry, go on.
But I was going to say, yes, even though that is true, maybe with the knight slightly offside, white did miss a little trick here. Does the move bishop takes g4 exist as a last gasp attempt? The point is that after f takes g4, I now want to go f5. Again, these knights are far away, and I want to create 2 passed pawns. Now, it almost certainly doesn't work, but it's close. It's close. For example, what are you supposed to do here as black?
It's not easy to get those knights back. You could consider maybe taking that pawn on f5.
Taking it,
and then
e6.
And then using one of the black knights, knight c6, knight c8 maybe. Knight c8 maybe the better square, just to come to d6, block on e8. But like you say, Lawrence, it was a better practical try. You have to try something when you have such a bad piece. You might as well give it up just to give your pieces more activity. And the evaluation bar says white's not doing so badly here. So Anish still had chances later in the game, but the clock is such a key factor in Blitz, and it decided this one. Huge result for Magnus Carlsen. And maybe we can also just show the final position of Yu Yangyi, where he also lost on time against Nakamura. Nakamura was well in charge in that game, but couldn't take it in the end.
I'm botching the games here. Apologies for that. I don't actually have the that game.
Okay. Either way, Nakamura won on time against Yu Yangyi in a very strong position anyway, and he's going to be riding high. There we go. It's looking very good for Nakamura here. Black's rooks, Black's queens are doing the business. I think all Black needs to do is play the move King D8, defend against any threats, against any checks from the White Queen, and he's crashing through. He's winning this game. So Nakamura would have won anyway, but he was helped by the clock situation. Lawrence, maybe it's time to check out the standings in the women's section. I think the games will start in around 2 or 3 minutes.
Absolutely, let's do that. And it's Shuvalova who's out in front, alone at the moment, closely followed by Valentina Gunina. Those two will face each other in the next round. Both have been showing tremendous form in this tournament so far, with a pack of players on 5.5 who are well within striking range. Goyachkina, Harika, Lakhno, who's coming back into the picture. Elizabeth Peretz having a good tournament, and reigning Blitz champion Bibisara Asuabayeva. Can't rule her out after a fantastic victory last year. So it's all going to be about Gunina Shuvalova. Shuvalova wins. She could put some serious separation between her and the rest of the pack. What do you think of this particular matchup, Shuvalova and Gunina? What's your prediction?
Yeah, it's two players who will know each other very well from the Russian national team. They've been teammates there for a few years now. Shuvalova, I think, is maybe the more consistent player, as you mentioned there, Lawrence, especially with white. She's extremely dangerous, great opening repertoire. Gunina, very predictable when she has the black pieces, always playing the Caro-Kann, always playing variations of the Queen's Gambit Decline. So it depends on Shuvalova's opening choice. If she can get the upper hand in the opening, I fear for Gunina. But yeah, either way, two players who can beat anyone on their day. And also, Lawrence, I'm looking at board 2. Katerina Lagno, as you said, caught up after losing round 1, the top seed of the Blitz tournament, and she is playing the reigning champion. So yeah, this one is going to be very, very it's going to have an impact on the standings come the end of the tournament. Asuabayeva, I picked out as well as maybe being on course to defend her title. She's just so good in Blitz. Every time I see her, so quick, so tricky, but she will need to get past the top seed with black. And meanwhile,
I think
the
this is
about to start, Lawrence.
The games are about to start. I think this is a very, very tough spot, though, for Lakhno, to be brutally honest. Sorry, I beg your pardon, for Asuabayeva. Black against Lakhno. When Katerina is on that ascent, when she's got that momentum, I think this isn't the ideal pairing at all. But you have to play them all eventually anyway, so I guess you could say it doesn't matter too much. Players getting assembled. Indeed.
You have to beat the best to be the best, as they say. And that's true in the women's section right now, but also in the clash between Nakamura and Carlsen. And as they check their pairings and sit at their boards, Lawrence, prediction, Nakamura against Carlsen. Huge clash.
Yeah. Such a difficult game. With Hikaru as white, I tend to feel like he's not going to lose. So I'm going to go for... Can I do that? Can I say Hikaru will not lose? That's my prediction.
You're covering 2 results there. Very sneaky. But yeah, Hikaru with white, very, very good. And remember, in the Speed Chess Championship just a couple of weeks ago, Nakamura took down Magnus He managed to win just by 1 point, but it was with the white pieces that he did most of the damage. Nakamura, he starts with d4. It's interesting that both of these players arrive equally late for this game. The other games had already started, so Magnus not giving his opponent any extra time here. What opening will we see? It's a queen's pawn opening, and it looks on the camera like the queen's gambit declined. And it's what Grishuk calls the main position, where white is giving black the option, lots of flexibility. Magnus choosing the Tarash variation of the queen's gambit declined. So yeah, Lawrence, this is what Magnus has been doing a lot lately. It tends to be what he chooses when he's in a solid mood, when he's happy with a draw. Do you think Nakamura will go for maybe an endgame that's available in this variation just to keep things really safe, or is Nakamura going to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, keep the tension?
I really have no idea. We'll soon find out. And CD5, CD4, this classic line where black can get a slightly sort of passive position, but one which is, has been defended at top level for a while now. I think this is a position that Magnus analyzed deeply for his World Championship as well. Let's go straight there.
Let's show that, Lawrence, because we are in the endgame. It's what they call the Berlin of 1d4. It's this endgame with black's king on d8, queens are off the board. White has temporarily sacrificed a pawn, but white can gobble that pawn back anytime he wants by taking on e4. Instead, Nakamura takes the bishop pair. Long-term ace up his sleeve there, the bishop pair, but black has the pawn advantage temporarily. This one, yeah, it's pretty much been worked out that black can hold the balance, but you need to know a lot of stuff. And of course, Magnus will know his theory in this variation. Nakamura is about to take the pawn back. He's pinned that black knight on f6. And he's just played knight takes e4 in this position, meeting a check by bishop b4 with dropping back his knight. So material is balanced. White has the two bishops. White has the better pawn structure. Black has this horrible isolated e-pawn, but black has the activity. And I've got to say, I back Magnus to hold this. I would be shocked if Magnus would lose a very, very balanced endgame. It's just not his style. Nakamura, I think, taking the safety first approach, which makes sense in the terms of the tournament standings, Lawrence.
Yep. Not the kind of explosive match that perhaps we were all gunning for, but it is what it is. I think Magnus will be extraordinarily happy with the outcome of this opening. He's in absolutely no danger whatsoever. And it's now just a question of, does Magnus want to start to get slightly optimistic? I don't really see any reason why he shouldn't actually want to play on here. I see no particular danger. The knight is on b3. The rook comes to d8. Isn't black just slightly better in this position?
I tend to agree with, I think it was Zedo there in the featured chat, that these two greats of chess just cancelling each other out. I think it's just roughly balanced. You could argue black has more mobility with his pawns in the center, but yeah, I do feel that white has nothing to worry about. Worst comes to the worst, you trade off all the rooks. It is opposite color bishops after all. You shouldn't be in any trouble. But I agree with you, Lawrence. I think I would take black if anyone. Magnus has more time on the clock. And okay, with this last move, I think his intentions are clear. Look at the body language as well by Magnus Carlsen. He wants to get out of here as quickly as possible. I think he's just traded off the knights. He's played knight to a5, and knights have disappeared. The rooks will soon disappear. Anticlimax, but a good result from both players. It's about to be a draw any moment now. I think we see a handshake in the next few seconds. It's just like the vacuum cleaner's come out. Everything's been hoovered off. Bunch of exchanges. And there we go. The handshake. Nothing left to play for in this opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah, anticlimactic. Carlsen just doing what he needed to do with black. Hikaru choosing a very, very unambitious approach in this particular line. Seems as though Hikaru didn't really know the critical ways with white.
Lawrence, let's get back to the chess.
Yeah,
let's go to the game. Giri against Lazovic. Lazovic with white, and yeah, you're right. Hikaru couldn't make any headway there, but can Lazovic make headway against Anish Giri? It's looking very balanced. If we do a quick count, it's level material on the board, I think. Denis Lazovic, the youngster, less experienced, of course, than Giri, but maybe just as dangerous, just as quick, for sure. First thoughts on this position, Lawrence?
Yeah, as you said, David, it feels kind of balanced. Black has got two decent bishops, but white has got perfectly solid position. Black has got one tiny little weakness here on c6, which might be a source of some counterplay for white. The position has changed ever so slightly. Seems as though Giri is actually trying here. That's what it seems like to me. Giri is not happy with just making a draw. And he's saying, well, I've got the two bishops on an open board. Why can't I? Fair point. Yeah. But definitely doesn't feel like it should be too dangerous for white.
Yeah, Giri knows that he lost with white in the previous round to Magnus. If he wants to win a medal, if he wants to win the title, he's going to have to strike back and win with black to compensate for that defeat. And black does have the two bishops, as you said, Lawrence. Black's c-pawn looks potentially quite strong. So I'm not surprised at all that Giri is trying to play for the win here. And he also has a time advantage if these clocks are to be trusted. Under 20 seconds now for Denis Lazovic. Giri with over a minute. The queens are off the board. Suits Giri very much. He loves the endgame. Also, watch out for white's queenside pawns. They're bereft of any defense. They're on dart squares. Easy pickings for that black dart square bishop. I'm loving Giri's chances. I think he's got to take this win if he wants to win the tournament. Denis Lazovic clinging on for dear life. Those white knights less powerful than the bishops. And,
yeah.
Yep, king f7. Very sensible move by Giri.
Yeah, and I do think we will see Giri try just a little here, or maybe more than a little. f4, very committal move there by white. Trying to play the move f5 clearly, and destroy the structure slightly. Has Lazovic got enough here? I would take black, but it's marginal.
Mm-hmm. I would take black every day of the week. I think black is the only one who can hope to win. Bishop d3 by Giri. Very committal stuff. He had the bishop pair. That was one of his main advantages. Why is he trying to trade off the bishops now? Is it to protect his c-pawn, to free up the black knight? Here we go. The black knight has activated. It's hunting down white's b-pawn. That pawn on b2. Maybe Giri's winning a pawn here, Lawrence. How does white prevent that? It's inevitable. The b-pawn drops. Black has an extra pawn now, an extra passed pawn on c4. Giri on the brink of victory, but still a lot of hard work to be done. Lazovic down to mere seconds on the clock. I'm not sure he can hold this. It's going to be difficult. He's got to set up a blockade with his knights, but that won't last long term. And,
no,
I
don't think
kick
it
away
will.
That knight on c3.
Yeah, I love how Anish has played this game. It's been masterful. The bishop now working its magic, displacing those knights, and the pawn is protected.
Mm-hmm. It's ready to roll. Black's passed c-pawn. Black's king first enters the action. Lovely technique from Giri. Look at that black king. Can't stop it entering. Can't stop it penetrating on the light squares. It's going to come in via e4. And I don't think those knights are that well placed. They look like they're nice pieces on outposts, but they're not going to stay there for long on dart squares. We see a trade of black's bishop for knight. Is Giri easing his cause here? Is he easing the path to victory? Or is he just maybe erroneously swapping off material when he could have kept more pieces on the board? Suddenly some nerves maybe from Giri kicking in. This black c-pawn, he needs to get his king active again and start advancing it. King's coming.
Yeah, we can see the king moving in now. And I think this is going to be impossible. You can even win a pawn now. Knight b1, knight takes a3, wins a pawn.
You've got to be careful you don't get checkmated with the black king in the center of the board. There are some checkmating ideas if the knight comes back to f6. But no, we see Giri has broken through with the black king. Pawns are dropping for both sides. I'm very surprised Giri's allowed his A pawn to drop. It's a source of potential counterplay, Lawrence.
Yeah, too many pawns are coming off. I'm getting slightly concerned now that Anish is actually blowing this. It's 3 versus 2 only. These are notoriously very difficult to win. I don't like what Anish has done. It's been too fast and too furious for us to see every move, but doesn't look. Oh, and Anish probably making a move there just before the clock fell.
He nearly lost on time for a second round in a row. Again, Anish Giri. He should have eliminated White's A-pawn earlier.
Oh.
A-pawns are so strong against these knights. Black's knight struggling to go back and stop White's A-pawn. Look at this. Anish is playing without a piece now. Black's knight is stuck completely.
Oh my goodness.
And is this going to be a draw? Can Anish win with his 3 pawns? Lawrence.
I have no idea.
He's running through. He's running through, and we get a handshake.
Oh.
Where are the kings being placed? Anish Giri takes the win. Wow. It was fast, it was furious, but I think the black pawns were just too strong for the white knight. And Anish Giri sneaking through with a victory.
Fantastic stuff. And wow, massive win for Anish, keeping him very, very much in touch with the leaders. I think most of the results, the big results, have come in now. We can see if we've got our roaming cameraman in the vicinity, if there's any other big games. I think, is Fabi still playing against Durabaili? Looks as though that one's going to end in a draw very, very shortly. That is indeed a draw. MVL beats Sam Shankland. Duda beats Mamedov. Timiev against Hansen. Looks like it's still going on. It would be great to get there.
Eric Hansen fighting to convert this. He's got extra material, Lawrence, against Artemiev.
He's got extra material. He's an exchange up. This is a massive opportunity for Eric Hansen. Is he going to be able to apply the pressure? We're waiting for the moves to come through.
Meanwhile, Lawrence, while we wait for the moves, there has been a huge result in the women's section on board 1. The leader has been taken down. Valentina Gunina beats and overtakes Polina Shuvalova. So, it looks like Gunina is going to be the sole leader heading into the 9th and final round of the day.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. She's so dangerous when she gets a little run going. She is in top form. What a great thing to see. And Lakhno unable to beat Asuraeva with the white pieces. Massive. Goyachkina very happy with how things are going because she beats Pets and she moves also into that mix. Harika beats Arabidze. Tanzhongji beating Fatalieva as well. Kostenyuk with a slim chance of finding her way to the top. We are looking at this game, Eric Hansen. No more moves coming through. Let's focus on this game. Who have we got here?
So this is, I recognize Teodora Injac playing black here. Maybe we can check what board she is on right now. It looks like board 18 of the women's section. She's facing up against Anna Lotza from the Czech Republic, from Czechia. And hey, just checking out the board, it looks like Black has delivered a fatal check there. Black's rook landed on c2, check, forking the king and queen, winning material. Teodora, as Black, takes the win. And she will leap up the standings with that victory. How many more games are ongoing in the tournament hall? Doesn't look like many. Looks like players are leaving. Players are off to take a break, off to the restrooms. And Lawrence, what another dramatic round. Magnus against Hikaru. A draw, slightly anticlimactic, we said, but decent decision. Understandable completely for both players.
Yeah. Hikaru just, I think, was slightly surprised by Magnus's opening, and he clearly didn't have anything particularly prepared against this line of the Tarash. So the way it happened doesn't surprise me at all. And Hikaru realized he wasn't getting anything, so bailing out ASAP was always going to be the correct thing to do. I think Magnus should be satisfied. He had black. He didn't invest too much energy in that game, and so both of them with 7 out of 8 still leading the pack. And there is a whole bunch of players now on 6.5. Giri, Duda, Dubov, Mamijarov, and Fedoseev all on 6.5. Would be interesting to see. I would like to see a Dubov Carlsen match. Very, very possible. Maybe Shakhriyar Mamijarov. He seems to be showing a little bit of form. So would love to see one of those matchups. And in the women's section, Valentina the Destroyer Gunina is on 7 out of 8. Great score so far. Overtaking Shuvalova, who's joined now by Goyachkina and Harika on 6.5, with a whole bunch of players on 6. The women's section will be playing their last game in the next round for today.
Yeah, and on that note, Lawrence, there's a lot to unpack. We will check in on the standings, on the results, and for the matchups of that next crucial round. But in the meantime, let's take a break for a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with you shortly. See you soon.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships live on chess.com. We are getting towards the end of the action for today. Not quite though, still actually a fair few rounds left, especially in the open section. It will be the last round of the women's section for today. We just saw the clash of the Titans, Nakamura against Carlsen. It was a relatively uneventful affair though, a bit anticlimactic for some perhaps, where I think Magnus surprised Hikaru slightly in the opening. Hikaru decided to take 0 risks. The game ended in a draw. And what that means is that a few players behind them were able to make up a little bit of ground, namely Anish Giri, Yanchistov Duda, Dubov, and Mamedjarov, and Fedoseev, all just half a point behind Carlsen and Nakamura. In the women's section, massive result for Valentina Gunina, beating the extremely strong and young Shuvalova, meaning that Valentina Gunina is now the standalone leader of the women's section. Their final round to be played shortly. David, thoughts on the last round and thoughts on this round coming up?
Yeah, in the women's section, this is a crucial round. As you mentioned, this is the last game of the day, so they can throw all of their energy at this final game. You always want to end the day on a high, of course, especially with more games tomorrow. You want to sleep well. You want to feel confident. You want to feel sharp. And for those at the top of the table, especially Gunina now with white against Goyachkina, a defeat might be disastrous. It might put to the end your streak, and it might lead to a downhill spiral. So Gunina against Goyachkina, vital for both of them. Another battle of Russian stars. Gunina riding high, but Goyachkina certainly capable of taking her down, despite having the black pieces. Dronavali Harika, of course, on board too. She plays Shuvalova. Can Shuvalova recover from that defeat? Harika playing very solidly so far this tournament, very well as well, taking lots of chances when they've come. And Kostenyuk against Lagno. The pairings simply do not get boring here. Every single matchup is going to be tight, is going to be ferocious. And those two Russians know each other so well from their national team. And Lina Danielian, we should mention, against Tang Zhongyi, and Asua Baeva against Elizabeth Petz. Asua Baeva is certainly not out of it. It's very rare to see anyone defend their titles, especially in the World Blitz Championships, but she's on course if she can keep the winnings, can keep up the wins and keep the pressure on the leaders. It's going to be an exciting round. Lawrence will follow that one as it comes, as the results come through. But of course, the open section, equally dramatic. Magnus Carlsen plays Vladimir Fedoseev. They faced each other in the rapid, and that was a very balanced draw. So Fedoseev definitely isn't going to lie down. He's going to challenge Magnus. He's a very, very uncompromising player. Dubov against Nakamura. Great matchup again. Daniel Dubov, can he work his magic? Can he checkmate Nakamura? Can he unleash these sudden attacks that have brought him so much success over the years? Anish Giri, meanwhile, off the back of that win with black, is up against Shakhriyar Mamedjarov. Clash of the Titans, you called it the previous round, Lawrence, but all of these guys, Titans in their own right. And I'm expecting more decisive results. I don't think the players are going to take their foot off the gas, despite the fact that draws are sneaking in here and there. It feels like Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, especially, they've agreed to draw with each other, fine. But now it's a sprint to the finishing line. Who can rack up a greater score against the rest of the field?
Yeah, totally agree with you, David. We've got a bunch of insanely good matchups, irrespective this round. Dubov Nakamura for me is a really exciting matchup, because I think, Dubov he's naturally a very ambitious player, and I think he finds it very difficult just to lock up and play uber safe. So we're going to get excitement by default in that game. And also Carlsen Fedoseev, this is the second time they've played each other. They played each other in the rapid. Fedoseev is a tricky customer for Magnus. So I think that we're going to get some interesting matches.
Yeah, and just as we wait for the players to start, maybe we can take a brief look back at those matchups. If we can check back in on those as we see Dubov and Nakamura ready to start their game, because there are some surprising names on the top 10 boards, Lawrence. Especially, I'm looking at board 7, Badia Daneshvar from Iran, I believe, up against Haik Maturusyan. Surprise name there, a young player, very dangerous player, but making his way up the standings. There's always a few underdogs who come and upset the apple cart in these Blitz events. Also, I'm looking at board 9, an Englishman, the only English player in the open section, Amit Ghazi, a contemporary of ours. He has risen up the ranks on a winning streak. He's on board 9 against Dmitry Andrakin. Lawrence, exciting to see.
I mean, just let's talk about Amit, because he's had an unbelievable little run. Started off poorly, lost in the first round, won the second round, lost the third round. Excuse me, I'm going to have to get my voice in order before we go to the main matches. But then he beat Gadim Bailey, Christiansen, Vidit, drew with Tomaszewski, and just beat Jordan Van Forest. I've played a lot of Blitz against Amit. I know you have as well. He's a serious Blitz player, and now he's all the way up on board 9.
Yeah, and it's nice to see amateur players actually make a mark against these professionals. Amit Ghazi, they're on board 9 from England. He's got a full-time job. He's been working full-time away from chess for many, many years, but talent does shine through. And he's a Blitz specialist. He's played a lot of speed chess online, over the board. And it's really nice to see these players who are very strong in their own right, of course, in their own countries, but come onto the world stage and make their mark. So I think we don't have the cameras right now, but we will follow those games in a moment. We will be focusing on the top few boards. Lawrence, what do you think? Carlsen against Fedoseev or Daniel Dubov against Hikaru Nakamura? Where will we be focusing on in this?
I mean, I would like to see Dubov. I would like to see Dubov Nakamura. Let's go to Dubov Nakamura, and we get a Scotch game. Wow. Okay, that one
Scotch
is unexpected. Yes. And this new move, Bishop G4, which has been all the rage in the past few years, seen as a great attempt for Black just to force draws. I hope we don't get that here. I hope Dubov has some little idea to keep the pressure alive. But Black has done well with this particular variation in terms of trying to force a draw.
Yeah, and I've seen Nakamura use this variation already in the past and guide the game safely towards equality. White is temporarily 2 pawns up. However, there is a threat in the position. Bishop takes h7 check. Black's queen is loose. There's a discovered attack there. Black can solve all of those issues in one fell swoop. Black can just take White's knight. Bishop takes c3. And just there we go. We regain 1 pawn. I think the key move after White moves the rook, for example, rook b1, the key move in many of these variations is to play a quick bishop g6. I'm not sure whether it's exactly now or in the near future, but you want to eliminate White's bishop pair as quickly as possible. Otherwise, White has a long-term advantage. And this is certainly going to be opening preparation from Hikaru Nakamura. We see a small pause after king h1, maybe just refreshing the lines in his mind. But Daniel Dubov has been dabbling in this opening a lot over the last few months. It's been maybe the main string to his bow in terms of opening repertoire with White. So Nakamura, clearly undeterred. He has done his homework. It's interesting to see him take a safe approach yet again when we were kind of predicting that he would take risks, that he needs to keep up the pace, keep that winning streak going. But yeah, he respects Dubov a lot, clearly, Lawrence. He's just trying to equalize here as Black.
Absolutely, he does. They've played tons online as well. So we'll see how this one develops. Just a quick point to everybody watching, probably asking, where is the live camera feed? Cameras are being restarted in the venue. Maybe noticed there was a little bit of lag, so hopefully we'll get the cameras nice and ready and sharp for you guys for the remaining rounds, but they are currently being restarted. No more moves coming through here. It was actually agreed a draw. It was agreed a draw here after king h1. Yep, they just agreed
position?
a draw. I believe in this position as well, which is shocking, but That's the information I have, and draw alongside both names means they did agree a draw. Let's go to Carlsen Fedoseev then. Let's see what is going on here. Carlsen versus Fedoseev. Typical Catalan structure. Slightly better for white, David?
Yeah, traditionally you would associate these types of positions with a slightly more kind of fluid pawn structure for white. You would associate this with an advantage, especially because the center is relatively blocked, no pawn breaks, no open files, open diagonals really. White's knight is actually the best minor piece. Black's bishop sits on a nice outpost, but hits thin air. And I'm slightly surprised Magnus traded off one set of knights. You want to keep more pieces on the board usually. However, maybe he's just banking on the queen and knight being the superior duo compared to the queen and bishop. Often that becomes a factor later on. This is Magnus's bread and butter. He's been playing the Catalan consistently now for a long, long time. And it suits his style. I was going to say it's uncharacteristic of Dubov and Nakamura to agree a quick draw, but this position is very characteristic of Magnus Carlsen. We talk about the Carlsen and the Magnus effect quite a lot, but here, Lawrence, we already see it in action. The white knight maneuvering around. Don't be surprised to see that white knight park itself on the d3 square while the rest of white's forces get ready, and black is reduced to waiting moves. It's a very unpleasant situation. I've been there many times myself on the black side of this pawn structure. If you're impatient, if you lash out, pushing any pawns, exchanging the wrong set of pieces, then you will get punished. White is too well centralized. That white d4 pawn is like a rock. It's like a granite statue. It's so hard to erode. And I just see Magnus pressing this one for a long, long time. Lawrence, would you like to be in Fedoseev's shoes here?
Only if they were Gucci. No, I mean, I think he's got a perfectly fine position, so I wouldn't mind playing black here. And I quite like his last move, c5. He's just trying to find a concrete way to, to liquidate effectively, exchange all the pieces. And after knight d3, you can go, for example, queen back to e7. Looks completely reasonable to me. And
I meant
queen d7 also
looks fine.
Just looks fine.
I mentioned that white's d4 pawn was the stronghold, but if white can't keep that pawn intact on d4, then black is completely fine. Maybe he just found the right moment, the opportune moment to break out Fedoseev and hold the balance. Meanwhile, we are hearing that the internet is down in the playing hall, hence the cameras, the video footage not being with us just yet. So bear with us. Hopefully we'll get that fixed at some point. Hopefully Fide can sort the internet, sort the cameras. But in the meantime, we'll stick with the games. It's nice that the moves are still coming out. We do see a very slow b3 move by Magnus and a bunch of exchanges. Is this one fizzling out, Lawrence? Will we see total equality, or does Magnus still have some chances in this endgame?
Yeah, not entirely sure. It feels as though he's still got some chances. I think Fedoseev needs to find at least one or two really accurate moves right about now, basically. And moving the b pawn looks sensible, but whether you play b6 or b5 looks very committal to me, allowing a5. I don't know, but but Fedoseev is one of those players where he's just going to go for it. Queen a7, that's exactly the move. And now the point is you drop d4, so rook a1, rook takes d4, and rook a2. And maybe this is just genius by Magnus Carlsen, because now he has the passed a pawn, the rook behind it, and everything else protected. And maybe this is just unpleasant to defend now for Fedoseev.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time we've used those two words together, those two phrases together in the same sentence, Magnus Carlsen and genius. Not everyone would sacrifice a pawn. Black is a pawn up now, having captured white's isolated d4 pawn. And Magnus, he sees that there's bigger issues at play. He gave up a pawn against Anish Giri to dominate Giri's bishop. Now he's given up a pawn to dominate black's rook. Look at the rook on a7, tied down. If the queens come off, you have to ask the question, is white simply winning? Because white's rook is active, supporting a pawn. Black's rook is passive, simply blockading. Black's doubled b pawns as well. Don't make a great impression. They are ripe for picking later, and they're clear targets. And black's pawn majority actually does lie in those doubled B pawns, which isn't necessarily impressive. Magnus, though, wow, a quick flurry of moves. I don't know how he achieved this, but he managed to get his rook to the 8th rank with a check. He's just captured a pawn, and Lawrence, there's a queen exchange possible.
There's queen trade, yeah. This has actually gone wrong for Magnus, hasn't it? Because now Fedosev's a pawn up in a rook ending, and in the worst case scenario, it's going to be a trade for Magnus is probably going to play rook c5 and mop these up. Fedosev's going to win this, and we're going to reach a fairly well-known theoretical drawn rook ending, and it is a draw as far as I could see. I saw the draw flash. Wouldn't surprise me if they've actually agreed a draw in this position.
Yeah, as you mentioned, rook c5, all the pawns come off the board. Black will go pawn hunting, white will go pawn hunting, and it will be completely level. So we missed the fireworks there, but it did look like the queen exchange was very timely by Fedoseev just before Magnus was able to deliver a knockout blow to the Black King. And a draw looks like the result in this game. Lawrence, where shall we go next?
Giri Mamajarov has to be the game. Giri Mamajarov looks like another balanced affair here. Looks...
Yeah,
well,
5 pawns against 5 pawns, level material.
Yeah, the B pawn, the weakness being offset by the C pawn weakness. Very difficult to see how white or black can make serious progress in a position like this. Of course, you've got to be careful for tricks that you don't run into some 93 faults, but in general, feels like this one should fizzle out.
Yeah, it looks objectively balanced, but Giri thrives in these types of positions, and Mamajarov, he's on record saying that he doesn't really enjoy long, grindy endgames where maybe he has long-term weaknesses. And he wants to calculate his way out of trouble. Mamajarov, he's so good at that part of the game. 93 check is coming. I expect white to just guard against that, maybe with a move such as rook d1 or king e2. Pawns might get exchanged. It should be a draw with best play, but Giri, I do feel, has a slightly more harmonious pawn structure. White's 4 pawns on the king side could be a decisive factor later. We're waiting for the moves to trickle in. I think still some internet issues at the venue, but yeah, Boris, you might be right in the balance in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do a quick scan while we wait for the moves, wait for updates.
Yeah, I will say that Gunina Goyachkina was already a draw in the women's section. They did have a very fighting draw, though. But that does mean that Gunina she's going to be at least top of the pile. But I say at least because Paulina Shuvalova did beat Harika with the black pieces, and Kostenyuk has beaten Lucknow with the white pieces. So Gunina and Shuvalova are sharing the lead going into tomorrow. And then a nice group of players, Tanjongji, Goyachkina, and Kostenyuk, all on 7 points. Yeah, so lots of competition there. And in the open section, as far as I can tell, the internet is giving us real problems because we're not getting any moves anywhere at the moment. We've got information that this game ended in a draw, Giri against Mamajarov. Kadrich has beaten Yu Yangyi with the black pieces, it seems, which is a phenomenal result. Dennis Kadrich, only rated 25.84, is now right up there in the mix. And Matthias Bluebaum has beaten MVL. This is a massive blow for the reigning Blitz world champion to lose against Matthias. Of course, Matthias, a very, very strong player, but a massive, massive blow. And Amit Ghazi has beaten Dmitry Andreikin. What an unbelievable result for Amit Ghazi, beating one of the best Blitz players in the world. And all of a sudden, Amit Ghazi is going to be a top 6 board participant. What an unbelievable result for Amit Ghazi. What a run he's having.
Yeah, you Couldn't write that, right, Lawrence. You couldn't script it. And it's a Hollywood story for Amit Ghazi so far, the only English player in the field. And he's only an IM, remember? So he's mixing it with world-class grandmasters, this IM. And he's doing the business. Very, very proud, I must say. There's lots of underdogs actually rising, making their mark, taking down the more experienced opponents. But yeah, meanwhile, all we have is the results. No moves, unfortunately. Amit doing his bit for England, but we are still awaiting some of the other results. It looks like draws on the top 4 boards, meaning the status quo will be maintained. It won't shake up the standings too much, but it does give the chasing pack an opportunity to catch up. So we're going to see things bunch up even more at the top. It looks like Nakamura and Carlsen will be the sole leaders, joint leaders, going into round 10 of the day. We still have 3 more games. We're hoping, of course, Lawrence, right, that the internet will be back, that the camera feed will be back, and that we can enjoy 3 more games of action.
Let's hope so. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with continued coverage of today's action. Don't go anywhere.
So I first learned about Il Cafe through my buddy Aaron. He was like, hey, me and a group of fellas meet at this cafe downtown on Sundays, and we play chess there. It'd be really cool if you could stop by and hang out with us and, you know, just feel the vibe. And so I showed up, and it was a nice vibe. I was like, yo, Il Cafe is pretty ill.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the FIDE World Blitz Championships. We have now reached round 10 of the 12 planned for today. The women's section have completed their 9 rounds. They will be back tomorrow, but the good news is we have got the internet connection back over from the playing hall. We've got camera feeds live again. So lovely to be able to see all the action, of course. And that means that we've got a really, really nice insight into the remaining 3 rounds for today. There are 2 leaders in the open section, not surprisingly. Magnus, Carlsen, Hikaru, Nakamura leading the pack, but a big bunch of players just behind them on 7 out of 9. I'm here with David Howell. David, take us through what we just saw and what are we looking forward to in this round?
Yeah, we're looking forward to plenty of things, I've got to say here, Lawrence. We're looking forward to whether Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura can pick the pace back up. They've slowed down slightly with a couple of draws in the last 2 games. We're also following that chasing pack. There are 8 players, just half a point behind Carlsen and Nakamura, poised, ready to pounce. And I guess they're going to get their shot. A couple of those players on 7 points are going to get a chance to try their hand against Carlsen and Nakamura. Maybe we can look slightly further down the standings as well. We've got to mention Denis Kadric in 9th place. Shout out to him. Rising through the ranks, now representing Montenegro. He has been putting together a winning streak, one of the lower rated players on that score group. And here we see 11th to 20th place, slightly further behind, but huge names such as Caruana, Yu Yang Yi, joined now by Denis Lazovic, the youngster, and Amit Garci from England, only an IM, outrated by a couple of 100 points compared to some of his rivals on the same score group. Let's go check out those matchups. Let's examine what we can look forward to in the next round, which does start in a few minutes. It's Magnus Carlsen against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, the firebrand, Shak Attack, as he's known sometimes. Magnus, this is not going to be an easy pairing for him. He has a great score with white against Mamedyarov, but as everyone knows, Mamedyarov cannot be taken lightly. Nakamura faces off against Duda. Duda with black there. Also doing pretty well in the last few rounds, but needs to beat Nakamura if he wants to overtake him. And Kadric on board 3 against Dubov. Denis Kadric, he beat me last year in the World Blitz. He's a very aggressive player. He never backs down, never retreats a piece. And he's up against another famed attacker, Daniel Dubov. That is going to be chaos on the board, guaranteed. And Lawrence, I guess we have a bit of skin in the game now. We are definitely going to be following Amit Garci's progress against Fabiano Caruana. When was the last time an Englishman made it up to board 6 of the World Blitz Championship? It's been a few years. He is doing extremely well at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic run he's having. As for the top games, David, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has traditionally been, and I'm not going to quote who said this, but Magnus Carlsen's client. Okay, I'm not going to quote who mentioned that, but in other words, Shakhriyar has had a disastrous time against Magnus. There are little periods where he seems to get back into the mix against Magnus and be able to kind of stand his ground. And then there are periods where he just gets beaten by Magnus relentlessly. He seems to be playing pretty decently this tournament. We've not really seen him at all on the top tables. In the Rapid, he just, for whatever reason, wasn't there. But he's very much a temperamental kind of player. He can be an absolute genius, beat anybody, and then the next day or the next round, he can play very clumsily. So I'm very curious to see how he does against Magnus. As for Nakamura Duda, 2 guys just that are very strong, very much in form, and I expect that to be a close affair. But Dubov black against Kadric. Kadric, a pretty unknown quantity, rated 2657 though. Very, very decent blitz player, but Dubov will fancy his chances there with black being so tricky himself. So we'll keep a keen eye on it, and obviously, yes.
I've got to say, Lawrence, it's a relief. It's nice to have the cameras back. I've missed the players.
Yes.
We do see a view of the playing hall. Half of it has emptied. The women are done for the day, as we mentioned. But yeah, we will be keeping an eagle eye on the players while we can see them. And here we have a nice close-up of the board. It's the open Spanish. Black grabbing this pawn on e4. And this is a variation that Magnus has played himself recently. He played this, I think, a couple of months ago on the Champions Chess Tour with white. It looks relatively unambitious. White's opening, you give up the bishop pair. However, Magnus gains space in the center now. And this is Mamajarov's pet line. He nearly always plays the open Spanish against the top players in the world. He lives and dies by the sword, and he lives and dies by this opening. But Magnus clearly has come prepared. Knight to c3, allowing a capture with the black's bishop of the white knight in the center. What is Magnus doing? This looks bizarre, frankly, to me. It looks like Mamajarov with this last move, very clever move, undermining white's knight in the middle of the board. Looks fantastic for black at this early stage. Lawrence, c5 by black. Mamajarov not hesitating there, allowing white's knight into the center. Magnus barely hesitating either. We're seeing a bunch of exchanges. It's getting very, very sharp. Symmetrical pawn structure now, but white's knights are extremely active. Can black win material, though? There are some awkward pins in the position. It doesn't look like Magnus is too worried. It's two knights against two bishops. How to evaluate this? I don't even know where to begin, I must admit. One of the two players, if not both of them, seem to be in their preparation, even in this rare line.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This feels like a bit of a freestyle for me from Magnus's perspective. But how can Shaq be at all unhappy? I mean, he's got everything he wanted out of the opening. He's solid. He can play c6. He can play bishop e6. He can play rook e8. Bishop e6 has just been played. Magnus has got completely, nothing basically in this position. He's going to take on f6, queen takes f6, and then he's going to play a move like, I don't know, b3, securing his structure. And then, simply put, or rook a d1. Rook f d8 will come, or rook a d8. The queen will drop back to e3.
Comes into c5 instead.
Or c5. And he can trade. He can play rook d8. And he's played it. Shaq with...
Yeah.
I mean, Shaq is maybe even better here after rook d8. Because the white back rank is slightly weak. The knight on e5 doesn't actually do anything. Would you take black here? I think I would.
I would happily take black here. I'm not saying black has an advantage, but it looks like you've solved all your problems. It's very easy to play. Look at the clocks as well. Shakira has 40 seconds extra on the clock. Any endgame, like you say, Lawrence, might favor black. The bishop will be superior to white's knight. The black bishop has a nice safe square to sit on, nicely defended. White's knight a bit unstable, a bit loose. And white's queenside pawns on c4 and a2, especially on light squares, easy targets. I think Magnus needs to pull the brakes here. Needs to just neutralize black's initiative. Like you say, the back rank, vulnerable. He's just chosen a poor opening, it feels like, the world champion. And Mamajarov playing instantly up to this point. He was either very well prepared or just feeling sharp. It's, yeah, I mean, I think the more I look at it, the easier black's position is to play. Magnus clearly struggling for moves, grimacing here, as we can see on the cameras, not happy at all. This could be a third game in the row that Magnus fails to win. All of that early initiative, winning his first 4-5 rounds, that has dissipated now. And you just got to swap the rooks. You've got to give that white king some lift, some breathing space. Maybe you can sidestep a rook exchange. He does keep the rooks on the board. But yeah, Mamajarov in his element. This is also a very typical Mamajarov position. Yes, it's heading towards the endgame, but it's about piece activity. It's no longer about those small finesses like pawn structure, kind of long-term factors. Mamajarov, I think he's got to be loving life. Look at Magnus's rook, Lawrence, on f1. That is a poor square. It's on a light square, vulnerable to black's bishop long-term.
Mamajarov protects the c-pawn by playing c6. I think queen b6. Now, no, he plays b3. Well, now you play h6 as Mamedyarov, of course, to give the king some luft, which he does.
And as soon as Black's king has some breathing space, Black's rook is coming into d2. Black's queen is coming into f4. Maybe we can get a camera on the board again as we try and catch up with the moves. A lot of moves being played. There we go. Look at this. Both queens are in. White's queen attacking Black's queenside pawns. Black's queen trying to do the same. Okay, Magnus 1 whole minute down on the clock. He's been here before, remember. He was 2.5 minutes down on the clock in round 1, yet he still managed to win. And Mamedyarov going for a rook exchange. Okay, rook takes rook is possible, but there's a huge threat. Black is threatening rook takes f1, followed by queen d1 checkmate. Magnus has to be extremely careful here. Okay, he takes. White's king is forced onto h2. Now a pin on the white knight.
Wait, there's f6. Wait. This is just over. Oh, you have to go f4. I beg your pardon. But f6 anyway. Is Magnus in trouble?
I think he's in huge trouble. He's going to have to drop a pawn. White's knight is going to have to move out the way. And Black is just going to swoop in. Queen takes f4 check. Winning a pawn. It's not the end of the road. It's not the end of the game. But White's just too far away. Lawrence, this has all gone wrong for Magnus.
This has been a catastrophic game so far. Now, the question is, does he take on h3? Yeah, I was going to say, take on h3 or go queen b8. He's gone for taking on h3. You can't blame him. 2 pawns up, 5 seconds. Magnus Carlsen on the verge of a catastrophic loss.
He made that move with 1 second left.
Queen g3.
Now he takes the knight. Yeah, he's pawned down with a naked king now. Magnus Carlsen, only a few seconds left on the clock. He's 2 pawns down yet again. Mamedyarov is going to wrap this one up, surely, unless there's a miracle perpetual check.
No!
Mamedyarov has allowed a draw. Blundered? The Black king can't escape the checks.
Oh my God, he's blundered the perpetual. Oh, he's sick. He's sick. What a chance to beat Magnus. Oh my goodness me.
Miracle save by Magnus there. Mamedyarov so frustrated at himself. We see a handshake. Black's king can't avoid the checks. He got overexcited. The adrenaline was pumping. And he let a winning position slip. Houdini-like escape by Magnus there. And Lawrence, wow, we have to go to another game. Okay, we see Hikaru Nakamura's game now. We can tell by the shirt that Hikaru is playing white and by his trademark ring. He's up against Duda, I believe. Duda here with Black. Let's do a quick count on the material. White has a bishop and knight for Black's rook and 2 pawns. Lawrence, do you take White's position with the minor pieces or do you back Duda's rook?
I actually think I prefer Black here. It's very rare that I would take Black, but the reason is the White king is much less safe than the Black king. It's only because of that. Now, does that mean objectively Black is better? No. But that's just what I would do if you force me to take a side. That said, Hikaru's also got a massive lead on the clock. I'm still in a bit of shock that Mamedyarov allowed Magnus to get away with that. That is a shocking way to let a draw slip.
Yeah, and Lawrence, I think that Duda missed a huge move a moment ago. There was a pin on the second rank. I think he could have played Queen F4 a few moves ago, basically winning the game. But Duda missed that one, and Nakamura's back in it. 20 over seconds now for Nakamura. He's rotating his knight, as he likes to say, knight c3. Suddenly, are we going to see things turn? The Black rook is still active. Okay, Nakamura can't take Black central pawns. That is the key. Lawrence, I think you're right. The White king is the more vulnerable of the two. Oh, until he allowed this check. Duda,
how did he allow that?
Queen is in. The White queen is in. The White knight is coming.
No, this has gone horribly wrong for Jan Krzysztof. He needs a miracle now to save this. This is Queen h7, King c6, Knight back to c3. Great defense here by Hikaru, finding some coordination amongst his pieces. Queen c2.
Lawrence, I've got to say, Duda's been playing several moves with 1 second on his clock. And there we go. He went down to 2 seconds again. White has gone passive with his pieces. The White queen, the White bishop, White knight. They're a bit stuck right now. But there we go. Nakamura gets active again. hitting the king with some checks. It's not easy. The white bishop is pinned. You're a bit stuck here, but I think Duda has at least restored some balance here. He's still struggling. The black king's so open, but Nakamura, he can't decide. Is he attacking? Is he defending? He keeps changing his mind, and now Nakamura under 5 seconds. We've got to say anything's still possible here. Black's rook is on a loose square, Lawrence. Is that going to be decisive? Okay, Nakamura knocking over pieces. Both sides very, very visibly nervous. We could see a repetition of the position. Duda does repeat, and there we go. I think we'll see a handshake. If Duda blocks, that's 3 times we've seen that position.
No,
okay, Duda didn't claim the draw.
Carry on. He didn't claim the draw. He had a chance. Wow.
Oh, and Nakamura swapping the queens. That is tantamount to agreeing a draw there. Not enough material left. And, whoa, both sides have reason to be unhappy there. Missed chances for both, it feels like.
Whoa, what a chance. Also there, you said for Duda, missing a spot there potentially. Daniel Dubov did beat Denis Kadrich, by the way, which is a massive result for Daniel. Anish Giri still playing, possibly, against Fedoseev? Is that true? No, we're just not. That was a draw. Amikaze did not continue his good run. He does lose to Fabiano Caruana. Martirosyan beats Bluebaum. What about Artemiev Lazovic? Let's see if we have some result there. That was also a draw. Wow. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, lots of draws, but other than those games that have been halved out, it does look like the favorites took the point in most of the games. Here we see a clash between Bilgun and Salam Saleh, the strongest player from UAE. And is this one fizzling out to a draw? Black's just given up a knight. It's rook versus pawn, but the white king is too far away. It looks like that black pawn will cost white his rook. And yeah, we will see a draw. No way to keep the game going. The white rook just too far away. The white king one square too far away as well. And a handshake. Bilgun knowing it's a missed opportunity, but it is a draw. And well, will we be taken next by the roving cameras?
We'll see. You can see a lot of movement now. Looks as though whenever there's a kind of crowd of people, it looks as though there's still a game going on. It looks like right in the center, there might still be a game going on. But as far as I can tell, I can't locate it, at least on the boards. A massive let-off, though. That's the story of that round. Magnus Carlsen was dead to rights, had no time, had no position, and yet still he finds a way to salvage the game against Mamajarov. Hikaru Nakamura looked as though he had a tough position. Maybe Duda, for one move, had a winning position. But also Hikaru managing to salvage. Daniel Dubov throwing himself back into the mix, though, with the win. And in fact, with that victory, Daniel Dubov joins the leaders, as does Haik Martirosyan from absolutely nowhere. Haik Martirosyan, the young Armenian Grandmaster, beating Mateusz Bluebaum, also means that he is on 8 out of 10. Giri versus Fedoseev was a draw. So 4 players on 8 out of 10, and below them at least 5 or 6 players on 7.5. You got to be not only good, but you got to be lucky, and you create your own luck when you're the best in the world. Carlsen, Nakamura both let off the hook in that round. Are they starting to get tired? Are the nerves starting to get there? I suggest, David, we go for a quick break before we rejoin the action again. Round 11 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
I understand. 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3. Like king e4. 91.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King e3. Knight e4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Take it. Oh my gosh.
takes in Roy.
Daniel,
and C2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes G3.
Oh my God, that was me. And instead he played here and Gennaro losing on time when knight C2 and A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to live coverage of the FIDE World Blitz Championships. You can see a shot of the playing hall there. That is Min Lee sitting down, the absolute wizard when it comes to Blitz online chess. If you've been playing on chess.com, you would have seen Min Lee win countless Title Tuesdays and other competitions, an absolute phenom when it comes to Blitz. The players are waiting for the moment for the following round, round 11. There are 2 more rounds left for today. If you didn't know, I'm International Master Lawrence Trent. Alongside me is Grandmaster David Howe. And we've had an incredible day so far. It was smooth sailing for the big favorites of this tournament, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. But some chinks in the armor are starting to appear, David. They got lucky last round, didn't they?
Yeah, it feels like the favorites have lost all momentum. They're a bit stuck in the mud right now, just unable to get in the flow again. They've been bogged down by all these draws, and that has allowed the chasing pack to catch up. As you mentioned there, Lawrence, Magnus Carlsen pulling miracles out the bag in that last game to survive against Mamedyarov when he was almost dead and buried. Nakamura as well, an up and down game against Duda, and that has allowed players to catch up. So we're expecting maybe more of the same. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be plain sailing for those guys at the top. They are facing elite grandmasters every single game now. So we are expecting more shocks, more twists and turns along the way. And the women's section, meanwhile, has braked until tomorrow. And it will be fascinating to see those standings by the end of today. Tomorrow, of course, is crunch time, the money rounds, when the stakes are higher, when the players will have to bring their A game. But these final rounds where they jockey for position today, also crucial.
Yes, they are. And there are 4 players at the top of the table in the open section. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. Haik Martirosyan is up there as well. A name that perhaps a lot of our viewers won't know so well. He's a young Armenian grandmaster, very strong. And Daniel Dubov, after beating Denis Kadrich with the Black Pieces. Daniel, not exactly an unfamiliar name, part of the Magnus Carlsen team. One of the most creative players out there, a real character. So they have managed to join the lead. 8 out of 10, still a monster score, of course. And then just behind them, we have Giri, Duda, Fedoseev, Caruana, Rapport, and Mamedyarov. What a chance for Mamedyarov to beat Magnus Carlsen. He'll be desperately disappointed. We will be having a look at the games for the next round, but before we go there, don't forget, it's not too late for you to have your say in the 2022 chess.com awards with categories like Game of the Year, Player of the Year, Creator of the Year. Don't forget to lock in your vote. Type in !awards to vote now to find out more information. And vote away. It is free and every single vote is appreciated. David, we're going to go into round 11 and we've got an absolutely mouth-watering prospect at the top, Dubov Carlsen.
Yep, what a matchup that is going to be. Here we see the standings. Carlsen, Nakamura, Dubov, and Martirosyan, as you say there, Lawrence. And a huge chasing pack now, a growing chasing pack, just half a point behind. We see the top 20. There's only a point or so between them. And it is going to get dramatic by the end of the day. Let's check out those pairings, those matchups. You mentioned the standout, the highlight of the round, potentially Daniel Dubov against Magnus Carlsen. Great friends, great rivals. Daniel Dubov has beaten Magnus before. He has done it. He's especially scored well with white. He's going to go all out, I feel, in this game. And this is his big chance. Martirosyan, the Armenian youngster, very quick, very sharp. Can Nakamura end his drawing streak and take this point? Nakamura, he will have flashbacks to yesterday in the Rapid tournament the last few days. He drew 9 games in a row there. He doesn't want to allow that to continue. It's 3 draws in a row now for Nakamura. He needs to break that trend. Caruana making his way up again on board 3 against Fedoseev. Anish Giri also in the mix against Rapport, and Mamedyarov, Duda equally important for the standings. It looks like the players are starting to take their seats. They are getting ready for the round. Just a couple of minutes now, just a few minutes before we have liftoff. Yeah, brutal matchups, as said there by Chesswind in the featured chat. I don't think we'll see this run of draws continue, Lawrence. I don't know about you. I can't see Carlsen or Nakamura being halted for this long. It must have been years since they went this long without a Blitz win.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very much so. I think we'll see some serious blood this round. I'm expecting a lot of decisive results at the very top. Players are now ready to go, sat in their places. Dubov Carlsen, Daniel, massive respect for Magnus, maybe too much respect in some ways. think finds it very difficult to beat Magnus. And in the second board, we have, well, this young chap here on the left-hand side, Martirosyan, playing against the seasoned genius Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, of course, big favorite on paper, but Martirosyan, 22 years old, from Armenia. He's now number 3 in Armenia after the departure of Levon Aronian to the US. A lot of people asking why Levon isn't there. David, are we allowed to say? Do you know the reason?
Firstly, I don't know the reason. We can speculate. Lawrence, Levon Aronian, now in the US. Firstly, it's a very, very long trip over to Kazakhstan from the US. I know a lot of the American players struggled with jet lag. Nakamura said that was one of the reasons behind his disappointing performance in the World Rapid Championship. And I think Levon, he's played a lot recently. He's one of the most active players of 2021. So we can't blame him for taking a break. Wesley So, another strong American player who isn't there. One player who is there in Kazakhstan, though, is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will play for the World Championship title in classical chess in just a few months' time. He's climbing up the table, Lawrence. He's made it onto the top 10 boards again. And watch out, some of these top players are going to catch up if Nakamura and Carlsen can't start winning again. Meanwhile, wow, early developments in the Nakamura game. I think Nakamura's played something called the 2 Knights Tango, very rare opening in his winning attempts against Martirosyan. This, however, is Dubov against Carlsen. Those two friends. Dubov, very well known for making very calm gestures every time he makes a move, bringing his bishop out here. Quite a rare setup, I've got to say. This is something I've seen both players play before, but Black is supposed to be very solid in this type of structure. Magnus, though, with his moves, look at this knight move, knight a6. Weird, wonderful. This shows that he really wants to win. When Magnus takes risks and plays unorthodox moves like this, it shows he's in a certain mood. What do you think, Lawrence? Will Magnus and Hikaru take risks as Black to try and beat their lower-rated opponents?
It seems they will, right? I mean, this position here is definitely unorthodox. It doesn't look too bad for Black, though. I mean, a3 is a relatively tame move. Yeah, cd4, h6. How bad can Black's position be? Maybe White is still slightly for preference, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, look at what Dubov's doing. He's just put all of his pawns on dark squares, every single one. He's got a light square bishop, so those pawns on dark squares complement that bishop very well. But to me, it looks like he's just trying to set up a wall. He's just trying to erect a wall of pawns that Black's bishops cannot they'll just bite against. They cannot get past. And I think he's saying to Magnus, come at me. You do what you want. I'm not going to flinch. I'm not going to create any weaknesses in my position. Yeah, I'm not sure who's for choice here, Lawrence. You said maybe White for preference, but I think it's just in the balance. It's about whether Magnus can work that magic that we are so used to, as he does finally centralize that poorly placed knight. White is going to try and trade off the light squared bishops. All the rooks are likely to come off on the open C file at some point. It's not what we hoped for. It's not Dubov attacking, as we've seen so many times in the last few days. Magnus is surely going to be happy with the outcome of this opening, especially with Black. It's solid, it's stable. That is right up his alley.
Yeah, I think at least if he's not he won't be. He might not be happy, but he won't be unhappy, I think is what I'm trying to say. He might have fancied having a real go against Daniel because he knows Daniel can give him chances. But yeah, this position here is very, very sound for both players. Structure is equal. Minor pieces both are kind of working. The bishop is not bad. The knight can sit on d5. Bishop can come back to e7. I guess, can White go e4 in the current position? Possibly. I wonder if he's going to play that.
It would be very inconsistent for White to start pushing pawns in the center now, especially the opponent has bishops. Any opening of the position would favor, would potentially help the Black bishop. It feels like Daniil is in a very solid, very peaceful mood. It does make a lot of sense to push forward, but I just don't think that's matching what his game strategy was. He does play knight e4. White's knights do look pretty nice, pretty mobile, just dancing around there in the center, looking very, very balanced still. And I agree with Brennan Causey there. Nice pieces being used over in Kazakhstan. I've been hunting for a wooden chessboard of my own recently, and this one looks very nice and pretty. But yeah, it's very much Dubov who's kind of trying to maintain the status quo right now. Magnus is the one trying to create something. Black pushes a5, white pushes h4 on opposite flanks. I don't think either side's going to make headway. Dubov, though, will be hinting that he might go towards the black king if Magnus is careless. Black's queen very far away from any potential defensive role. Queen b8, mysterious, maybe just trying to initiate a bunch of rook exchanges on the c-file. Yeah, it's not easy to get too excited about this position, especially if Dubov's playing moves like king g1, just waiting moves purely. And Magnus gets impatient. He swaps a pair of rooks. This is strange, Lawrence. I've got to say, Dubov playing safety-first chess. It's rare to see him playing this solid. It feels like he thinks a draw is a good result against Magnus. It feels like the players are thinking of the tournament as a whole rather than each game individually. Is that a good strategy? Do you think Dubov's going to be rewarded here?
I don't know. I think also tiredness is kicking in. 12 rounds of blitz in one day is quite a lot. I remember, 9-round tournaments is already, sufficient, but 12 is quite a lot. So I think there's a certain level of pacing going on. They don't want to drop points unnecessarily. But a small imbalance now on the board, David.
Yeah, there has been an exchange of pawns on the queen side. So black's a5 pawn, white's b2 pawn. Which is the weaker? It's completely unclear. Magnus is being pushed back, though. The white knights, with the blocked central nature, the nature of the central pawns, it does feel like the position favors the knights. I don't really like where Magnus has planted his bishop. Black's bishop looks a bit stuck, but his queen is getting active. Still balanced, we've got to say. You would normally back Magnus against most players in the world in this type of position, but Dubov, well known as having great understanding, great instincts. I'm wondering, Lawrence, if we will see a time scramble and maybe Magnus's nerves holding in if we get there. But right now we're trying to catch up with the moves. I think black has planted the queen on b5. There we go. Rook c2 by white. Dubov's just playing waiting moves every single turn, hesitating. We're seeing a knight trade, and with that knight trade, a peace offering. A draw has been agreed. This one wasn't too exciting. Let's switch over to see if Nakamura is still going. Looks like he is indeed against the young Armenian Martirosyan. And there's a lot of knights in this game as well. The position just repeated itself once, just as we entered this game. It's looking very, very blocked with a traffic jam of pieces in the center. Yeah, those two white knights block out the black rooks. The two black knights block out the white rooks. Is this just leveled? That's the question. Nakamura will want to try and push this. He's got 20 seconds extra on the clock. He has the pawn breaks. Black can play a move such as e5 if he's desperate to try and win. And it is Nakamura. He's a very aggressive player, very ambitious player. He does push e5. The black knights are coming in now. We saw Magnus a moment ago, curious, watching his rival play. Black's king nice and safe again. I don't know about you, Lawrence, but I love those two black knights. It feels like there are tricks, there are forks all over the place in the air right now. White's got to be careful.
I do think that. I think this is objectively much harder for white to play. That being said, I don't know whether it's actually bad for white. The bar seems to be only slightly in black's favor. That's probably because objectively there's some kind of dynamic equality somehow. But the last move was not loved. And knight f5, hold on, things are now starting to get a bit more concrete because knight takes e3 is a difficult threat to stop, and the b5 pawn is hanging. So after rook e2...
Few seconds left for Martirosyan. He's struggling on the clock. He's lost a pawn. Black has gobbled up a pawn on b5. He's got a 2 versus 1 queenside majority now. Magnus was lurking, lingering, watching Nakamura, but ever since that has happened, Nakamura's showing great technique. He wins a second pawn But now Black's rooks are going to start lining up on the second rank. There we see Magnus watching Nakamura. Can he win and take the lead with 1 round to go today? He gives a check, but the White King is terrible on the back rank. 3 seconds for Motorosian. Okay, he attacks the Black Rook. All Nakamura needs to do is double up his rooks on the second rank. There we go. Oof. Double trouble with those rooks. White's King is surely not going to survive the attack incoming. All Black needs to do is threaten a back rank checkmate. There we go. Black can take pawns in the process. That Black Knight is ready to join the attack as well. Lawrence, surely this is game over.
Okay, Knight H5. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there we go. Handshake. Yeah, superior quality, superior class there. Nakamura takes the win. And which games are still
massive
going
win.
As the players analyze?
Well, we should point out that's a massive win because with that win, Hikaru Nakamura goes in sole first position, regardless of what happens in the other games. Fedoseev has beaten Fabiano. Massive win for Fedoseev to beat Fabi. That blunts Fabi's chances massively in this tournament. And then there were a bunch of draws. Giri, Rapport, Mamajorov, Duda, all draws. Artemiev beats Bluebaum. Kamer loses to Matlikov. And Denis Lazovic wins another game, this time against Kadrich, meaning that he's on 8 points. So as things stand, it's Nakamura on 9, Carlsen, Dubov, Fedoseev on 8.5.
And Lawrence.
A whole bunch of players. Yeah.
We got to check in on the chess again. We have another big clash between Tomaszewski and David Anton Guiaro, 2 very strong grandmasters, and both aiming to try and make up some of the ground that they've lost in the first few rounds of the tournament. Black is 2 pawns up, but look at the time. 2 seconds, 1 second. He made that move with a second left. How can he keep those 2 black pawns intact? Tomaszewski's job as white is to trade off his knight for black's 2 pawns. If he can, draw immediately. And here we go. Black is trying to triangulate, lose a bit of time with his king. But now some checks are coming. Can the Black King start entering, going towards the White Knight? You've got to bank on the pawns here. You've got to say these pawns are going to be decisive. Think he's running through. He kicked out that White Knight. No more blockade. Tomaszewski, 2 moves left. 2 seconds left. Now David Anton, 1 second. He's coming through. I think he's going to win. That black pawn is going to cost white his knight. And Tomaszewski, yeah, he let his clock fall. Win for black. Win for the Spaniard.
Yeah, Tomaszewski, the professor, not able to find a solution there against David Anton. Big win for David Anton. He would love to make a good run in this tournament. Feels as though we are close to the end of the round. Big news, Nakamura winning, getting some separation, half point clear from Magnus Carlsen, Daniel Dubov, and Fedoseev.
We see another game, Lawrence, but it is about to end in a draw. A bit lower down the standings. There's no way to win this rook endgame. And a handshake. Like you said, all the results are coming in now. Another peaceful result in this one. Yeah, Lawrence, Absolutely. It looks like the players are getting tired now, getting impatient for that final round. They want the break. They want the rest tonight. It is 12 games today. Tomorrow is shorter, we should mention, 9 rounds in the open section. So the players will have enough energy tomorrow, but tonight is the struggle. This is, crunch time in terms of putting yourself in a position for those prizes.
Indeed. And of course, we will come back with the final round of today. But I think it's important to also just point out a little food for thought. Magnus Carlsen, past few games, draw, got lucky to draw 1. Another draw in the final game, and if Hikaru wins, Hikaru may actually be a point clear of Magnus going into tomorrow. Now, that's still a manageable amount, but we've been talking about, is this going to be Hikaru's year? What is he going to need to do to win this tournament? Well, separation from Magnus as early on as possible is critical. He should be absolutely over the moon with how things are going. We'll come back with the final round of today, round 12, with the pairings and more analysis in just a few minutes. Make sure you stay with us.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dock chess.
Those are some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is going to be the final game of today's action from the World Blitz Championships taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan. It's been an absolutely thrilling day so far. Tons of action. But the clear storyline is that Hikaru Nakamura has been exceptional and has managed to get a little bit of separation, only half a point from the rest of the field, including half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen, who, let's face it, has looked a little sloppy, looked a little, well, he's lacked a bit of energy over the past few rounds, including saving a miracle lost position against Shahryar Mamedyarov. The standings are as follows. Nakamura on 9, Carlsen, Dubov, Fedoseev, who's having a great tournament on 8.5, and a whole bunch of other names still very much in it on 8 points, including names that perhaps we don't know that well. For example, Denis Lazovic, the young player who's got a fantastic reputation online, is also showing that in over the board blitz, he's a force to be reckoned with. I'm with David Howell. David, the momentum starting to turn up for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yep, it's still early days, as you mentioned, Lawrence. Still plenty of rounds, 9 games tomorrow, plus 1 game to finish today. But Nakamura's fate is in his own hands. He knows that now he has a slight lead on Magnus. Magnus has drawn 4 games in a row. And if he can extend that lead, or at least maintain it by winning this final round, we see Nakamura on board 2 there, facing Fedoseev, but he's got the white pieces. If Nakamura can take the win, he's got to be a big favorite to cruise home tomorrow and take that title, take that gold medal that he's been craving so badly. We do see Artemiev against Carlsen, another crucial game on board 1 there. Magnus is fixed on board 1, we should mention, for TV rights and TV reasons. Artemiev took down Carlsen. Remember that blunder yesterday in the World Rapid Championship. Dramatic turnaround. Magnus's only loss in the whole of this event so far. Artemiev, could he do it again? Could lightning strike twice? That would do Nakamura a favor, clearly. And Magnus will be itching for revenge. In terms of the chasing pack, we also do have Daniel Dubov. A bit of a downfloat. He faces Maxim Vachier-Lagrave on board 3, a former European champion, another Russian star. So these two know each other very well. Duda, Anish Giri on board 4, we'll pay attention to as well. And Denis Lazovic, that surprise package, the underdog. Could his rise continue against another unknown package, maybe at the top level, Hike Martirosyan? Lawrence, yeah, so many clashes. Rapport as well against Mamadjarov, 2 of the most entertaining players of their generation. This is really heating up. We're going to end on a high today.
Yes, it's going to be a great round. I'm especially interested in Artemiev Carlsen. As I said, I think this is actually a bad pairing for Magnus. Always find Artemiev to be a tricky customer. Magnus also, energy doesn't quite feel there at the moment. I think Magnus will be happy just not to lose and, wrap up today on a really big score, go in tomorrow all guns blazing. But I think this is a great spot for Nakamura. I think Fedoseev traditionally struggles against Hikaru, and Hikaru to get to 10 out of 12 would be, well, phenomenal. It's a phenomenal score. And that would set him up nicely for tomorrow. Vachier-Lagrave, great spot for Dubov here, in my opinion, even with the black pieces. Duda, Giri can go always. And Lazovic, Martirosyan, as you said, 2 young guys, slightly less known. What a spot this is for one of those guys to get to 9 points and really be in sort of 2nd or 3rd position, just behind one of the leaders going into day 2. Of course, there are still some fantastic, more well-known names on 8. Rapport, Mamadjarov should be a great game as well. Fantastic spot for one of these guys too. So looks like it's a round of opportunity to me.
Yeah, and Lawrence, I have to point out as well, a really incredible fact. We've had 13 rounds of Rapid over the last few days. We've now had 11 rounds of Blitz. Hikaru hasn't lost a single game. That's 24 games now. He hasn't experienced defeat, so he will be riding high. He's going to be thinking he's invincible, Hikaru Nakamura, right now. Magnus has only lost 1 out of all of these games that we've played so far. So he's also doing pretty well, but Hikaru, he has smelt blood now. He is on that streak. He's winning so many games. Any half chance Hikaru is getting right now, he seems to be converting, as we see the players getting ready for round 12 of the day. We saw a handshake there. Fabiano Caruana will face Jules Moussard, the French champion. Anish Giri adjusting his pieces as he gets really ready to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda on board 4. He's not out of it. Neither is Duda. A win will be essential for both of these players. They want to end the day on a high. And tomorrow is the sprint part of the tournament. Today ends the marathon. What are the players' energy levels like? Hikaru Nakamura arriving early. First time we've seen him arrive early to the game. Normally he's in the last few seconds after his opponent. He is ready. He means business. And with white, you got to back him. Fedoseev, as you say, Lawrence, traditionally has struggled a bit against Nakamura. With black, Fedoseev slightly less dangerous. His openings maybe not at the same level as Nakamura's. Nakamura so experienced in elite circles for the last couple of decades. And I think we will be following this game most likely just to see how the new leader does. Can he maintain or extend that lead? Predictions, Lawrence?
Well, it's an interesting round. I'm going to go against the... I'm going to be a bit daring, let's say. I'm actually going to go for an Artemiev win against Magnus Carlsen. Something's up. I can't put my finger on it, but this is Artemiev's chance. I'm going to go for a Nakamura win. I'm going to go for a Dubov win. I'm going to go for a Duda win, and I'm going to go for a Lazovic win. 5 decisive results on the top 5 boards. Rapport, Mamedyarov, I'm going to go for the unexpected result, which is a draw. So I'm going completely against the grain. Could be wrong, but doesn't matter. David, do you think I'm completely off point here, or do you think I'm onto something?
I hate to disagree with you, Lawrence. You know that, but I do think we'll see, a few surprise results. I do think we might see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave upset Daniel Dubov. I think Vachier-Lagrave just so principled, and he's been on a roll, winning a few games in recent times. I have a feeling, like you say, Artemiev will be feeling confident against Magnus, but Fedoseev, despite his track record against Nakamura, despite having the black pieces, he's not going to lie down. He will put up a fight. So yeah, we'll see. We'll check in on these other results. Artemiev there getting ready for the arrival of Magnus Carlsen. Will he adopt the same approach? We should mention, although Artemiev has been the only player to beat Magnus in Kazakhstan, although he beat him in the rapid portion, it was a totally equal position when Magnus just hallucinated, blundered, a moment of blindness. So Artemiev didn't necessarily outplay the world champion. He just took his chance when it came in. Okay, we're off, Lawrence. The moves are on the board. Nakamura against Fedoseev. It's a King's Pawn opening. And E4 by Nakamura.
King's Pawn opening. Let's see how Hikaru goes for an early bishop c4. Okay, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, knight c3. This is a similar opening that he played against Sarin, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and he went for this early. Yeah,
exact same recipe I was going to say that he used against Sarin. C6 is different. C6 is the most ambitious move in the position, aiming to push forward in the center as soon as possible for black. But Nakamura preempts that by retreating his bishop. I must say, this last move by white, I'm not too familiar with. And what is up his sleeve, Nakamura? Do you think he's going to go really aggressive, Lawrence, and play a King's Gambit-esque f4? Is it too soon?
No. No way he plays f4 here. He's going to play knight f3 or h3 or something, and he does go h3. Maybe he wants to put the knight on e2. He plays h3 to prevent knight to g4. So he might, another move by Fedoseev that if you gave me 10 moves to choose, queen e7 just doesn't exist as a move. I would have chosen castles, knight d7, a5, b5, h6. Again, commentating on Fedoseev, literally I'm hopeless. Knight g2 played. I just don't get queen e7. a5, again, just do me a favor. Really tough to guess his moves. Knight g3. Can guess Hikaru's moves. This makes a lot more sense. I'm not even sure how good this is, but okay, at least it's an interesting novel position.
Yeah, and that's all that Hikaru is trying to achieve. He's not trying to blow his opponent off the board. That's never been Nakamura's strong point in Blitz. Occasionally he goes on the attack and is rewarded, but he has superior understanding to a lot of his opponents. He's happy to slowly outplay them. And h6 on the board, Nakamura now getting ready to play a3, giving his bishop a nice, safe hiding place on a2. Yeah, Nakamura, his recipe for success throughout this tournament has been going for the long grinds, outplaying them in the endgame when the margin for error is smaller. And look at this, Lawrence. He's got everything he wanted. Unorthodox position. Queen f3. White's knight is getting ready to jump into f5. Fedoseev seems unflustered, unbothered, just calmly bringing his pieces out on the queen side. I'm really not sure what his knight is doing on the edge of the board over there. But yeah, Nakamura, can he keep his time advantage? That's been another key factor in his lead in the tournament. He's always up with the clock, Nakamura. Lawrence, have you ever seen Nakamura lose on time? Never,
no,
ever.
He's just never down on the clock. It's incredible, really. Mm-hmm. All right, castle's played. Yep. And bishop b6, another mysterious kind of... Well, bishop b6 makes a bit more sense because knight c5 is coming. Okay.
Yeah, and Festim J here in the feature chat does pick up on how Fedoseev presses the clock. I've played him many times over the board, Fedoseev, and he does move the pieces, press the clock in a very unique manner. It shows his calmness that is reflected in his chess style. Never flustered. Bishop d8, Lawrence. You would never guess any of these moves you mentioned. I would never guess them either.
Just no chance. Probably a bad move. Probably a bad move. Hence why the bar shot up. Hikaru goes knight f5, bishop f5, queen f5. Now queen to d7. Queen back to f3. Okay.
Yep. Nakamura's got the bishop pair. He wants to keep the queens on the board. He's ready to break out in the center. White's pawn is coming to d4 maybe. White's queen could sidestep and play f4. Okay, he does push in the center, Nakamura. He's going for broke now. I like it. Open up the position when you got the two bishops.
Just a quick point. Magnus has already drawn. Artemiev was not in the mood to push. Neither was Magnus. I felt as though Magnus wanted to make a quick result. His energy was off the past 4 games. Now he has time to regroup. But what a chance this is now for Hikaru Nakamura. White pieces, minute up on the clock. 2 bishops. Better position to get a full point distance between himself and Magnus. That would be absolutely massive. Let's see if he manages to do it.
Yeah, I think he's a huge favorite to do so. Look at the clock, Lawrence. Nearly 2 minutes for Nakamura, 30 seconds for Fedoseev. It's a beautiful position on the board for White. It's just the ideal position. He could never have hoped for more from any opening. And yeah, Magnus drawing 5 games in a row. You don't win tournaments by doing that. Can Nakamura capitalize? Queen c7, weird move again from Fedoseev. Every turn, surprising us, but not in a good way. Nakamura, I think, a bit confused by that black queen move. And wow, tactics on the board. Knight takes b5, blowing open the position, capturing the pawn, giving up his knight. We've got to mention, after c takes b5, after the pawn takes the knight, is Nakamura's idea e5? He's calculated this so well. e5, hitting the rook, hitting the knight, winning back the material with interest. Fedoseev down to almost 10 seconds now. And disaster on the board. So tactically sharp. Nakamura's in blistering form. And it's simply winning. Black's knight on a6 was also attacked. There was no time to win White's bishop on d4. Nakamura's won the exchange, Lawrence. Rook for knight, if I'm counting correctly.
You can just take on e5 here. I mean, you can just do that as well. And he does. And this is resigns time, guys. Rook e5, rook e5. I mean, rook takes c5 is coming next. Queen e5. Okay, this is just an exchange. Brutal. Bishop takes f7 exists. Any move you want. Hikaru just cruising. Maybe he wants to protect this. He takes on a5. Also makes
not much to be done here. Fedoseev needs a last-ditch counterattack, maybe against the f2 pawn. He needs to combine his queen and knight, but it's desperate. Too much material. Nakamura is up 4 points, an exchange and 2 pawns. Okay, one of the pawns drops, but that is irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, seeing that tactic, Lawrence, knight takes b5, hammer blow in blitz in, what did he spend, 10 seconds? That is another level. He's just a boss at blitz chess. And, okay, we see
lovely move really by Hikaru.
Beautiful tactic by Hikaru Nakamura. Look at Fedoseev's indecision. He made that move with 1 second left. If that rook on a4 was captured by the other black knight, then queen takes e4 would have been a winning double attack. And yeah, here we go. We are going to go down to the endgame with Nakamura an exchange and a pawn up. even without White's B pawn, easily winning. And Fedosea flags. Nakamura takes the win. Just so smooth, so impressive. Nakamura.
Flawless. Flawless, flawless, flawless. In fact, the whole day, he has been the most impressive player. He's never really been in serious danger. Magnus, we've seen, had a couple of dodgy positions, especially against Mamedyarov. And he's going to be a point clear going into tomorrow.
Lawrence, let's go to the game between Duda and Giri now. Nakamura was spectating. He was kibitzing this game. Looks like Duda and Giri, I mean, it's very tense position. Giri visibly nervous. Black has an extra rook. But Giri, I think he's blundered. Queen d5 check is going to be a killer. Okay, he doesn't spot it, Duda. Queen d5 check would have been lights out. Forced checkmate. Now, okay, he's been given a second opportunity. Anish Giri, can he cling on? White's king not safe either. This is what happens when both players are down to 1 or 2 seconds. The brain goes out the window.
What
White's
happened?
Now out of the land. Just a moment of blindness. Mutual
Black
blindness
is now winning?
by the 2 players. Black is winning. Black to rook up, Lawrence.
What a catastrophe for Jan Žižkov.
It's not over. White still has some counter-attacking chances against the Black King. But look at this. Duda's laughing. Okay, we've transitioned to an endgame. Black has an extra rook. Duda. He missed a mate in 3 or mate in 4. Wow. Giri living a charmed life and a handshake. Duda resigns.
Yeah.
What a game.
Wow. That's not just a point. That's a 2-point swing, really, if you think about it, for Anish Giri. Instead of losing a point, he's gained a whole point. And massive bit of luck for Anish Giri in that game. He needed that to stay in touch. Martirosyan did beat Lazovic, by the way, and Rapport beat Mamedyarov. Nepomniachtchi making a late run. He's had a great second half of the day, by the way.
Let's go to another key game. This is between Alexander Shimanov and Yu Yangyi. It looks like Yu Yangyi is about to resign. White simply has an extra bishop in this position. White's b-pawn is going to cost Black his rook. Game over. Yu Yangyi playing another move out of inertia and resigns. Great win. Shimanov, another player on form, on fire today. We see Vidit in the background there as well. This is on board 8, so crucial to the standings.
Absolutely. Great day for Shimanov on 8.5 points. Only rated 26.05. Doing brilliantly. And Jules Moussa, there's a name we haven't spoken about. What a second half of the day he had. He scored 6.5 out of his last 7, including defeating Fabiano Caruana on board 7. That means Jules is also in the mix. And it is so tight at the top. We've still got a game, you against Hari Krishna, ongoing to decide if we're going to get another player on 8.5. But as things stand, Hikaru Nakamura, a full point clear on 10 out of 12, followed by Giri, Carlsen, Dubov, Martirosyan, Richard Rapport, all on 9. And then on 8.5, Fedoseev, Artemiev, Shimanov, Sadwani, Matlikov, Moussa, Nepomniachtchi, and potentially either you or Hari Krishna. Well, it won't be Hari Krishna. Will it be you?
Lawrence, it won't be me. It will be you. And Yu Yangyi there. I think there's some controversy, Lawrence, we see on the camera. Iranian Grandmaster Guy Magemi is claiming something. He's called the arbiter. He's playing a very young opponent. Okay, he's protesting against something. It's unclear what. There has been controversy, remember, in this tournament already. Yesterday, there was a controversial moment between Vladislav Kovalov and a strong opponent. You can go check that out on YouTube. But meanwhile, the arbiters are calling the players away. They're going to discuss this away from the board so they won't mess up the position. This can happen in Blitz. Okay, wow. A draw's been agreed, but one of the players is furious. Typical scenes at a Blitz tournament, Lawrence?
Yeah, of course, you do get these kind of disagreements. Position didn't look anything but kind of equal, though, so I'm not sure where the big scandal is. Nonetheless, obviously, these players fighting for huge amounts of money. So, every point does count.
And a nice touch there. I've got to say, the young player setting up the pieces afterwards, very classy stuff. It's always nice to do that after a game. And controversy solved.
There we go. All right. We've only then got, I believe, one game sort of remaining from the top games, and that is Christopher Yu against Hari Krishna. Doesn't look like we've got the video coverage there. The position does look stone cold dead. Well, it is dead now. All the pieces have been exchanged. That's going to be a draw, meaning that none of these players get to 8.5. Yes.
Talking of draws, we see another position that should be headed towards a draw. It does feature European champion Matthias Bluebaum. He's facing Uzbek prodigy Mukidin Madaminov, I think his name is pronounced. White is a pawn up. Black has a knight. It should be possible to set up a blockade here, but ticking down to 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Has Bluebaum blundered?
Bluebaum has massively blundered.
Pawn is dropping. He can't blockade White's pawns any longer. Just take the pawn. Okay, White has 6 seconds. Panicking there. That's a check. 2 pawns up. It should be game over. Looked like Black had a draw, had a fortress, but he let it slip. Now White can just make a new queen in the next few moves. You had to be careful there. There was a tricky knight fork. But a nice technique from the Uzbek youngster. It's been the year of Uzbekistan prodigies. Okay, calculated well. White pawns are running through.
Yeah, and that's
White makes a new queen. Yeah, wins the game.
Bit of an angry reaction there by Bluebaum. He was not happy losing that one. That was a frustrated resetting of the pieces because getting to 8, you're in a great position. 8 would have been shared with a whole bunch of players, but 7 is a different story. And Amit Ghazi, after a cracking first half of today, lost his last 3 in a row. Lost against Caruana, lost against Sadwani, and lost against Erigasi, meaning he's going to be in the middle of the field. And that pretty much is that for today. It's been everything we expected, David.
Yeah, it's been everything we could have hoped for and more. We do see now Nakamura in the lead. He will be chased down. There's 9 important games tomorrow. Still plenty of action, plenty of chances for him to slip up. But remember, so much is at stake. It's not just the world title. It's so much prize money, so much honor, and a breakthrough event, of course, for some of these younger players. That will be the main storyline we will focus on tomorrow. Of course, Nakamura. Can he get his first ever World Blitz title? Lawrence, he's got to be one of the favorites to do it. But yeah, still plenty of action ahead.
Yep. It's been the Hikaru Nakamura show today, really. He's been phenomenal. Dominating from start to finish, hasn't looked in trouble, and is rightfully a point clear of the field going into the final day. Magnus Carlsen started off nicely. He arrived nearly the full 3 minutes late for his first game, got there with 30 seconds left, still managed to win, showed some nice form early on, and started to fade. Got very lucky against Mamajarov, but Magnus is Magnus. He's staying there. A bunch of other players also there as well, but it really is the Hikaru Nakamura show today. He's going to have to maintain the same form and the same energy tomorrow if he's going to pull this one out the hat. It's been a title he's been desperate to get in all of his years playing chess. It would mean the world to him to become World Blitz champion. Is he going to do it? We're going to find out tomorrow. And as for tomorrow, we do start, I believe, let's get the schedule up. I believe it is an hour earlier than normal. So tomorrow, the games kick off an hour earlier than today. Do bear that in mind. And there will only be 9 rounds in the Open, and there will be 6 in the women's as well. So a much shorter day there. Reason being, of course, there's the prize giving. And if there has to be a playoff or anything like that, we need to accommodate that. Also want you guys to remember that if you're at chess.com, if you're a streamer, if you're looking to be a streamer and to grow your audience, just like we've seen Hikaru, Gotham, the Bote sisters who have become worldwide superstars have done, then make sure that you get yourselves involved with the chess.com community streamer program. It allows you to bring your stream to chess.com, which is the world's biggest chess platform. There are tons of new features to promote your presence in the chess community, and all you have to do is connect your Twitch account to your account on chess.com, set your Twitch category to chess, and start streaming. Use !start streaming in the chat for all the details. Well, final thoughts of today, David. I think it's been pretty clear. It's been action-packed, drama, everything that we love about this tournament. That's why it's one of the most, certainly in my opinion, my favorite tournament to commentate on in the whole year. The quality is still excellent, but for me, it's been all about Hikaru Nakamura today.
Yep, it's been a long day, Lawrence, but a fun day. It feels like years ago now that Magnus almost defaulted round one, where he turned up 2.5 minutes late. He only had 3 minutes on the clock, so he started that game with 30 seconds. Feels like so long ago, but as you said, Hikaru Nakamura, he's been the man of the moment. Can he keep it up? I can't wait to see tomorrow's action. Of course, the women's section as well. That is dramatic with 2 joint leaders. I can't wait, Lawrence. I'm looking forward to joining, watching all the action with you. It's going to be a wild up and down journey. But yeah, we'll see how the titles are decided tomorrow.
Certainly will. Make sure you join us. Remember, an hour earlier compared to today. It will be full of ups and downs. We want to thank everybody from chess.com for watching this show today. Thank you for all your nice comments. Apologies that we can't really get to everybody. We do see the super chats, but as you know, the action is so fast and so furious that we simply don't have time. However, keep those comments coming, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow an hour earlier. But from me, from David Howell, from the rest of the team here, for day 1 of the World Blitz Championships, it's goodbye. Tomorrow is the final day. Are we finally going to see Hikaru Nakamura as World Blitz Champion? Only time will tell. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.